The Chronicles of the Seven-Colored World, a story always filled with fury in another world, where high school student Jian-woo is reincarnated as Abel and saves a world in ruins. However, it was a task with a completely broken power balance, making the protagonist's survival a true miracle. There were psychotic heroines constantly trying to eliminate him, and a secret society repeatedly appearing with the goal of destroying the world. Even allied forces, who were supposed to protect, tried to stab their comrades in the back. This work received dozens of insults and criticisms, but there were many readers who, even faced with a confusing plot and the musty scent of cliches, still felt excited. And the protagonist was one of them. What he had never asked himself was, if I were thrown into this crazy world, would I still be able to smile like I do now? In the middle of a battle, a young man named Rudian was rushing to deliver the weapons his masters had requested. Standing before him was a gigantic stone golem, preparing another attack. The boy ran, even though he was overwhelmed by fear. He knew that if he were hit by that thing, he'd be turned into tomato pulp. Fortunately, the attacks didn't hit him, and in fact only pushed him to run even faster. He quickly handed a sword to Sir Eidos, then rushed off to deliver a shield to Sir Colin. After the deliveries, he went back to running, mentally cursing those merciless knights. However, Rodian didn't realize he was running straight toward another golem, but the golem noticed him and struck with its massive open hand. Before Rudian could be hit, a knight with a red cape intercepted the blow, preventing the young man from being injured. With a wide slash, he cut through the stone hand, making it fall onto another knight, who managed to block it with his large shield. Saved, young Rudian felt deeply grateful. The red-caped knight didn't stop after the first strike. With a powerful downward blow, he split in half what had once been a true mountain of stone. The golem collapsed, almost crushing Rudian, who managed to dodge with a sideways leap. Falling heavily to the ground, he still found the strength to get up, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. It had been 3 years since the protagonist had lived in that body. He had suddenly awakened in the body of a 14-year-old orphan, surrounded by strangers he had never seen in his life. He was in the worst possible situation, in a completely unfamiliar place. The only good thing were the memories of Rudian, the body's original owner, which had been passed on to him. During the first month, the protagonist tried to return to Korea, but soon realized that was nothing more than an impossible dream. And so he began working as a battlefield assistant. While reminiscing about the past, a young man with golden hair appeared, shouting, "Knights of House Iskar, the holy sword and the treasures await us inside. I'm sure we won't be stopped by such pathetic creatures." The confident blonde, clad in luxurious armor, was Karain von Iskar, the youngest lord of the border territory of Iskar. That bastard was also Rudian's master. Raising his sword, Karain used a skill that boosted the knight's blood pressure and health points by 50. Beside him, the protagonist tried to warn him not to shout like that. It was dangerous, but the proud fool wouldn't stop, drawing the monster's attention. "Mere monsters! Do you think you stand a chance against Karain?" The protagonist was on the verge of tears at the madness of that guy. His biggest dream was for Karain to fall into the cliché of becoming the useless heir of the family. His frustration was so great that he dropped to his knees, grabbing his head like a madman. Why did it have to be the Chronicles of the Seven-Colored World of all things? This story's world was known for everything except normalcy. Countless sinister beings inhabited that insane place, and according to the plot, 3 major catastrophes were already destined to happen. An extra character who appeared out of nowhere, in a world where cities could be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Monsters of all kinds invaded various locations, including the one where the protagonist was with the Knights of Iskar. While everyone prepared for battle, the protagonist drifted off mentally, crying tears of joy just for still being alive. He truly wanted to live a bit longer. While Rudian was lost in his delusions, everyone was shouting for him. He finally snapped out of it after getting slapped, while a woman screamed, "How the hell did you handle things so poorly that this reached the Count's ears?" When the protagonist came to, he found himself in a luxurious house with the lady ranting, "A villager like you was hired as Karain's servant specifically to prevent this sort of thing." That lady was Countess Louisa of House Iskar. The protagonist apologized, while Karain deflected all the blame, and Countess Louisa swore she'd hold Rudian personally responsible for anything that happened to her son. Karain, not wanting to get involved, just handed things off, fueling the protagonist's burning hatred for him. Such was the eldest son of Count Iskar, the man who would one day rule the border territory, a boastful good-for-nothing, well known throughout the region for being completely useless. After the exhausting events of the day, the protagonist returned to his room. The tasks he had to perform were, more often than not, ridiculously complicated. If a letter arrived accusing Karain of stealing horses, he was the one who had to deal with it. If a lord was about to take revenge again, he had to handle the situation. If Karain had stolen a sword, once more he was the one stuck fixing the mess. Even when a count discovered that Karain had been getting involved with the underworld and was furious about it, it was Karain who got angry, ordering the protagonist to take care of it. This time, Karain had finally realized he was in serious trouble. He paced back and forth, visibly anxious, but it was the protagonist who was truly panicking, all because of Karain. I told you nothing good would come from getting involved with those people. While I was out working, you managed to cause an incident, didn't you? Rudian's expression darkened on the verge of madness. He couldn't understand why Karain kept doing this to him, constantly playing with those damned underworld types who were nothing short of a cancer to the Empire. But that wasn't even the real issue. The real problem was that it was all happening in Iskar, and Karain was the Count's son. The real danger was who witnessed everything. When Karain met with those kinds of people, many nobles ended up seeing it. He had been caught by nobles from the Central Territories, and word quickly spread through the capital. Karain thought everything would be fine. After all, he was the young lord. But Rudian was growing darker by the second. Are you seriously going to handle this yourself? Do you really think a donation is enough to fix it? Karain couldn't offer a convincing reply to the complaints of the one who, in theory, was his servant. Recently, illegal slaves, drugs, and loan sharks had started appearing along the territory's borders. Naturally, the central government of the Mauryan Empire began demanding tighter control. However, the Count refused any interference from the central government, claiming it wasn't necessary, which only made things worse. The protagonist was furious with Karain. He wanted him to at least offer an excuse. Now, everyone was using this opportunity to interfere in every kind of affair. Rudian had no idea what to do. The real problem was that if Karain made a major mistake, he would be dragged down with him. A crisis that was supposed to unfold after the main story had already started happening, and there was no way he wanted to deal with this now. In a fit of despair, the protagonist ripped out all his hair. With his head now shining like a bowling ball, he smiled. The young lord's disinheritance is confirmed. Get ready to enter a monastery. In the capital city of Navan, where the Empire's influence was enormous, an incident like this would certainly bring severe punishment to the offender. If it came to that, their heads wouldn't remain attached to their necks. The protagonist tried to think of how he could survive this crisis safely, and could only think of one thing: convince Karain to go speak with his father. The Count was already waiting for them, and to the Count, the protagonist was more than ready to tell everything about that useless son of his. Lord Ricard von Iskar, head of the border province of the Iskar territory, was already waiting for the boys. Beside him stood Derek Winhausen, the commander of the Lionhearts, the Count's Order of Knights. His eyes sparkled when he saw Rudian, sending him an approving look for having managed to endure everything up until that point. The protagonist's eyes gleamed in response, silently thanking Sir Derek for always understanding his situation. Derek knew that the mistake made by Karain was serious, but the protagonist could barely hold back tears as he thought about what he might do if that bastard kept causing trouble, even when out of his sight. Ignoring the exchange of glances, Lord Ricard remarked that he had heard his son had caused a major incident. With a stern look, he asked if Karain at least knew what kind of people he had contacted. Karain stammered, unsure of how to respond, but Ricard answered for him. They were from an organization that even the Fifth Order of the Imperial Knights tried to eradicate personally. The protagonist realized at that moment that the problem was even worse than he had imagined. If even the Imperial House's order had been involved, then the contacts Karain had made were on another level. If that were true, the Iskar family now owed a significant debt to the Imperial House. Without hesitation, Lord Ricard ordered Karain to prepare to enter a monastery. Seeing his son's outrage, Ricard tried to calm him down, assuring him it wouldn't be forever, just for 5 years so he could reflect on his actions. Rudian had already expected this. By his calculations, 5 years from now, the main story of the Chronicles of the Seven-Colored World would begin. When that time arrived, the continent would be engulfed in the flames of war, with countless casualties, and he, as a disposable pawn, would be thrown into a miserable future. Desperate, Karain tried to argue with his father, but Ricard slammed his hand on the table. "What are you trying to say?" Karain then repeated Rudian's words. "I'll make a contribution. I'll definitely make a contribution so grand that it will erase this incident and elevate our family's name." Ricard sighed, warning his son that even with a contribution, they wouldn't be able to avoid the Imperial House's interference in their current state, unless it was something truly extraordinary. That's when Karain came up with an idea. "I'll obtain the sacred sword Daylight." The protagonist immediately felt the weight of the mess Karain was dragging them into. The difficulty of the dungeon where this sword was located was absurd, something they would never be able to achieve. He could only imagine that the bastard was so out of his mind that he was willing to throw his own life away. Karain gritted his teeth, recalling that because of the leaked information about the dungeon, members of the underworld had begun to appear. Still, Karain was confident that if they obtained the Daylight Sword, which belonged to the Duchy of Delphione, they would be able to secure the support of the duchy. The protagonist snorted in contempt that Karain was really trying anything to escape punishment. He knew the underworld members weren't in that region just to explore a dungeon. For example, in the episode of Apophis's Belly, a dungeon where the evil god Apophis was sealed, cultists tried to revive him. To face them, an army of 100,000 soldiers was gathered, marching with high spirits, only to end up in Apophis's stomach, in an incident that taught the world the true terror of dungeons. After that, it was established that an exploration team would always be sent before any attempt to conquer a dungeon. There was no way the Count could accept his son's proposal knowing that. Ricard stated that the difficulty of that dungeon hadn't even been identified. Even though it was located in his territory, they wouldn't be able to gather enough strength to explore it safely. Despite his father's words, Karain didn't care. "I'll definitely succeed. Please believe in me, father." With his son holding his hand so fervently, Ricard allowed himself to be touched. Unaware of the Lord's inner feelings, the protagonist was certain that he would never risk losing a great force, including his own son, his successor, unless he had gone mad. However, all the protagonist's hope was crushed by Ricard's words. "All right, I'll trust you this time. I'll assign 30 knights, including Derek, to accompany you. Since you're so confident, bring back daylight." The protagonist was about to argue when Ricard turned to him. "Rudian, I'm counting on you to take care of Karain." Seeing how the Lord trusted his son so brilliantly, the protagonist couldn't believe the disaster that had been created. Karain was extremely excited about his father's support. "This son will definitely bring back the sacred sword." The protagonist cried until he felt like his soul had left his body. With the agreement between father and son, his fate was being thrown away. Thus, the time came when Derek and the other knights faced monsters to reach the dungeon. Right from the start, facing a minotaur, the head of the guard realized that this wouldn't be an easy mission. With such high difficulty from the very beginning, Derek could only leave their fate in God's hands. Despite Derek's despair, the protagonist was excited. The monsters attacking weren't on the same level as those that appeared in the Chronicles of the Seven-Colored World. Normally, if high-ranking demons or ancient weapons appeared, the recommended action would be to flee immediately. However, if only common monsters like minotaurs were appearing, maybe the dungeon was at a level they could face. With the minotaur defeated, they advanced further into the dungeon. Looking at the high walls, the protagonist wondered what would come next. Durian remembered that, after the story began, the continent would be devastated by a war against demons in 3 years, and in 10 years, humanity would be completely destroyed. There was still time before that destruction happened. Until then, he hoped to gather as many resources as possible and then live a peaceful life in the mountains. The protagonist was confident that he could avoid danger and escape to a happy ending. While the protagonist dreamed of his happy ending, Karain was excited. "At this rate, I'll recover daylight and still get a huge reward when I leave this dungeon." Upon hearing Karain shout, Derek quickly approached to warn him of the danger, but Karain was confident that nothing would happen. He showed no fear at all. It was at that exact moment that he regretted his words when he heard a loud crash. The protagonist was struck by a stone that fell from the ceiling. Suddenly, more stones began to fall, raining down on the group of knights. Derek gritted his teeth as he realized what had happened. They had fallen into a trap. Quickly, he warned everyone and ordered them to prepare. Ahead of them, the stones began to form together, creating small golems. Without hesitation, Derek advanced. "Run, break their defense. First squad, advance against the golems. The rest, protect the young lord." The brave young master, however, panicked, shouting for them to save him. The protagonist quickly grabbed him and pulled him out of the fight. But before they could get far, Durian noticed that the golems were targeting them specifically. The various golems ignored everything else and ran toward them. Derek tried to rescue the boys, chasing after the golems to destroy them. With his sword raised, he struck them with power, showing why he held the position of captain of the Knight Order. Derek was extremely worried about the young master, whom he had to protect above all else. However, he neglected himself, leaving an opening for a large golem to attack him by surprise. Seeing the giant golem, Karain lost any remaining courage he had. All he wanted was for Rudian to save him. Realizing they couldn't escape in time, the protagonist pushed the young lord. Luckily, this simple act saved them from the giant golem's direct attack. Karain's eyes lit up when he realized that Rudian had saved him, but he couldn't hold back his tears when he saw that the danger wasn't over. The protagonist had only saved that bastard because if he hadn't, his own fate would also be sealed. Then, before he even realized it, the golem grabbed the protagonist. Rudian was launched into the air with no resistance. As he was thrown, Karain looked up to see him, as did Derek, both terrified. Falling from the height, the protagonist repeatedly tried to open his status window, but it seemed it was too late. When the protagonist woke up, he was in a completely unfamiliar place. He thought he hadn't survived. He thought he was in hell. However, as he sat up, he realized his body was completely fine. He got up, spreading his arms as if a miracle had occurred. My prayers reached the universe and I survived. Despite saying this, the protagonist knew there was no way to wake up completely unharmed. He looked around, wondering where he was. The floor beneath his feet seemed to be made of smooth crystal, similar to the raw crystals that formed the ceiling of the place, supported by large pillars. He managed to understand that this place was a perfect barrier, made with mana from another dimension, from the outer world. While exploring the area, trying to understand where he was, a voice appeared in his mind. "You have awakened." When the protagonist looked behind him, he was met with something terrifying. A giant eye with enormous tentacles exhaled a powerful dark crimson energy as it moved toward him. In an instant, he felt observed by an innumerable number of eyes, enough to make him faint from the pressure. After calming down, the protagonist apologized for being startled. Changing the subject, the eye with tentacles seemed pleased, as the boy was the first human it had seen in 1,000 years. "I thought only beings with divine powers could find this place, but it seems today is quite an unexpected day." The protagonist was irritated. Despite not having a mouth, the monster was loud and sticky. He then asked where he was and heard the monster reveal that this was the place where it was sealed, a relic created 3,000 years ago by the now extinct Adora civilization. Thinking about this civilization, the protagonist couldn't recall reading anything about it in the original story. He realized he needed to get more information. "So you're saying you were sealed in this relic?" The monster smiled, although it had no mouth. "Yes, I didn't receive a designated master, so I remained dormant until now. But the moment you entered here, my ego awakened." Trying to learn more, the protagonist asked what the identity of the dark creature was. The monster released its energy, revealing its power. "I am the 7th generation of general-purpose artificial intelligence left by the Adora civilization, Arcadia." The protagonist was confused. That creature seemed more like a legacy of a demonic god. Arcadia pointed its tentacles at the protagonist, stating that it hoped he would become its master. The protagonist was confused by the proposal, but he was also afraid of the problems he could face if he refused. He was about to ask what benefits he would gain by becoming the master of that entity, but was struck on the forehead by a tentacle. Immediately, a window appeared before his eyes. That was the unique ability that could help Arcadia's master, an ability that allowed the visualization of statistics. And to the protagonist's surprise, or perhaps not, his statistics were pathetic. Arcadia explained that, although there were no missions like in games, this window would allow him to see the statistics of his opponents, though there was the penalty of not being able to see the data of much stronger enemies. The protagonist was extremely excited. If he couldn't see a person's statistics, it simply meant he shouldn't mess with them. That ability would be a great help for his survival. Arcadia stated that the place where they were could not be accessed by anyone unqualified. Normally, only gods could reach it. This left the protagonist curious about what these necessary qualifications were. In response to his curiosity, Arcadia answered, "Being an intruder. That's the only qualification." The protagonist asked why that was the requirement, but Arcadia didn't know. She had expected only gods to reach that place, but the presence of the young man had completely destroyed her expectations. Seeing the creature's own doubt, the protagonist wanted to know how Arcadia knew he was an intruder. Arcadia explained that she determined it through the reactions of the core of his body, which was sealed on the outside. This meant that the young man was in existence with authority to recover the terminals that her creators had scattered. Every time Arcadia spoke, everything became more confusing. The protagonist then asked what these terminals she mentioned were. Arcadia explained that the scattered terminals were the previous generations of the Artificial Intelligence Project. The first generation, command type, called Eldorado. The second, research-focused, called Elysian. The third, healing-oriented, called Utopia. The fourth, transportation-focused, called Dilmun. The fifth, combat-oriented, called Shambhala. And the sixth generation, restoration-focused, called Eden. These 6 generations had assisted in the creation of Arcadia. When Arcadia managed to recover the terminals of each generation, she could use the special abilities of each one. And, if she gathered them all, her main body, sealed on the outside, would be fully activated. The protagonist hoped that, If Arcadia was telling the truth, he could use it to create an even better ending for himself. Knowing this, he immediately agreed to register her as his master. For Arcadia, that had been a wise choice on the young man's part. The protagonist had accepted precisely because he knew that soon the world would become a mess. Therefore, the best choice was to prepare himself right away. The creature narrowed its single eye, thanking him. "Then take care of me, master." The protagonist did the same, giving the creature a new name. "You too, Adi." Liking the name it received, Adi began to think about what they needed to do. First, since its body was sealed, it was not currently at a level where it could appropriately help its master. But if they could obtain the combat-type artificial intelligence, Shambhala, they could even face a god. Adi was excited to support the protagonist and give him the courage to pursue this upgrade. After deciding which intelligence they should pursue first, Adi asked Rudian what his plan would be. The protagonist wanted to return to his group, and once they managed to overcome the crisis they were in, they could think about recovering the terminals. Fortunately, Adi was well-versed in the internal geography of the dungeon, including entrances, exits, traps, and shortcuts. According to Adi, Rudian was destined to stay trapped on that floor and head straight to the afterlife. But fortunately, upon sensing his presence and awakening, Adi managed to pull him into its barrier, allowing him to survive. Upon discovering that he had almost met his end, the protagonist was terrified, wondering if that had been a decision made by the writer. As they walked through the shortcuts, the protagonist found something. More specifically, the ancient body of someone. That person had not only managed to reach the deeper parts of the dungeon, but also made it to that location. If they had been an adventurer, they were probably one of the best on the continent. Adi explained that this had been an adventurer who had invaded the place 10 years ago. He had managed to advance by avoiding the monsters, but as he was not qualified, he had gotten trapped for a long time trying to open the entrance. In the end, he did not survive. The protagonist felt pity upon discovering that someone had faced so many dangers to get so far, but relying on a key had failed to obtain what he most wanted. Seeing the protagonist rummaging through the body of the former adventurer, Adi asked what he was doing. Rudian was collecting the items the man had left behind. It was a shame, but the adventurer wouldn't be able to use any of it now. Also, it was quite common for adventurers to collect the belongings of others who had already passed. Adi was confused, as it thought what Rudian was doing seemed more like grave robbery. The protagonist didn't care what the creature thought. He was more concerned with the price he could get for the pocket watch he found. Upon finding a pendant with a name, the protagonist suspected the man had been a rich adventurer. Checking the pendant, he discovered the adventurer's name was Abel. The adventurer's name was Abel Rechstein. The name sounded vaguely familiar to the protagonist. It was only then that he remembered where he knew that name from. Adi became curious when he saw his master's expression. The protagonist, looking at the crest and then at the body, began to tremble. Terrified, he sat down, not understanding what was happening. Abel Rechstein. That was the name of the protagonist from the work chronicles of the Seven-Colored World. The protagonist breathed heavily, trying to calm himself. Chronologically speaking, that shouldn't be possible. Abel Rechstein's real name was Li Junwung, 19 years old. After failing the university entrance exams, he searched for the famous Truck Kun, and indeed he was hit by the truck, transported to another world. He was reborn into a small baronial family, received the blessing of the creator god, obtained the mystical artifact White World, and the sacred sword of the god of order Grandia, beginning the typical journey of a character with cheats. He started hunting demons, thus beginning the chronicles of the Seven-Colored World. Faced with that body, the protagonist wondered what kind of situation this was. There was still no definitive proof that the skeleton belonged to the protagonist from the story. In fact, it was somewhat reassuring for Rudian that the explorer's clothing on the skeleton came from the Urgon Kingdom in the north, and not from the Moriano Empire, where the original protagonist had been born. The skeleton also had a fully adult appearance, while the real protagonist from the story had been short, to the point of having a complex about it. The protagonist tried to understand what was going on, while Adi tried to figure out what was going through his mind. At that point in the timeline, before the original story began, Abel should have been living a normal life as a child. What was somewhat concerning was that this place wasn't too far from the territory where he lived. The protagonist planned that once he got out of there, he would use his own money to check how Abel was doing. There was no need to panic just yet. If there was a chance to cross paths with Abel, those items could create a connection with that protagonist. Rudian held on to the hope that he wouldn't need to worry about trivial matters. The protagonist continued along the path that Adi had determined. The creature displayed a holographic map, which they could use to avoid paths with monsters. The The protagonist was incredulous at how convenient that artificial intelligence was. It was then that the protagonist found a group of people and became excited to see them. He ran toward the group, calling out to his young master. However, before the protagonist could approach, Derek and the guards stepped in front of Korean, protecting him and threatening the protagonist. "You there! Dare to approach and we'll deal with you." The protagonist was startled by the swords pointed at him. Addie asked what was happening, and Rudian guessed that maybe they were threatening him for abandoning his post, or perhaps because they had seen the little monster. Derek firmly pointed his sword at the protagonist. "There's no way Rudian, who fell off a cliff, could come back alive like this. You must be a doppelganger trying to deceive us." The protagonist realized that the guard wasn't entirely wrong. Derek couldn't understand how Rudian could appear without any injuries unless he was a copy. Not knowing how to respond, the protagonist quickly improvised a story. "When I fell earlier, I managed to grab onto some branches growing on the walls, and luckily there was a kind of hole like a cave down below. It seems like some kind of explorer built it for emergencies, and thanks to that, I was able to survive. I was lucky not to encounter any monsters, and I managed to make it back." Derek didn't believe the story. He pressed his sword against him, saying, "You have 10 seconds to prove you are Rudian, otherwise you're dead." Pressed by the blade, the protagonist had to think quickly. Then he remembered something. "Cynthia, last time at the bar you were flirting with the bartender, Miss Cynthia. Your wife caught you, and when she said she was going back to her parents' house, you desperately grabbed her by the waist and—" Derek quickly covered the protagonist's mouth, nervously looking at his subordinates, who were watching with surprise and indignation. While trying to explain himself to the others, the protagonist saw Derek lower his sword. He might still be beaten later by the captain, but for now he was safe. Radiant with joy, Carrion approached the protagonist and asked why he was so late. "I was bored without you. Come on, you slowpoke." Seeing the young master act with naturalness and confidence, even with Rudian's strange appearance, Derek tried to warn him, but Carrion simply replied that if anything went wrong, he would trust the captain's judgment. For now, they needed to focus on reaching their destination, which was close. They couldn't waste energy. With Derek calling everyone to move forward, the protagonist was able to confirm that, at least for now, he would be fine. As they walked alongside him, Addie noticed that the hostility toward him hadn't completely disappeared. They were almost at the deepest part of the dungeon, and until then, no one had noticed Addie. Noticing his master's doubt, the AI explained that the humans in this world couldn't perceive him unless he decided to reveal himself. The protagonist asked why he could see him then. Addie explained that being an intruder and his master, he was an exception. Intruder. Considering that he had just been discovered, it probably wasn't an advantage. This meant that there might be other people like him who had fallen into this world. As the protagonist reflected, the group of knights reached a room where a strong, dark energy was rising. The creature emanating that energy was holding a golden sword with both hands. With horns protruding from its forehead, the demon displayed a malicious smile as it wielded the holy sword. Sitting on a throne, it exuded demonic energy with the arrogance of a corrupted knight. Korean's attention immediately shifted to the sword, realizing that the Duke's information had been correct. Remembering the details from the report, he recognized that the knight was Sir Samir Dran, the same one who had betrayed the Duke's family more than 50 years ago. Upon seeing the unexpected guests, the knight stood up eagerly. "How disappointing! You are not the knights of the Delfione family. Then surrender to me." Derek, without hesitation, pointed his sword at the demon knight. "Why did you betray the Duke's family and steal the holy sword? Did you abandon your chivalry for that?" Hearing the accusations of betrayal, the knight furiously unleashed his dark energy. "For fools who don't even realize their own foundations are rotting, there's no worth in responding." Reaching out his hand, Samir Dran released a powerful putrid energy, raising skeletal zombies from the ground. Derek tried to maintain control of the situation and prevent panic, commanding the squads to contain the smaller monsters. Pointing his sword directly at Samir, Derek summoned the first squad. "Come with me, we'll deal with this traitor." With fury and courage, Derek charged forward with his men into a battle where everything was at stake. The battle between the knights and the skeletons was intense. On the other side, the protagonist watched the battle with Adi by his side. He was surprised to see that the knight hadn't fallen yet and instead seemed even more energetic than before. The wound the knight had suffered on his arm was regenerating as he mockingly laughed. "Is that all you've got?" Derek gritted his teeth as he wiped away the sweat. The enemy's vitality was so great that the battle seemed endless. The knights warned Derek that the skeletons were also regenerating. At this rate, their strength would run out, and the skeletons would overpower them. Without doing anything, Carrion supported the knights. "Hold firm, knights, don't retreat." The protagonist asked Adi for his opinion. The artificial intelligence believed an external force was at work. You should be able to see this too, Master. Try using those eyes. Hearing Adi's words, the protagonist understood what he was talking about. He immediately focused his eyes on the demon knight. His eyes briefly shone, and a statistics window appeared for him to view. The knight, Samir Dran, had special traits. Currently connected to the dungeon core, he gained immortality and infinite mana. The protagonist tried to find this connection to the core that the knight had. He searched for the core until he found something. He found a red crystal in a chamber at the end of the hall. Adi, also spotting the stone, analyzed it as a blood magic stone, a first-class magical stone, typically used as a dungeon core or for storing mana in liches. Adi knew that this dungeon was the workplace of a 500-year-old warlock. Considering the amount of mana in the area, without special measures, the group could be wiped out soon with their current strength. The protagonist asked if he could do something with the core. Adi revealed that the blood mana stone wasn't that hard. The problem would be Rudian reaching it. The fight between the knights and the skeletons was becoming increasingly insane. The intensity of the battle grew with every moment, along with the number of monsters created by the knight. Adi warned that, if he tried to reach the mana stone, the knight would notice him, and given his current physical abilities, there was less than a 10% chance of survival. Seeing another group of knights not fighting, scared, the protagonist had an idea. Clenching his hand confidently, Rudian asked if there was another chance, aside from this one. A knight approached Captain Derek, suggesting they should retreat because if the monsters targeted the young lord, they wouldn't be able to protect him. Derek gritted his teeth. He knew this was the right choice. But he also knew that Carrion wouldn't quietly accept a retreat order. Carrion himself was trying to boost the team's morale so they would fight for him. With a somewhat desperate look, Derek thought there must be something they could do. That's when the protagonist sprang into action. "Sir Derek, look at that gem stuck in the wall. Doesn't it look incredibly suspicious?" Derek looked at the spot the protagonist was pointing to. He immediately recognized the blood magic stone, blaming himself for not noticing its presence earlier. Derek immediately summoned two knights, Arnold and Chris, asking them to help him destroy the core. Pressed by the skeletons, the two couldn't manage. "Captain, if the number of skeletons was the same as before, but now their numbers have increased and their strength is too great to ignore." Derek gritted his teeth, as they still needed to complete the mission. If the number of enemies continued to grow, even if they tried to retreat, failing to defeat them would mean the end for the group. Adi asked the protagonist, who was searching through a bag, why he had mentioned the bloodstone. The protagonist explained that now that the enemies knew they were targeting the dungeon core, their attention would be focused on only one place. Adi didn't want his master to take such a big risk, but the protagonist knew that out of everyone, he had the highest chances of success because even if he couldn't use mana, at least he had some tools with him, like the large hammer he found in his bag. With Adi, the protagonist sneaked behind some columns with the hammer. If he was caught, he knew it would be the end for him. Meanwhile, Derek tried to summon Arnold and Chris to carry out the mission. However, the knight Samir Dran wouldn't let them try to do whatever they wanted. Wielding the sacred sword, he attacked the knights with a large beam of light. Seeing that attack, the protagonist was terrified. The energy blast crossed the hall completely, destroying the floor as it headed toward Arnold and Chris, exploding against a wall. Even the young lord was impressed. That was an aura wave, an attack that only sword masters could perform. Facing such an attack, he wanted to give up. "Let's run! Everyone retreat, retreat!" However, the guards protecting the young lord showed that the entrance had already been blocked. Several skeletons blocked their escape route. Derek tried to motivate all the knights. "If you want to live, get up, all of you. That guy probably can't use that technique twice." Despite Derek's words, when he looked back, he realized that most of his squad had already been eliminated. He wondered if this would be the end. With the heart of a lion, Derek Winhausen refused to perish this way. Even if he lost his life, he had the duty to get his young master out of there. When he was about to confront the demon knight, Derek realized that Samir was looking the other way. He also looked in the direction the knight was looking, wondering what had made him turn his head. Sweating coldly, speechless, the protagonist was discovered while trying to sneak up to destroy the mana stone. Realizing he had been found out, the protagonist wondered what difference it made to have gone so far. Samir Dran became furious when he saw the boy sneaking around. In an instant, he charged toward the protagonist, raising the sacred sword wrapped in dark energy. The protagonist tried to flee, running with his hammer, but by a miracle, he was saved by the knight Derek. Derek was helping the protagonist for one reason. "Go, Rudian, smash that core. If you do that, I'll forgive you for making a fool of me earlier." The protagonist advanced with all the courage he had, running toward the blood magic stone. Raising the hammer, he quickly approached. He wanted one strike, to hit the stone at least once and destroy it. However, when he got close to the core, he felt a powerful, malevolent energy stop him, along with a sinister voice. "How dare you? Who is the insect that dares to touch my heart? I, the great Lord of Darkness, Castley Rickman, for the sin of greed in my heart, will atone with your life." The blood magic stone turned out not to be just a dungeon core. Castley Rickman, the Lich Lord who had appeared in the earlier part of the story, a mage of extinction level, capable of defeating even a red dragon with a single spell. She was a nation destroyer. Now the voice within the bloodstone began gathering dark energy. "I'll make sure you don't feel pain in your departure." The protagonist realized that Castley was about to cast a spell that would end his life. Reacting quickly, he charged forward, throwing the hammer at the magic stone. The protagonist couldn't advance in time, giving Castley Rickman space to cast her spell. Rudian closed his eyes in fear, but soon realized that nothing had happened. Similarly, the Archmage inside the Mana Stone was confused. They stared at each other, embarrassed. Desperately laughing, Castley asked why her absolute magic hadn't worked, but it wasn't Rudian who knew the answer. It was then that Castley had a suspicion, that the young man in front of her belonged to a divine race. Confused, the protagonist looked at his own hand, confirming that he was still alive. Immediately, Castley tried to cast a new ability. However, once again, it didn't work. She began to think that he was being protected by a god-level protective spell, or that he truly belonged to a divine race. Thinking for a moment, the protagonist asked his AI if he had done something. Adi showed a smile with a thumbs up. "This creature dared to cast a curse of such a low level on you, so I blocked it. Even with my functions limited, I can at least do this." The protagonist was incredulous, unable to believe that a 9th level instant spell was considered low level. Seeing how Adi had nullified Castley Rickman's ultimate technique, the protagonist wondered how powerful this being would become once it regained full functionality. Furious, Castley began to release a large amount of energy. "You, stay exactly where you are. I will open a dimensional gate and come after you right now." The protagonist remembered that Castley herself had said that the blood magic stone was her heart, and the heart was the only weakness of an immortal lich. The protagonist smiled maliciously, responding to the lich. "Why should I? I wonder if Miss Castley knows how a master-servant relationship works." The protagonist turned to Adi. "You said the magic stone is quite weak, right?" Before the protagonist could destroy the crystal, Castley desperately tried to make a deal with him, offering anything he wanted if he spared her life. The protagonist thought for a moment. "What do I want? Your life." Castley panicked, begging him to ask for something else, treasures or magical knowledge she had accumulated over centuries. Gripping the handle of the hammer, the protagonist stated that he didn't need those things. Desperate, Castley tried to call Samir to save her from this bastard trying to attack her. However, the protagonist was ready to destroy her before Samir had the chance to attack him. Finally, the protagonist moved his hammer. "Castley Rickman, become the light!" Seeing the crystal being struck, Castley became desperate. Along with her ambitions and desires, the blood magic stone was destroyed by the massive impact of the hammer. The guards were relieved to see Rudian manage to destroy the crystal. At the same time, Samir began to lose control, shouting desperately. Before Derek, the demon knight started to fall. Meanwhile, the energy trapped inside the broken blood mana stone, instead of dissipating, began to gather around the protagonist. A notification appeared for the protagonist. "You have acquired the essence of the high-grade blood mana stone. Your physical abilities have greatly increased. You gained 20 mana points." The protagonist was stunned to receive mana points, points that had been at 0 until now. His combat power exceeded 400 points, making him feel the power flowing through his veins. The reason he had endured all the misunderstandings finally became clear. Although happy, the protagonist wondered if 20 mana points were too few for a mana stone that was worth 500 points. Looking at the protagonist's body, Adi confirmed that the absorption was very slow. He revealed to the protagonist that he had filtered the mana from the negative dimension of the blood mana stone before he absorbed it, and the absorption rate was only 8%. The protagonist asked why Adi needed to filter this energy. Then the AI revealed that this energy wasn't mana itself, but demonic energy. If he had absorbed the energy naturally, he would have gained a large amount of mana, but it wasn't worth becoming a demon just to grow stronger. The protagonist realized that he had been saved. He almost messed up. Just like the mana stone, his head could have cracked. At that moment, Derek and the other soldiers walked toward Rudian, their swords in hand. The protagonist realized that absorbing that energy might seem strange, but the knights didn't attack him. Instead, Derek placed his hand on his shoulder. Derek and the others surrounded him to thank him. "You saved me, Rudian. Good job." Thanks to Addie's filtering, the knights didn't even notice that he had absorbed that energy. Sometime later, they returned to the castle, where the Lord was laughing heartily, praising his son, Karain. "My son, this father knew you would succeed. Now no vassal will doubt your abilities. You are the future of this Iskar family." Karain shone as he heard his father's praise. "This is only natural with my skills." The Lord was quite excited. "When you inherit my position, our family will surely have a solid foundation." Seeing this scene, the protagonist couldn't believe he was witnessing the rapid decline of such an ancient count family. The Lord confirmed that the spoils of the mission had also been great. The line of wagons seemed endless, making it a great contribution to the family's wealth. Caressing his son's cheeks, Lord Ricard said that in a week, the Duke's family would send someone to recover the sacred sword. Even if the Duke himself didn't travel, they would send someone who couldn't be ignored. Therefore, Ricard asked his son to make a strong impression on whoever visited the family. Ricard was excited because, with the success of this expedition, his son's name would spread throughout the empire. Not only them, but even the Duke Delfione's family was involved, so only good things would come. The protagonist knew that if they found out that Castley Rickman was the master of the dungeon, Karain would become a renowned knight. However, it wouldn't be good to reveal that. The current situation was already tough enough, and dealing with the consequences afterward would be even more complicated if a great honor were involved. The protagonist remembered that he still needed to continue being Karain's assistant for now. Therefore, keeping the situation as it was good enough. Lord Ricard was confident that now he could send his son to the social circles without any problem. Finally, he noticed Rudian's presence, who, upon hearing his name, knelt down. Ricard revealed that Derek and the knights had praised him greatly. Immediately, the protagonist responded that he had merely stated that it was expected of the young lord's assistant, but Ricard wouldn't accept just that. "No! The act of attacking while the demon knight wasn't looking. Many people would have been trembling, unable to move. This shows that you are qualified to continue being Karain's assistant. I count on you to keep taking care of this." Although he had achieved what he wanted, the protagonist's expression was one of despair, as he wondered when he could escape this nightmare. However, his expression turned to happiness when he received a bag of jewels. Long life to Karain! He had received a bonus equivalent to 10 years' salary, plus 10 days off. Forget escaping. The protagonist never wanted to leave this job again. Adi couldn't help but comment that Rudian seemed happy. Storing his money, the protagonist affirmed that it was good to be rich. Adi thought that what he could provide would be more useful, but for Rudian, what Adi provided couldn't be used at the moment. The protagonist remembered that Adi had said everything he had obtained had magical power infused. If they tried to cash such money, the magical tower would surely be after them the next day. Adi agreed with the protagonist, lamenting that they couldn't recover everything immediately. Despite the regret, the protagonist had already obtained everything truly valuable, so it was okay. The most important thing for a mage was their spellbook and their research results, which contained the work of their lives. The protagonist had obtained a grimoire from the Richmond School, a school that had once been one of the 3 best on the continent. Selling just a few books could give him enough money to buy several castles. The protagonist believed they needed funds at the moment, so even though they couldn't use the books, they would definitely be helpful later. The only problem the protagonist saw now was figuring out how the knight who had stolen daylight became one of Castley's knights. This part wasn't in the original story, so it was hard to figure out. Daylight was supposed to be delivered by the protagonist's companion, the holy sword Saint Croix, when he returned from a visit to his family's home. However, the details of how Croix obtained daylight were never explained. Since the story was happening during the Celestial Demon War arc, the author probably only thought of a few details and cut the rest. Recalling Simir's words, the protagonist didn't think he was just a greedy guy who managed to steal the sword. It was highly likely that this knight had a close relationship with the demonic race. The protagonist realized that his first enemies would be demons, and they would likely be his greatest obstacles in recovering the terminals. Hearing about his terminals, Adi strengthened his tentacles. "Then naturally we will defeat them!" The protagonist confirmed that this was what they would do because, by removing Castley from the path, the demons would start to move. Castley was probably disguised as a court mage in the neighboring kingdom of Rohans. With someone like her suddenly disappearing, the demons in Rohans would begin to act. Therefore, considering future events, the protagonist wanted to lay his hands on the demonic sword. Adi was confused as he thought a holy sword would be better for dealing with demons. The protagonist explained that holy swords were hard to obtain, and with their inherent holiness, they were perfect for attracting the demon's attention. Even with daylight, Rudian wouldn't be able to accomplish the mission alone, even if he tried 10 times. Moreover, coincidentally, one of the best demonic swords was in Iskar. With Adi surprised, the protagonist explained that if they could obtain such a sword, future missions would be much easier. He wanted to obtain such a sword, the demonic sword Diablo. The sun illuminated the large village of Baran. With around 500 inhabitants, it was quite significant in the territory of Iskar. In this village, its chief, Marco, was pleading for Rudian's help. Being disturbed by someone as soon as he arrived at his resting place inflamed the protagonist's fury. The protagonist wanted to rest in his hometown before attempting to obtain the Diablo. When Marco ran toward him the previous night, he thought something serious had happened. Especially after seeing the village chief begging so fervently, Marco was worried about the numerous letters sent by the tax collector, who would visit the following week. He had not collected enough and had a stack of papers to organize. Marco cried as he begged for help from the protagonist. He would have to pay fines and face various penalties if he didn't finish his work. With Rudian's help, he was sure everything would be solved quickly. The protagonist sighed, reminding the old man that he had already warned him to learn how to do his job or hire a scribe to take care of the work. However, Marco kept making excuses not to follow the solutions suggested by the protagonist, which enraged him. Sighing, the protagonist decided to help the village chief, but only this time. Marco's expression changed dramatically as he thanked the treasure of the village profusely. The protagonist had come to the village to rest, but his mental state would only worsen by needing to work even more. While leaving Rudian working, the tribe chief went out to get some meat for dinner. Though it was tiring, the protagonist helped without complaining. When he arrived in this world with nothing, he found the village chief, who helped him survive. Even though he was working when he should have been resting, the protagonist didn't feel tired. It was said that knights with extreme physical strength and a good mana reserve never got tired, even after fighting for a week. This was the effect of mana. Later, the protagonist finished all the paperwork, becoming Marco's illuminated savior. The protagonist was proud. He had done this work for 2 years, and thanks to that, he could now do it with his eyes closed. Changing the subject, Marco asked Rudian to visit Rebecca the following day, when the sun would rise. Upon hearing the woman's name, the protagonist became frightened, asking why he should visit her. Marco was confused by Rudian's shock. Rebecca had been taking care of his house in his absence, so it would be polite to thank her. Shaking with fear of the woman, the protagonist revealed to Marco that he had not asked her to do anything for him. Marco remained confused, as Rebecca herself had said she needed to take care of Rudian's house until he returned. The village chief shook his head in denial as he remembered that because of her, 3 people in the village had caught the disease of love. Yet, she continued to take care of an empty house waiting for its owner. Desperate, the protagonist began to shout, quickly hiding himself. It was then that he heard the door to Marco's house open. A woman with a dark aura immediately spotted the protagonist. Unlike her aura, her gaze revealed immense happiness upon seeing him. "Rudian, you're on vacation, aren't you?" The young woman, dressed in a villager's outfit and with orange hair, became even more charming with her smile. However, the protagonist only thought of escaping from this girl. The village chief tried to help him, reminding Rebecca that he had told her Rudian was tired. But with a mischievous look, she refused to leave until the next day. The protagonist wore a fearful expression as he saw the woman approaching, but there was nothing the chief could do. As Rebecca drew closer to Rudian, she pouted. "You don't need to make that face when we've been apart for so long." Rebecca. Her full name was Rebecca von Bloodrain. She was more suited to large cities than a small village. Her beauty was too much for such a small place. Moreover, she frequently received various confessions. There were rumors that even nobles had their eyes on her. If it weren't for the protection of the village chief, something might have already happened to her. Normally, a man who rejected such beauty would be called a fool, but the protagonist refused to interact with this woman. The real reason he had left the village and become an employee of Karain was precisely to avoid her. A devourer of dark beings who absorbed their energy, that was the witch Rebecca. She was one of the heroines in the universe of 7 colors and the main character in the protagonist's group. She was an obsessive heroine who would attack him from behind while professing her love. This was the true form of the girl who seemed so sweet. With an obvious atmosphere in her castle, Rebecca was a hunter who had inherited the dark lineage from part of her parents. A few years ago, she had almost been kidnapped by those who wanted to obtain her lineage. It was then that Rudian discovered this, and with the help of the village chief, managed to rescue her with a group of vigilantes. Since then, Rebecca had shown deep affection for Rudian and revealed her full name to him. It was at this moment that he, filled with fear, fled to the county of Iskar after receiving a job offer. Those emerald eyes and orange hair were said to turn completely crimson when fully awakened. Remembering this fact, the protagonist ended up staring at Rebecca for a moment, leading to the misunderstanding that he had fallen in love with her. At first, the name Rebecca was so common that Rudian didn't realize who she was, but after discovering the truth, it was already too late. He was so close to her that he couldn't distance himself, and as a result, the situation became awkward. After their brief reunion, Rebecca ran off to grab a salad and some meat for lunch, asking Rudian to wait, even against his will. Despite all the fear, Rudian didn't feel any malice from Rebecca. Unlike in the original story, she might be a walking danger, capable of changing her personality at any moment, but the real reason he couldn't push her away was that both Rudian, the orphan, and his true self, who had always lived a solitary life, found it hard to reject the affection of others. The protagonist didn't have a strong attachment to the village of Baran. Before becoming employed by the Count's household, he had been openly looked down upon for being an orphan. The only people who had truly opened their hearts to him were the village chief and Rebecca. If it weren't for Rebecca's awakening event, the protagonist wouldn't hesitate to accept her for himself. That night, in tents set up in the mountains, a short man in armor approached his captain. The man, wearing armor with a face on the shoulder pad, asked what his subordinate Colin wanted. Colin revealed that he was wondering if they hadn't gone too far. In truth, he didn't even know what they were doing. The captain, however, simply reminded him that they needed to follow orders. But to Colin, the orders were too vague. They were supposed to infiltrate the territory of Iskar, pretending to be bandits, and find a great master, a 9th-class mage, or someone with a contract with a spirit king. Colin didn't believe such a person even existed, and even if they did, he didn't think they could handle them. He couldn't remember ever receiving such ridiculous orders in his life. To Colin, it was a miracle they hadn't been caught by the Lionhearts up until now. Silent, the captain listened to Colin's complaints. He knew those orders were absurd, even if they had come from their superiors. Just 3 days earlier, the military commander himself had given such an order, to explore the territory of Iskar and find either a great mage, a 9th-class mage, or someone with a contract with a spirit king. The captain wondered why the hell they had to search specifically in Iskar, of all places. Shortly before that, he had also received information that a young lord from the Iskar family had recovered the sacred sword of Duke Delphione, and less than a day later the search order was issued. Something was definitely wrong, and the captain suspected that these two events were connected. 3 days later, Rebecca continued to surround Rudian in the village. However, the protagonist didn't find her behavior strange. What bothered him was the atmosphere of the village, which felt far too dark. Noticing Rudian's worried gaze, Rebecca revealed that, apparently, bandits had appeared to the southeast of the village recently. The protagonist was surprised and quite thoughtful. The village wasn't far from the Iskar capital. If it were a poor territory or a remote area outside the central power, this could happen. But bandits appearing in such an important coastal area? It was strange. Another suspicious thing was that normally such bandits would be eliminated by the local patrols, but in this case, they hadn't even moved. Rebecca told the protagonist that although nothing had been confirmed yet, adventurers who had been traveling along the coast were stopped in the village since the previous night and were given warnings before they left. The protagonist thought this was strange, as the village chief Marco hadn't mentioned anything to him. Rebecca suggested that the chief was probably just being more cautious. Taking the soup handed to him by Rebecca, the protagonist reflected on the situation. It was too much of a coincidence that these bandits had appeared now. In the 3 years he had been in this world, he had never seen bandits operating in these borders. So there was only one explanation. They had come from somewhere else. 2 days later, near the Iskar territory, the protagonist found a ruin with the help of his artificial intelligence. The place seemed to be the right one. As described in the original story, it was easy to locate. Compared to the flame fragments scattered around the world, or the places that could only be accessed during eclipses, this was much simpler to find. Abby thought the location was well hidden, but still easy to find. He wondered why no one had discovered it in all these years. The protagonist, however, knew exactly why. Anyone who tried to find the Diablo sword met the same fate, and that fate was definitely not a happy ending. The dark sword Diablo, a relic from the ancient era, active during the early stages of civilization and in the War of the Second Era, so distant in human history that there are almost no records about it. This sword was the place where a dark king was sealed. In terms of classification, it could be compared to the sacred sword Grandia, without falling short in any way. Originally, it was a weapon that could only be obtained after going through an extremely difficult trial. However, currently, the sword was lost in a cave, with no guardians or monsters. The reason it was there without a master was simple. The moment someone tried to touch it, that person would be cursed and erased from existence without leaving a trace. Now that it had been resurrected, even before the main story had begun, if Rudian managed to control such power, he would have enough strength to completely alter the course of the game. To obtain this sword, however, the protagonist relied on Abi's protective ability. He wondered how that entity would react to the hidden power of the sword. Abi, serving as a lantern, showed no concern at all. According to the master, that sword belonged to one of the kings who participated in the Great War, right? I wasn't directly involved in the war, but I know the general level of those who fought back then. He gave a thumbs up while donning armor, confidently. I can't say for sure until I see the sword up close, but considering the weakened state of the seal, I believe I can protect you, master. The protagonist, still skeptical, reflected on the time when the sword had been forged. The war had taken place at least 10,000 years ago, and Abi claimed to have been sealed about 3,000 years ago. The protagonist suspected that Abi might have been trapped there since an even older civilization, perhaps since the origin of the sword itself. As he delved into these thoughts, Abi announced that they had arrived. At the end of the tunnel they were in, a sword embedded in a stone radiated intense dark energy. The protagonist approached, confirming that this was the Diablo sword. On the surface, it appeared to be just an ordinary sword, without any decoration. In fact, it was this simplicity that had made the protagonist choose it as an option. With all his courage, he grabbed the hilt of the sword and pulled it from its prison. However, the moment he withdrew it, he had a vision. He found himself in a gray world with a crack in the ceiling. He was completely naked, holding the sword. From the crack, a dark liquid began to slowly trickle down. The protagonist ignored the ceiling and started searching for his clothes. More importantly, he realized he couldn't move. His mind was in complete chaos. Suddenly, Abi appeared, blushing at seeing him in that state, and asked if he was okay. The protagonist asked the AI what she could see, and how long he had been unconscious. Abi revealed that she had to purge the mental corruption that was attempting to dominate Rudian's mind. About 5 minutes had passed. The protagonist was surprised. He never imagined that the curse of the sword was simply a mental corruption. It was a curse capable of turning the bearer into a dark being, and that's exactly what he discovered. Whoever became the master of the sword would inherit part of the power of the king to whom it belonged, and their mind would begin to transform until they became the reincarnation of Diablo. The problem was that, although the power was incredible, humans were not capable of handling it. Their bodies would simply collapse. Still, the protagonist held the sword with enthusiasm. Thanks to Abi, he had managed to resist the curse and obtain it. Immersed in happiness, the protagonist even kissed the blade. Although he couldn't unlock all of its power due to the curse, even Diablo himself hadn't been able to overcome the abilities of an ordinary magic sword. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a sigh. Rudian immediately looked around, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from. Then, a voice echoed from the sword. Is this really the first human to find me after thousands of years? In the end, he'll also perish for not being able to handle the curse? Another failure? Damn. The protagonist was deeply frightened. From the sword, 2 arms emerged, stretching. I'm so bored being stuck here. Damn, Archangel Uriel, if I could get out of here? No. If only there was a being capable of handling the curse of the sword, I'd use all my strength to help them, without hesitation. The sword overflowed with dark energy as it continued its lament. But something like that is impossible, right? How could a mere human endure a curse that not even a dragon lord managed to overcome? The time of the promise is also approaching. Consumed by boredom, the spirit of the sword practically melted, going back to sleep. However, the arms suddenly rose. Human, hold on, don't be defeated by this curse, you can do it. With the sword shouting so much, the protagonist stared at it with an impatient look. Hey, shut up, you're so loud. Upon hearing the human's voice, the sword was completely stunned. It was surprised that he was still alive. Until then, no one had lasted more than 30 seconds holding it. Thinking about this, it wondered if the seal was perhaps distorted. Curious, it asked the protagonist if he was really okay. With Rudian's confirmation, the sword was incredulous. This curse was created by sacred beings using complex rituals. Not even higher entities would survive it. Returning to the main topic, the sword wanted to know if he had truly overcome the transformation. If it were true, the kind of energy emanating from him would be completely different. The mind behind the sword struggled to understand the situation. In any case, it realized that the young man hadn't been affected by the curse at all. The sword became extremely excited upon discovering how valuable the boy was. Immediately, it proposed that they form a contract. Not a cursed contract, but a true blood pact. Diablo wanted to grant his power at no cost to spread evil throughout the world. This was an unprecedented proposal, never before made by him since his creation. The protagonist sighed in mockery. Now that he had overwhelming stats, that sword could probably do anything. However, Rudian knew something was wrong with this story. Even if you're offering power at no cost, shouldn't you be mentioning that when the mythic era comes, you could escape the sword freely? Diablo was incredulous upon realizing the boy knew that. Seeing he was right, the protagonist smiled. The contract you're proposing comes from the seal of King Diablo. Once the seal is broken, the contract would be annulled, right? Later, in the original work, Diablo, who played the role of an external magic energy source for the main group until the Mythic War, showed himself willing to lend his strength faithfully to the Swarmaster crocodiles with no conditions. However, as soon as the seal was released, Diablo mercilessly eliminated Crocs. Diablo was stunned. He wanted to know who this boy was, but the protagonist wouldn't give him that information. On the contrary, he proposed a bet, obviously one he was certain to win. With doubt in his tone, Diablo stared at him, and the protagonist revealed the terms of the bet. Use all your strength to try to dominate me. If you succeed, I will become your servant. However, if you fail for the next 100 years, you will give me your strength and wisdom. Even if the mythic era comes and you have the chance to escape the sword, you will not do so. Upon hearing the proposal, Diablo began to laugh as if it were the best joke he'd heard in millennia. Releasing his dark energy, he dismissed the protagonist. You don't know your place, do you? A mere human? Even though you were lucky enough to avoid the curse, you're being absurdly arrogant. How presumptuous. I really wish I could transform you to end this thought. Realizing that Diablo was trying to avoid the bet, the protagonist taunted him, reminding him that he had been imprisoned for 10,000 years and asked what a mere 100 years would be in comparison. The protagonist had hit the mark. Without a time limit, Diablo would naturally be freed in about 10 years. There was no reason to accept the bet. However, with a deadline in place, Diablo would be 100% tempted to accept it, even if he tried to hide that fact. Releasing his powerful energy, Diablo finally accepted. Very well, it's decided. Let's see if you can free yourself from my domination. Although it was safe to use the sword's power while the seal was active, the protagonist wanted to dominate it completely from the start. This way, the risks would be minimized before the arrival of the Second Great War. The dark energy enveloped the protagonist, causing him to lose consciousness once more. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a different place. Sitting on the sand, he realized he was on a completely gray beach. Being there, the protagonist wondered if Abby had failed. However, he quickly pushed that thought aside. He knew that if his mind had been corrupted, he wouldn't even be able to think clearly. But at the same time, if he had been completely successful, he wouldn't be experiencing that kind of vision. It was then that Rudian noticed something emerging. Rising from the sea, a being with horns radiated a dark aura. The true form of Diablo was described as a gigantic being capable of covering mountains. However, the creature that appeared was much smaller than Rudian had expected. And with horns, wings, and a body that looked more like stone, the evil being approached the protagonist in a frightening manner. Really interesting. Could it be that a human truly received the blessing of the hidden divine? Hearing who Diablo was referring to, the protagonist wondered if he was talking about Adi. Adi had definitely claimed to be an artificial intelligence created by a civilization, but considering its power, it wouldn't be strange if there were misunderstandings about its existence. Diablo began to laugh, seeing that, even with such a blessing, he hadn't been able to fully protect the boy. The protagonist became extremely worried. The fact that this scene was unfolding meant it wasn't a success or a failure, but rather an ambiguous situation. Diablo wanted to know what Rudian intended to do. All his powers were sealed, and in turn, Rudian had lost his protection. Hearing the phrase in a threatening tone, the protagonist took a battle stance, challenging the monster to act. Rudian wouldn't be able to predict what would happen next, so it would be better to throw a dice in a gamble. Diablo was impressed by his courage. The protagonist remained in position, questioning whether the monster wasn't going to fight. However, Diablo let the opportunity pass, surprising the protagonist. The being began to laugh. Ha 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 ha, to think you'd falter with just one word, and yet you proposed a duel against me. Truly fitting for someone so arrogant. Observing the protagonist's body, Diablo sensed a sense of destiny emanating from him, which made things rather interesting. The protagonist was surprised and asked what he planned to do. The dark being smiled, eager to cooperate with the young man. The protagonist was taken aback by Diablo's intentions. He had a feeling that following Rudian would be quite fun. As a giant eye appeared in the sky, Diablo's voice wavered. Why dominate you now? There's no need to make an enemy of that being as well. The protagonist looked up, alarmed, wondering if he had been caught off guard by Diablo while his guard was down. However, that eye didn't belong to a creation of Diablo, but to Adi. Sorry, Master. The power of possession was greater than expected, so I ended up being delayed. I'll release the limiting laws right away." When he returned to the real world, the protagonist was surprised. In his hand, Diablo and the sword smiled. "For the next 100 years, take good care of me." Despite his unease, the protagonist accepted the positive change. At least he had secured preparation against the disaster that would come. Returning home, the protagonist began to train with the sword. At the window, Rebecca watched, blushing as his body sweat. She couldn't help but hide her nosebleed. "What's this? You're still training? Didn't you say you weren't going to be a swordsman anymore?" The protagonist smiled, revealing that he had found a new hope. With Adi, Mana, and the sword, he could create a new path rather than living as a secondary character. This was a world where wars broke out unexpectedly, or alien invasions happened without warning. That's why statistics were just as important as equipment. Looking at his own body, the protagonist wondered if he should return to night training. With 20 points in his mana stat, he had an amount equivalent to that of average knights. However, having mana and knowing how to use it were different things. If someone found out that Rudian had suddenly started using mana, it would be problematic. He didn't want that to happen. Still, he thought that even if he trained alone for years, he still wouldn't master swordsmanship. He wondered if there was another way. That's when Rebecca reminded the protagonist about the previous day's topic, revealing that she had discussed some countermeasures with the village chief. While the protagonist tried to clarify what she had spoken about with the village chief, Rebecca surprised him by running her finger through his sweat, immersed in her own thoughts. It was then that Adi appeared next to Rebecca at the window, telling the protagonist that nothing abnormal had happened up until that point. Grabbing Rebecca's fist to pull her away from his body, the protagonist stated that requesting help from the state was a separate matter. For now, they should prepare. He still thought, however, that the best thing would be if nothing happened. Despite that, if danger arose, he was ready to take care of himself. That's when the protagonist thought of something. This could actually be Rebecca's awakening event. Since he had prevented her from being taken, a new story could have been written. The butterfly effect might be at play, making her awaken in another way. Seeing Rudian's worried expression, Rebecca asked if something was wrong. She couldn't help but laugh sweetly, seeing him staring at her. "Is there something wrong with my face?" The protagonist didn't fall for that cute smile, remembering the actions she took in the original work. That night, rain fell over the forest. A hooded duo rode their horse along the dirt road. The man, further behind, asked the girl, Luciella, to slow down because of the rain. However, the girl with blue hair reminded her uncle that the sacred sword Daylight had been missing for 50 years and had now been found. She didn't believe he wasn't excited about it. However, Luciella's uncle reminded her that they weren't so weak as to rely on just a symbolic relic. Despite that, the girl was curious. Even though Daylight wasn't a sacred sword of the Order, it was one of the most renowned divine artifacts in the Empire. Luciella's uncle knew this was true, but even if it took longer to recover it, he expected that they had assembled a large enough team to show respect to those who found it. Luciella didn't believe her uncle's words, as his mere presence was enough for the Iskar family. The man couldn't help but smile, remembering that if she hadn't trapped him in a scheme, he wouldn't be suffering on this trip. And so, the two of them continued on to Iskar territory. At the same time, amidst the rain in Baran village, everyone was moving quickly under the village chief's orders, preparing swords and traps. Even in the rain, Marco was diligently issuing orders, instructing others to search for Rudian for more details if they didn't know what to do. The protagonist was being treated as an incredible veteran who knew everything, having served the young lord of Iskar. However, the villagers' gazes were dark at the suggestion that they should listen to the orders of an orphan. Seeing the hostility in the villagers' eyes and the silent expression on Rudian's face, Adi asked if his master was okay. The protagonist responded coldly, "Not exactly, but this isn't the first time I've heard this, so I don't care." Despite Rudian's words, Adi noticed that his expression said otherwise. Rudian gritted his teeth in fury, causing Diablo to love that beautiful expression of negative emotion. The protagonist was drawn to Diablo's words as he continued his comment. "But for someone who should be my contractor, being ridiculed by scum like this is exactly pleasant. With just a bit of energy, I could turn them into monsters. How about we try it?" Before the sword could release its energy, the protagonist pressed its hilt to make it stop. Diablo clicked his tongue, upset at missing the opportunity to see such a spectacle. The protagonist gritted his teeth, commenting that the sword seemed desperate to use its power. The truth was that Diablo was bored. At that moment, Marco, accompanied by another person, called for Rudian, informing him that the person he was waiting for had arrived. The protagonist had requested a member of the Information Guild through the village chief. The hooded figure approached the protagonist, greeting him. They both went inside the house, where the guild member revealed that the Kanchan Hill had been attacked, surprising the protagonist. The informant confirmed the news, stating that by now, the news should have already reached the Iskar County. The Kanchan Hill was a military stronghold, so in the worst-case scenario, this wasn't a natural occurrence committed by bandits from within the Empire. They must have had another true identity. The informant confirmed the protagonist's thoughts, revealing that the bandits were soldiers from the Rohan's Empire, disguised and infiltrated among them. Currently, they were hiding in the mountains. Once the pursuing garrison retreated, they would continue their activities, invading the surrounding territories. The informant revealed that 3 territories had already been attacked. A large-scale subjugation force would soon be formed, and then the matter would be resolved. However, the protagonist knew that the real problem wasn't the bandits. If it were just a cavalry unit, he could handle the issue with his current strength. The real problem was if there were dark beings or their minions among the bandits. In that case, it would be a much harder battle than Rudian could expect. At that moment, Adi approached the protagonist, warning him that they were getting closer. Sighing, the protagonist stood up. When he left the wooden house, the protagonist called Diablo, asking for a bit of help. Maliciously laughing, the sword had no reason to refuse. It would be good entertainment to assess the level of the descendants of this era. As the protagonist prepared, Diablo still warned him, "Even if I lend you my power without a price, your current body is still too weak to handle my strength." The protagonist already knew that. He didn't need to be warned. Diablo continued laughing. "Heh heh heh. If you transformed as I suggested, it would be so simple." The protagonist got irritated, as he had already refused, knowing this as well. If he were transformed, he would end up being hunted either by the protagonist himself or some secret society, so that would be a problem. Just as the protagonist was preparing for battle, a girl's voice called out to him. Soaked by the rain, Rebecca approached him with a worried look. The protagonist noticed how anxious she seemed. He wondered if she was reacting to the crisis because of her bloodline heritage. The protagonist approached Rebecca, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, Rebecca. Wait here for an hour. I'll take care of this quickly and come back." In the rain, Marco confronted the several knights outside the village blockades. Holding a spear, he exercised his power as the village chief. "This is a direct jurisdiction of the Iskar territory. You've already been confirmed by the Information Guild, and you are not just mere bandits." Mounted on his horse, the leader of that group sneered mockingly, praising the Empire's Information Guild. "It seems we acted too openly and ended up being discovered, but it doesn't matter. Soon the bastards of Iskar will chase us with their army. We've been suffering for days because of that damn order, but soon we will get our compensation from you." Behind Marco, the protagonist was able to discern that the bandit was almost at the knight level, thanks to the skill gained through Adi. Bernard Calcio, leader of the 3rd unit of the Special Knight Squad of Rohans. His combat points were nearing 1,300. Through his knight occupation, the protagonist assumed he was the one who attacked the villages and the hill. Since a fight was now certain, staying there to battle would be throwing away his life. Advancing, the protagonist signaled the village chief, who immediately ordered everyone to retreat. Bernard's squad was surprised to see them retreating. Immediately, the squad leader advanced on his horse to stop them, complaining to his men, "Bastards! Why aren't you pursuing them?" Bernard Calcio advanced toward the village chief with a malicious look. Upon reaching Marco, he raised his sword, ready to strike with an inevitable attack. However, his sword was blocked by someone who appeared suddenly. Bernard Calcio was surprised to see a sword imbued with mana blocking his own. The protagonist gritted his teeth, seeing that Bernard had also imbued mana into his sword. The clash between the two swords ended, throwing the 2 manas away. Bernard Calcio grinned mockingly upon seeing Rudian. "For a kid, you have a nice sword. Looks like I'll get a good haul at the last minute. It's my lucky night, isn't it?" Immediately, the protagonist retreated. "Who said it's your lucky day?" Seeing the boy try to escape, one of the knights, Bernard Calcio, laughed, ready to chase him on his horse. However, a rain of arrows fell on the squad at the same moment Rudian retreated. Seeing the origin of the attack, Bernard gritted his teeth. On top of a watchtower, several archers had already prepared for the attack. Mocking the knight, the protagonist smiled. "You only notice this now?" Still, Bernard Calcio managed to invade the village. He passed through a few houses, discovering that the villagers had been evacuated. Seeing that no more arrows were being fired, Bernard Calcio commanded his men to advance and attack anyone they saw. "Be careful, corner them, and capture them one by one." Even though he was up against a militia, Bernard Calcio thought he was only facing civilians. No matter how many there were, he was certain they wouldn't be defeated. However, the further they advanced, the more the horses began to go wild. It was then that the knight at the front encountered a sword imbued with mana. Before he could retreat, Rudian's attack came down on him. Immediately, the protagonist was recognized. "That boy knows how to handle a sword. He's the one who blocked the captain's attack. Don't underestimate him. At that moment, Marco gave the order to fire the arrows again. The villagers, who were already on standby, waited for Rudian to retreat before shooting their arrows. More knights were hit, and seeing that their numbers were dwindling, the knights asked their captain what they should do. Bernard Calcio was furious. It seems they prepared a bit. We should wait for the support unit and pursue them immediately. Marco hid with the protagonist. He asked him if he would be okay. The protagonist said they needed to reduce the number of enemies. Even with the difference in abilities, if they used the terrain to their advantage, they would have a chance. The village chief didn't want to know about this, but he wondered how the boy would manage to face such soldiers. With a slight smile, the protagonist told him not to worry. The old Rudian might have had trouble facing one or two soldiers, but he, the current one, was completely different. Confidently, the protagonist assured him that he would return soon. He was about to prove that he had now set foot in this damned world. Inside one of the houses, Rebecca sighed heavily. She was in great internal conflict. She wanted to go help Rudian, but she knew that if she did, she might end up hindering him. The sight of the cultists around her tormented her. She tried to hold herself back. She needed to. However, when she remembered the dark energy surrounding Rudian as he wielded that sword, something stirred within Rebecca. Her eyes turned crimson, and salivating in hunger, she began to lose control. I want to eat. At the same time, remnants of mana flew in all directions. The protagonist's sword constantly blocked the knight's strikes. If Rudian were borrowing Diablo's power, he could handle this easily, but that was still a force he couldn't control. He knew that if he were reckless, used the power, and went mad, there was a great chance the entire village would be swallowed up. The knights were surprised to see Rudian using mana, but the protagonist immediately dealt with those attacking him. As the knights advanced, they managed to see a hole dug in the ground, stopping to avoid it while cursing. Damn! What do they think we are, falling for these monster traps? The villagers couldn't help but mock. Obviously, monster traps are great for dealing with monsters. Bernard Calcio was furious as he saw how the villagers had turned their village into a complete cursed zone. In the villages they had ambushed before, eliminating just a few villagers had made the rest kneel and beg. He couldn't understand why the hell the villagers here resisted so desperately. Marco was proud. This is the essence of Baran Village. Do you think you can swallow our village with such mediocre soldiers? Indeed, Baran Village had the highest rate of retired soldiers. Even the common villagers had learned basic spear techniques. Moreover, the village chief, Marco, was a former disciplinary leader of the army who had been expelled for causing trouble. In a one-on-one battle, he was as strong as members of a special unit. Bernard Calcio was furious, but Rudian silenced him. Hey, once I'm done with you, it'll be over. Bernard Calcio knew that the young man couldn't be underestimated, despite his age. That was a child who hadn't fully grown yet, but he could already block attacks imbued with mana. Bernard smiled as he looked at the protagonist. So, you're the heart of the village, huh? Hard to believe. So young and you've already awakened mana? As a sign of respect for you and your desperate villagers, I'll tell you something. The protagonist became curious until the man revealed that they planned to complete the strategy right in the village. By pushing forward, they would reach the state of Iskar. Bernard Calcio also revealed that he wasn't the real captain, just a squad leader. He wanted to know if the boy understood what that meant. The protagonist understood very well that Bernard Calcio wasn't the only one attacking the village. Laughing, Bernard confirmed the protagonist's suspicion. With this information, the protagonist became worried. They had managed to protect themselves thanks to most of the traps they had set. However, if another squad appeared, that place would definitely be devastated. The protagonist wondered if they would be able to hold out. Surely reinforcements from Iskar must be on their way, but the question was whether the militia could withstand until they arrived. The protagonist wondered if he should use Diablo's power, but discarded the idea since they weren't in the worst-case scenario yet. What he needed to do now was deal with the knights in front of him and think later. It was at that moment that a dark voice came from behind the knights. "What are you doing, Bernard?" Bernard desperately looked back as he heard his captain's voice, while the protagonist saw the problem knocking at his door. Riding a horse was a man as large as the animal, with sharp snake-like eyes. The protagonist used his ability to see the true nature of the man. His name was Alec Huma, and he was an impressive 145 years old. He was the commander of the Cooper Cavalry Unit of the Rohan's Kingdom. His combat power exceeded 3,600. The most important thing was Alec's trait. He was a mid-tier minion of a dark being, King Iblis, and was only half human. This man was, in fact, a servant of the darkness. Bernard Calcio stepped aside to let his captain, Alec, pass. What worried the protagonist was the appearance of this man with no other companions. Alec's base stats already crushed Rudian's. Additionally, There were numbers in parentheses next to his stats, probably because he was a minion. In terms of combat power, he should be on par with Derek. The protagonist was surprised to see someone so strong being only a mid-tier minion, not a high-tier one. This made him question whether he could defeat him or not. As a devoted reader of the original story, Rudian knew just how strong a being named like that was. However, imagining it through the text and seeing it in reality were completely different dimensions. Bernard Calcio apologized for being so incompetent that he had lost so many men. Bernard tried to apologize, but before he could say more, Alex struck him. With a single blow, Bernard lost what he had above his shoulders. He would no longer need to wear a helmet. The protagonist was terrified at seeing Alex attack. Immediately, he ordered the village chief to run. Upon hearing the protagonist's command, Marco turned and ordered everyone to scatter. Marco was worried about Rudian, but now he had to focus on the others. Due to his experience, Marco could tell that the man in front of Rudian was someone he couldn't deal with. He could only pray that Rudian would survive, as even Alex's knights were fleeing. Alec, Huma, and Rudian were left alone at the village entrance. The protagonist stared at the giant man waiting. It was then that Alec asked him, "Why are you interfering with us?" The protagonist was surprised by the question. Alec Huma was curious, asking if he hadn't been hired in advance, or if they had moved so fast that their orders hadn't reached properly. Alec's words suggested he was treating the protagonist as if he were on his side, which left Rudian very confused. Maliciously laughing, Alec concluded his reasoning. "You think I wouldn't notice that you're someone who serves the same being I do? I am Alec Huma, a minion of the great King Iblis. Tell me, what's your name and who do you serve?" The protagonist was taken aback. He couldn't believe this bastard had mistaken him for one of his companions. The protagonist looked at the sword in his hand. Observing the trace of dark energy, he realized this proved he had made a contract with Diablo. It seemed this had led Alec to mistake him for a minion. In his hand, the sword smiled, praising the protagonist's sharp instincts for understanding the situation. Seeing this had happened, the protagonist wondered if he could buy some time until the villagers escaped. The protagonist introduced himself as Rudian, which left Alec confused about whether he didn't have a family name, wasn't a noble, or wasn't serving anyone. Alec's confusion was understandable. Beings infiltrated human forces while concealing their identities. They tended to be picky about status when choosing their minions, but the protagonist knew there was a way to dispel the suspicion. "I serve Lady Asmodeus." Alec smiled, impressed. "You serve the Queen of Sin and Indulgence? Truly only those from our world know that name." Upon hearing the title of Asmodeus, Diablo was enraged, questioning how a small punk could have such a title. He was furious, wondering what had happened to the hierarchy of the Shadow World while he had been asleep. Looking at the protagonist's appearance, Alec mocked him. "You really look weak. Then it makes sense that she favored you. Looks are also a skill, so it makes sense." The protagonist was furious at being belittled. The reason he had specifically mentioned Asmodeus was because she was very selective when choosing her minions. Though there was only one criterion, they had to be young and beautiful. Changing the subject, the protagonist stated he had never received special instructions from his mistress, which meant they were now attempting to invade his land. Alex smiled, enjoying the situation. "This is complicated. It seems the information didn't reach the right places properly. Unlike our Erebos, I wonder if they haven't established roots here yet." The protagonist furrowed his brow, continuing his act and asking where they had sent the information, so it hadn't arrived yet. Alec remembered it was a bit far from here, so it made sense. The letter must have been delivered to Viscount Belstad. Learning new information, the protagonist smiled, as he knew exactly who this Viscount was. He swung his sword while continuing his monologue. "Oh, now I remember. Count Gus von Belstad. No, he's a Viscount now. He was the son of Leah. From the family of Viscounts? He was just a small secondary character in the original story, so I had forgotten about him." Alec didn't understand what the hell the kid was talking to himself about. However, the sword was pointed at him. So it was really the chaos caused by the elimination of Casley Richmond that caused all this. That's why they sent someone as powerful as you to such a village. Alec felt a strong battle intent coming from the young man in front of him and gritted his teeth. The protagonist responded to the giant's doubt. "It's nothing special. What's so strange about me preparing for a battle against an enemy standing right in front of me?" Stomping heavily on the ground, Alec asked the protagonist if he truly thought he could face him with such pathetic strength. Whether in the power that blessed him or in the strength he had gained as a human, Alec felt superior to Rudian in every aspect. The protagonist knew the enemy was right. He hadn't yet borrowed the power of the being in his sword, and his skills as a knight were far from matching the beings of this world. However, this was only when comparing abilities. Immediately, the protagonist unleashed the energy of the Diablo sword as Adi appeared. Diablo warned the protagonist that he could only handle the power he had obtained at that moment for just a few mere minutes. If he exceeded the limit, even the being protecting him wouldn't be able to save him. The protagonist knew this, so he quickly charged into battle. He wanted to see what this minion of King Iblis truly was. The protagonist raised the sword with tremendous power. With a strike that Alec couldn't evade, the protagonist hit him squarely. The protagonist continued his assault, swinging the sword continuously. He didn't give Alec a chance to retaliate and kept up his attacks, using the power that filled his body. Rudian's attacks became sharper and sharper until Alec could no longer use his hand to write or hold a sword. Seeing that he couldn't regenerate, Alec became terrified. Seeing his expression, the protagonist taunted him, "You must feel like your soul's been shattered." Alec wasn't regenerating because Diablo's sword didn't just have cutting power. The reason this magical sword was classified as high level was because it became the key factor in the final parts of the story. It was one of the swords capable of eliminating divine beings. Diablo's power could cut not just bodies, but also souls. This was a power capable of inflicting damage even on immortal creatures. That was the true value of this sword. Originally, Rudian had planned to risk a hand-to-hand fight. Furious, Alec attacked with the hand he had left. "You think you've won?" The attack flew toward the protagonist. However, it was blocked by dark energy. Alec began to panic. "Why? My power is being drained by some energy. This power definitely isn't from the Queen of Sin." Diablo became furious at being compared to such a young one. "Of course not. How dare he compare me to such a small fry?" The protagonist wanted Diablo to calm down a bit. His time was almost up. With his energy being drained, Alec was furious. "I, a great berserker with the power of Lord Iblis, losing to a kid like you? No way!" Despite Alec's complaints, the protagonist attacked him again with his sword. But not just once. Rudian unleashed a flurry of attacks, striking Alec directly. With the sword's energy, the protagonist launched his final blow. The protagonist smiled. Normally, combat using energy would polish the earth and air around, causing a transformation effect. This was another reason why Diablo's sword was so useful. It could cleanse the surroundings by absorbing all the dark energy. Absorbing the energy this way, there would be no pollution or worry about being caught. With a smile on his face, the protagonist said something Alec would carry into the afterlife. "One day, I will eliminate every villain in the kingdom of Rohans." Sucked into the sword, Alec cursed the protagonist, but it was too late for him. The protagonist looked at Alec's disillusionment, but now it was time to say goodbye. With one final strike, the protagonist ended the fight. Rudian finished the strike with his sword, burning with dark energy. He sighed and looked at the blade with a smile, saying, "Watching an entire person get sucked in like that, this really must be a magical sword." Diablo laughed from within the blade and replied, "Consider yourself lucky. If even a trace of demonic energy had remained, it would have been a problem." Rudian nodded, and Diablo asked why he had sent the human girl away separately, wondering if she belonged to him. Rudian was taken aback by the question and responded, "What kind of nonsense is that? The demons might have been after Rebecca. Of course, this whole incident happened because Casley disappeared." Diablo listened and commented, "Well, if she's a descendant of that predecessor, no wonder the demons are interested. If she awakens, she might become something worth watching. Why not awaken her and keep her by your side? She has the kind of face human men would like, doesn't she?" Rudian simply sheathed his blade, saying, "Shut up, will you?" and looked around thinking, if you had seen how much the protagonist suffered in the original story, you'd never suggest something like that. Rebecca's awakening was, in the end, Abel's decision. If possible, I'd rather she just live a normal life like this. He then asked Diablo not to talk about Rebecca anymore, as he had no intention of staying involved with her. Diablo simply replied, "Well, let's see how that turns out," while our protagonist thought, if the original story continues with Rebecca becoming Abel's companion later, we might meet again, but not now. ABI appeared above him and warned, "Master, someone is approaching." Rudian stopped, surprised, and asked, "What? More of those scavenger bastards again?" ABI replied that they didn't seem hostile. It was just an old man and a girl. Rudian paused cautiously upon hearing that, considering that for two travelers, they were quite an unusual pair. But what should he do? With his energy depleted now, if they weren't enemies, there was no reason to avoid them. The two approached our protagonist, who kept observing them until he noticed something. Eyes widening, he wondered how ABI could consider that normal. Looking closely at their luxurious fabric clothing, anyone could tell they were nobles. If Rudian had known that, he would have run away a long time ago. Then the girl approached and greeted him with a smile, pulling down her hood. She had a gentle face and blue hair. However, something caught Rudian's attention, the scent of blood. Nervous, he returned the greeting and noticed the other figure approaching, saying, "You're like a cautious little puppy, but as a warrior, you pass." The system informed him that with his current capabilities, he couldn't discern the opponent's information, which left him even more in the dark. The man with lilac hair and beard pointed at him while speaking. "You've got good instincts." Rudian's eyes widened as he thought, "I can't access their info because of the difference in capability? They're strong, extremely strong." The man turned and walked toward the corpses, asking, "You did all this?" Rudian kept sweating nervously and replied, "Not alone. I did this with the village militia." Before he could continue speaking, the man interrupted, saying that corpse looked like his handiwork. "With no choice," Rudian confirmed, and the man turned around laughing, saying, "You still look like a teenager. What family are you from, young master?" The girl turned and commented, "It's been a while since Uncle showed this much interest, huh?" And the man replied, "It's because he has the talent for it. In a remote place like this with no proper academy, awakening mana at that age is naturally interesting." Rudian was caught off guard when he realized the man had noticed he had mana just by looking at him. The girl, in turn, also looked surprised and commented, "Mana, you say? I'm not even a graduating student from the Maha Empire Academy." The man crossed his arms and looked at her disapprovingly, saying, "If you were an academy student, I'd know." Rudian remained silent, watching the two as he thought, "He's a much bigger deal than I thought. Just who is he? He doesn't look like a noble from around here." The man approached our protagonist and asked for his name. Rudian introduced himself, and the man asked for his family name. Rudian answered that he didn't have one, and both of them were shocked. The man assumed he was a knight, but he didn't even seem to be a noble. Rudian scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I'm a squire of Lord Karain von Iskar," thinking anyone would be shocked to learn that a swordsman who awakened mana is just a squire, especially considering that the mana was obtained through the most underhanded method possible. He then took on the role and with a noble aura said, "This is my hometown, and I fought to protect the village, to protect its assets," while thinking, "Besides, I kind of wanted to test this power I finally acquired." Rudian then smiled at them and asked who they were, since they didn't look like people he had seen around there. He thought, "I've worked as a squire for years, and even among the nobles, I don't recognize them. 9 times out of 10, they're outsiders." The man placed his hands on his hips and smiled, saying, "We, you say? I'm Keitel von Delfione, Marquis." And the girl smiled beside him, adding, "I'm Luciella von Delfione." Our protagonist recognized them instantly and widened his eyes, thinking, Keitel von Delfione, the sword saint of the Empire, the active and undisputed swordmaster of the Mauryan Empire, and the younger brother of Duke Delfione, the current power behind the Empire. A colossal figure who once served as commander of the former Royal Guard. More importantly, the predecessor of Sword Saint Crox, who joins the protagonist's party in the original story, the former Sword Saint himself. And looking at him, he's still active in this era. He then looked at the girl and thought, Luciella also sounds familiar. The protagonist's loyal supporter and a frontline commander in the fight against demons. In the original story, she was already married, so she wasn't considered a heroine candidate. Still, she was fanatically loved by a few readers with peculiar tastes. Of course, now, forget marriage. She doesn't even look like an adult yet, more like someone my age. That youthful face, that ever-confident expression fits the original description perfectly. The fact that the Delfione nobles are here must be about assessing the holy sword, right? Keitel asked who had taught him to wield a sword, and Rudian hesitated. A wave of nervousness hit his chest, but he forced himself to stay calm and replied, I learned the basics from a passing mercenary, and trained here and there, joining in with the knight's drills. Keitel looked at him in surprise and asked, a passing mercenary? Someone hiding their identity? If it were the king of mercenaries, I could understand. Nothing distinctive about your master? I'd love to meet them someday. ABI hovered nearby, finding the whole thing quite amusing. After all, he was the mercenary in question. But how could Rudian explain that he had learned swordsmanship from an AI? He thought, the swordsmanship I learned was from the Yadora civilization, stored in ABI's data. I haven't fully mastered its forms yet, but in a way, I might be the only heir to this ancient style in this era. Fortunately, Luciella asked her uncle not to pressure him so much, saying he was making him uncomfortable. She then turned to Rudian and said, sorry about that. He's usually very reserved, but today he's exceptionally excited. Our protagonist was surprised by this. A noble actually apologizing on the spot, as far as he knew. Especially noble children, most of them were jerks. He quickly replied that it was all right, hoping to wrap things up. Luciella jumped joyfully and cheerfully declared, since the village is a mess, let's start cleaning first. Uncle, help a little too. Keitel grumbled but agreed, and Rudian was left thinking, now I get why Luciella was so loved by readers in the original story. Truly a heroine candidate. However, his admiration soon turned into dismay when he realized that later he would be taken to the main mansion, where servants were already shouting, "Prepare a banquet now! Sir Derek, take charge of protecting the Marquise and the young lady." He cringed, covering his face with his hands in denial, thinking, "I'm still on vacation, you know. I don't want to get involved in more complicated matters. Why does a mere squire like me have to get involved in assessing the Holy Sword?" Keitel called his attention, saying they would meet again later, and Luciella waved, thanking him for his hard work, as the two headed inside the mansion, accompanied by a knight. Later, lying in his quarters, ABI floated through the air while our protagonist stared at the ceiling, thinking, "I wonder if Rebecca's okay. She looked so tense, like she might catch a cold." For some reason, Rebecca refused care and ended up being brought here too. Well, even if I'd stayed in the village, I would have just ended up stuck with repair work. So I kind of came willingly anyway. He then paused and gave a faint smile. Who would have thought, though, that the smell of blood I sensed when I first met Marquis Keitel and Luciella came from the Those Marauder Special Forces. Just the two of them took down over 500 elite soldiers. Rudian sat up on the bed with a determined look, thinking, I need to get stronger too. Recovering all of Addy's terminals will mean facing insane risks. To wield Diablo properly, I need to at least reach the level of a master. In my current state, instead of wandering as a mercenary, it's better to enter the Night Order's training and raise my personal skills as much as possible. Loud laughter filled his room through the window. He walked over and looked down at the ground floor, where several nobles were gathered, laughing and socializing, and thought, looks like the party's in full swing. Judging by the laughter and chatter, today's issue must have been resolved well. Not bad. He then sighed and gave a faint smile, with ABI resting on his shoulder. In about 5 years, forget parties. This place will turn into hell, but I hope they can at least live peacefully until then. Suddenly, ABI informed him that there was a guest. He turned around, puzzled, and saw Derek and Karain entering, with the blonde sharply asking, Rudian, why aren't you at the party? Rudian stammered, young master? While thinking, what am I supposed to do, attend a noble's party as a commoner and get scolded? He scratched his head nervously and answered, well, naturally I don't have the status to attend. Karain gestured dramatically and replied, what are you talking about? You're my squire, so you should be helping your master at the party too. Our protagonist apologized, mortified, wishing he would recognize that he was still on vacation. Rudian then admitted he hadn't thought of that, and Karain said it was fine as long as he understood. Rudian remained silent until Derek approached and said he'd heard that Rudian had made a great contribution. Rudian thanked him hesitantly, thinking, the news already reached the Count? Normally it would take days for an investigation into my actions before any word spread. That means either Marquis Keitel or Luciella reported my deeds directly to the Count. That's unexpected. Derek went on, saying, the Count is very pleased with your performance this time. Rudian found his behavior odd and wondered why Derek was being so talkative that day, but that wasn't all. Derek continued, well, things went well with the Delphione ducal family, but they made an additional request. Our protagonist found that interesting, but wondered if it was really something he needed to hear. The reason became clear when Karain struck a dramatic pose and proudly declared, and that is for me to enroll in the Imperial Academy and train there for 7 years. Rudian awkwardly asked, the Academy, you say? And Karain proudly confirmed it, while our protagonist looked at him awkwardly thinking, I can pretty much guess. While Karain earned some merit by restoring the light this time, from the ducal family's perspective, if this troublemaker messes up again, it'll damage their reputation. They probably want Karain to spend 7 years at the Academy to bury his past disgrace, huh? The ducal family is dreaming an impossible dream. Then Derek added the piece of information that explained everything. And for that Academy trip, Rudian, you're included too. Our protagonist pointed to himself in disbelief, asking, me? Earlier, Keitel stood smiling, holding a brilliantly shining blade, and said, the Holy Sword Daylight is indeed authentic. That unique feeling of a sacred sword I sensed as a child is still there. A group of nobles had gathered in front of him, marveling and commenting that it was as expected. Keitel continued, Samir Dran was a knight who reached the peak of the expert level 50 years ago. If he had become a death knight, he would have reached the master level by now. Although we provided the information, I didn't expect you to actually succeed. I'll have to reevaluate the Lionhearts. Sir Derek Wanhausen, your reputation as the Iron Lion of the East doesn't seem exaggerated. What do you say? Would you care for a duel with me someday? Derek bowed, accepting the offer and saying it would be an honor. Keitel then handed a rolled-up parchment to the nobles, saying, here is the official confirmation that the Holy Sword has been acquired. Let's wrap up the main business with that. I'd like to make a trivial request to my Count. The group was surprised. A trivial request? Count Ricard touched his lips to his hand, thinking, to bring this up here in front of all the vassals means it's not a trivial request, but a determined one. Keitel then continued, among the young lord squires, I heard of a boy named Rudian. Count Ricard frowned and said, Rudian, that child is certainly... And then Keitel revealed his intentions, extending a hand and saying, could you give me that child? Count Ricard asked if he could know the reason Keitel wanted the boy, and Keitel clenched his fist, replying, to be honest, it's because I covet the child's talent. I did some research and heard that he's a commoner who hasn't even received a knight's oath. I wish to place the child in a foundation directly managed by the ducal family. Count Ricard paused for a moment, thinking, the ducal family's foundation is hard to enter even with considerable talent. Did that child Rudian really have talent worthy of the Marquise's interest? I heard he didn't even have mana talent. Then he answered, my son might be a little disappointed, but if the Marquis wishes it, of course it should be granted. Luciella's reaction caught his attention. She blushed and openly smiled with excitement, as if there were something more. He then added, still, I marked this child as a talent to assist my son, who will become the future lord. How about this? First, we send Rudian to the academy, and until he graduates, both families will take care of him. Then, once he graduates and becomes a proper knight, wouldn't it be best to let him choose his own affiliation? Count Ricard didn't know why the Marquis coveted this boy, but if he truly was valuable, he could always bring him back later. Keitel replied, letting him choose his affiliation later. That sounds good, not bad at all. Count Ricard responded, I should use this opportunity to enroll my son in the academy too. Karain protested, calling for his father, but he was resolute. Since things had come to this, it was best to settle Karain's enrollment as well. Back in the present moment, Derek stood with arms crossed in front of our protagonist, finishing his explanation. And so, you'll officially become a transfer student at the academy and enroll together with the young master. Rudian looked at him, slightly distressed, thinking, that's all fine, but what about my opinion? The next day, our protagonist was welcomed by Luciella and Keitel, who said, we meet again. Rudian stopped awkwardly and looked at them, thinking, saying see you later. Was that the plan all along? As he approached, Keitel smiled at him and said, I'll give you 1 week to settle things. After that, come to the capital with us. Luciella smiled and gave him a playful wink, and our protagonist, having no choice, simply replied that he understood. Luciella commented that accepting her uncle's offer had been a good decision, and said she was happy to have a good junior with her. Rudian smiled back and replied, I'm also glad I can leave my squire duties without having to pass them on, while lamenting silently, though it's a shame I won't get to meet the next junior who'll become Karain's next sacrifice. The two then turned to head off, and our protagonist saw them off, saying he'd see them in a week. That night, in a tavern near Barren Village, Marco was laughing heartily, holding a mug of beer with a flushed face from drinking, speaking loudly. Here, Rudian, have a drink. Who would have thought a knight would come from our village? Rudian, sitting across from him, waved his hand modestly and said he was still just a knight aspirant, not a proper knight yet. Marco responded enthusiastically, heading to the capital's academy no less. That basically settles it. Knighthood is guaranteed. I know because I'm ex-military. The main question is under which noble's banner you'll serve, right? Rudian took a bite of food and asked, ah, right, speaking of which, how's Rebecca? Marco gestured and said, still in bed? The trauma from the last incident seems pretty serious. And our protagonist kept eating, visibly worried. After dinner, he went to Rebecca's room and asked if she was doing okay. The girl lay in bed, smiled at him with a flushed face, and replied, yes, I'm feeling a little better than before. I heard you're heading to the capital? He confirmed, and she asked if he really had to go. Rudian was surprised. It was the first time she'd ever asked something so directly. Rebecca looked down sadly and said, just working here. I think it would be nice if we could live peacefully and happily together. She fidgeted with the blanket nervously as she spoke, and Rudian watched her in silence. Then Rebecca looked up again with a shy smile and said, I know it's selfish of me, but I thought I should ask, just in case. Rudian lowered his gaze, troubled, lost in thought. The original story is just the original story. Saying I avoided her because she's a clingy heroine is just an excuse. In the coming era of chaos, Rebecca's importance and meaning, I despaired at my own incompetence, unable to even reach her level, and so I ignored her feelings. But now, he then gave in, gently held the girl's hand, leaned in, watching her smile with a flushed face, and said, I wish I could do that too, if possible. She remained silent, listening to him speak. The villagers might think I've achieved something great, but in truth I don't really like things like this. But there's something I absolutely must do. Then he looked down again, sadly, thinking, if I just leave things as they are, this village of Baran will disappear in no more than 10 years. Rebecca, having lost her place due to the invasion by the kingdom of Rohan, eventually meets the protagonist Abel and sets off on an adventure. Even if I do nothing, Abel will drive out the demons, but the village and the people I know will surely vanish. That wouldn't be good for me or for Rebecca. Only I, who knows the future of this world, can prevent that. He looked back at her and said, "It will certainly be tough and difficult, but it's something only I can do. For that, I must follow this path." Rudian didn't expect her to understand the full meaning of what he was saying, but he also didn't want to leave her in the dark. She lowered her gaze sadly for a few moments and then looked back at him, a strong presence emanating from her, an intense aura burning as she asked, "Rudian, if I awaken this blood, will it be useful to you?" He froze, feeling the pressure and hesitating as she continued, "Somehow, you knew, didn't you, Rudian?" He paused and wondered, how does Rebecca know about this? In the original story, she wasn't supposed to find out until she got involved with the protagonist. Then he answered, "Definitely not. That's a power that only brings you sorrow." He knew that the power of the demon devourer that Rebecca possessed was, at its core, an ability that absorbed demonic energy, something fatal to humans. The stronger it became, the more it eroded the mind. Even if Abel's destined role as the protagonist was distorted, Rudian had other plans. He looked her in the eyes and said, "I want you to live happily here. I only hope you continue to exist as your bright and lively self." She stopped radiating that intense aura and returned to her normal state, her face still flushed and glowing. Rudian blamed himself, thinking that if only he could replace Abel, things might be different. Rebecca then said she would stay, and Rudian held her hand with a smile, saying that it was a good idea. She asked him to make one promise, and he asked what it was. She then timidly touched her lips and asked, "When it's all over, don't go anywhere else, you have to come to me." And our protagonist replied, "Of course," sealing his promise. The next day, Rudian was sitting in a chair holding the Diablo sword, angrily asking, "It was you, wasn't it?" Diablo asked what he meant, and Rudian shouted, filled with rage, "It was your doing, Rebecca's condition." Diablo replied mockingly, "Oh dear, what a wild assumption." But Rudian pressed on, still glaring. "What if it's not an assumption? The manifestation of a demon devourer only reacts after encountering demonic energy, and it must be energy from at least a high-class demon. Using demonic energy on others without my consent is a breach of contract, isn't it?" He pointed at the sword accusingly, and Diablo responded, "To think a human of this era would even know that. As expected, it was the right choice to follow you." Rudian asked if he was admitting it, and Diablo answered, "No. If the awakening of that human woman was truly this body's doing, I would normally be damaged as well. But as you can see, I am perfectly fine. Of course, I admit it may be due to the vast power I possess, but it was merely an indirect cause." That sparked a realization in Rudian's mind. His eyes widened in disbelief. He clutched his chest, overwhelmed with guilt and anger, as Diablo commented, "Looks like you figured it out." He kept holding his chest and sweating with fury, thinking, "Damn it, was it because of me? The proof of the contract with Diablo, the tiny amount of demonic energy inside my heart. No matter how little, it was powerful enough to affect the dormant demon devourer's blood." Then he looked back at the sword and said, "Next time I'd appreciate it if you could at least warn me in advance, if possible." Diablo replied, "I'll keep that in mind, though I doubt the outcome would have changed even if I had told you." And our protagonist could only keep hoping that nothing bad would happen. A week later, the sun was shining in the blue sky as Karin and the nobles arrived at their destination. Rudian carried his belongings, looking around hesitantly, thinking, "This is the capital of the Mauryan Empire, Nevin." And before him stretched a vast city that would be the stage for his next adventure. In Navan, the place was bustling, people walking through the city. Our protagonist admired everything in awe, thinking, "Now it really feels like I've arrived in a fantasy world." The scale is probably 30 times larger than Iskar's estate. Karain began poking his cheek, saying, "Oh, Boofy man, did you eat something good or something?" Rudian didn't understand and heard him say, "I mean, your dad, even Derek. I just don't get why everyone's such a fan of you." He looked at the boy poking his cheek, annoyed, and thought, "Karain probably doesn't even realize I awakened to mana." Karain then stopped and said, "Once you graduate from the academy, my father even said to bring you straight to our house. That's weird." Rudian was puzzled by that, thinking, no wonder something strange like a joint sponsorship happened. So that's the reason. But I doubt the Count told him to say all that in front of me. As if reading his mind, Karain looked at him mischievously and said, "I believe in the bond of friendship between us. My father said to keep it a secret, but we're not exactly the type to hide things from each other, right?" Not knowing how to react, Rudian nodded, thinking, "Friendship, huh? More like the grudges I built up cleaning up your messes." Karain then pointed to himself and smiled, saying, Well, I'll see you again when the academy starts. As a commoner, you'll probably be looked down on, but if you stick by me, no one will dare. He walked off through the city, trying to talk to and touch women while the guards struggled to control him, and our protagonist watched him thinking, he still doesn't get it. Honestly, rather than me being looked down on, I'm more worried about him getting expelled for causing trouble. But hey, that's no longer my problem. The day remained bright until the group reached the main estate of House Delphione. A man greeted them saying, I asked for the sacred sword and you bring me some random thing again? Keitel replied, It's a hobby I picked up in my later years. Aren't you being a bit harsh, older brother? The man with lilac gray hair smiled, saying, I didn't think Iskar would actually manage it, though. Our protagonist recognized him instantly. That was Duke Vincent Delphione, head of House Delphione, older brother of Keitel, and a key figure in the Mauryan Empire. Keitel handed him the sword, and his brother observed it, thinking, so the prophecy of our predecessor really came true. Rudian didn't know the prophecy and perked up at the mention of it. Vincent turned and walked toward the house, saying, Come in for now. Rudian, right? It's been a while since I've seen Keitel this fixated on someone. I'd like to speak with you for a moment. Would you accompany me? Our protagonist widened his eyes in terror, thinking, Me? What's going on? The three followed Vincent to his office, where they all sat around a table, and Keitel began speaking. First, let me say you did a good job after such a long journey. Naturally, recovering the sacred sword required much effort. Rudian observed everything, thinking, This isn't just a casual meeting. If they're letting me into the estate, they have a reason. Keitel continued, You wouldn't still feel bitter, brother, after all you gave those Iskar bastards. Vincent took a sip of tea and replied that it was a price he was willing to pay. Luciella took a sip too, and Keitel crossed his arms beside her, saying, That's why I find it strange. You never cared about the Foundation's affairs, never paid attention to the kids brought in until now. So what changed today? Why go so far as to bring this one inside? Vincent set his cup down and turned to Rudian, saying, Right, may I call you Rudian? Our protagonist replied, Yes, sir. Vincent continued, Very well, Rudian. From what I've heard, following Iskar's leadership style, you personally joined the dungeon incursion, is that correct? Rudian confirmed, and he went on, And I also heard you were the key figure in destroying the dungeon core and ending Samir Dran's life, who had been surviving by fusing with the dungeon? Rudian confirmed that too and wondered, How does a duke in the capital know so many details about what happened inside the dungeon? Vincent then adopted a serious posture and said, Then tell me, Samir Dran, did he say anything when you confronted him? Anything at all, even the smallest comment? Tell me everything Samir said to you, whatever it was. Keitel asked what his brother meant by that, and our protagonist watched him, thinking, Samir Dran, I thought he had just stolen something. There's really no reason to hide this anyway. The memories of the fight flooded Rudian's mind. His fingers tensed, and Vincent kept staring seriously. Then he turned forward again and remarked, He doesn't even realize the ground beneath his feet is rotting. Rudian then looked at him seriously and declared, If I had to point to one thing just before he disappeared, he used the word master as his last word. Their eyes met, as if Vincent knew something more. Keitel called his brother for answers, and he lowered his head, saying, Another name for daylight is the sacred sword of prophecy. Our predecessor acted to atone for his sins, but it seems the inevitable is finally upon us. Keitel again asked what his brother was talking about, but Vincent chuckled, picking up his cup and said, No, it's nothing. Thank you, Rudian, for satisfying my curiosity. And our protagonist simply watched him in silence. Back at the Imperial Mock Academy, Rudian carried his belongings, accompanied by Keitel. They were greeted by someone saying, It's rare for someone to personally escort their sponsored student. Keitel replied, It's been a while, Director. And a man with white hair and beard appeared with a forced smile, saying, I believe the last time was at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet last year. That was the director of the Imperial Mock Academy, Viscount Rosus Benevolent. Rudian recognized him immediately. 30 years ago, a war hero who gained fame on the northern front against the barbarians. He looked at him in awe, amazed by the hero's presence before him. Keitel gestured toward him and said, He's the one discovered in Iskar territory. Goes by the name Rudian. Rosus remarked, Seems like you not only recovered the sacred sword, but got an unexpected bonus. And Keitel replied, He's quite useful. Rosus asked if he meant he wasn't just talented, but also a genius, and Keitel said maybe he had talent on Crook's level. Our protagonist widened his eyes, thinking, Wait, what? Rosus seemed impressed by the comment, and Rudian continued thinking nervously, Crook is the only one, besides the protagonist, who can fight gods with a sword. If he's like Crook, that's not talent, it's a disaster. Keitel spoke again, saying, There's no need to test him extensively. We'll know in a few years either way. But since he's a commoner, I expect you to look after him. Roses shook his hand and replied, It's not like there are any real fools at this academy, but I'll make sure of it. If there are, I'll educate them like the northern barbarians. Later, at the Imperial Mock Academy dormitory, Rudian was shocked to see that a private room awaited him, one just as nice as Karain's. Keitel crossed his arms beside him and said, This is where you'll stay for the next 7 years. Like it? Rudian looked at him nervously and replied, Sure, but can I ask why you're doing all this for me? I reviewed the contract I received from the Delphione Foundation, and aside from the joint sponsorship with the Iskar family, there's no pressure or obligations. Keitel lifted his chin and said, The reason, huh? Wanting to support a promising talent for the future isn't a good enough answer? Our protagonist didn't fall for it and countered, No, it's not. For a charity project, this is way too expensive, and even with such a cost, there's not a single guarantee in the contract. Keitel gave a proud smile and turned away, saying, You used to work as the young lady's secretary too. Sharp as a whip, just like I heard. The Count and I made a bet. After you graduate from the academy, will you join the Lionhearts, or will it be the Knights of Glory? That's the bet. He turned dramatically as he spoke, and Rudian covered his eyes, wondering what was with all the pomp. Keitel approached and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, Well, that's all you need to know for now. That's why there are no obligations in the contract. Rudian laughed nervously, shrinking a little, while thinking, But I don't plan to choose either of them. After all, the academy is just a stepping stone. Keitel then turned and left the room, saying he looked forward to seeing what Rudian would choose. Rudian watched him leave in silence, a sly smile forming on his face as he thought, My choice is to walk away with all the benefits. Later, still in Rudian's room, our protagonist called for Diablo, who quickly answered, What is it, kid? Rudian sat on the bed and began talking to the sword, asking, Did you sense anything magical at the Delphione estate? Diablo replied, That's a random question, but to answer you, no, I didn't sense any kind of magic. Rudian pressed further, asking if he was sure, and Diablo became enraged. The sword pulsed with dark energy as he shouted, You little brat! Even with most of my senses sealed inside the sword, do you really think I, Diablo, wouldn't be able to detect something like that? ABI floated closer, hovering above his head, and asked, Is something bothering you, Master? Rudian replied that yes, a little, while thinking, In the original story, Duke Vincent and Keitel were both murdered by demons. After their deaths, the Delphione Duchy fell under Luciella's leadership. The situation with the Duke's family was treated like nothing more than a MacGuffin. But why is that? If we think in terms of realistic cause and effect, I can understand Keitel's death, but the Duke's as well? That's definitely strange. Keitel was definitely killed during a trip outside the capital, just like this one. But the Duke was murdered right inside the capital in plain sight. He paused, touched his chin, and looked out the window, thinking, It makes no sense for him to have been killed just for being an enemy of the demons. If that were the case, most of the high-ranking nobles in the capital would be on the hit list too. Something's going on. Something important that can't be ignored. Looks like I'd better get a little closer to the Duke's household, huh? When classes began, our protagonist became the center of attention. Sitting at the highest and most isolated spot in the classroom's bleachers, he was watched by all the students. ABI found everything wonderful and said, As expected, there are many who recognize the true value of the master. Let's go. Rudian, on the other hand, looked around nervously, thinking, I know transferring is hard, but this level of attention is kind of overwhelming. Diablo, in the sword resting beside him, commented, So many souls with a delicious appearance. In human terms, I believe this is called a buffet. Rudian asked him to shut up for a second and then turned back to the front, thinking, Is it because I'm backed by the Keitel Foundation? But that can't be. There are over 30 sponsored students in the night department alone. Including me, there are 7 freshmen. Suddenly, pulling him out of his thoughts, a boy approached and asked if he minded him sitting next to him. Rudian turned to him and introduced himself, saying it was no problem. The boy with brown hair and blue eyes smiled at him and replied, I'm glad to meet the famous transfer student. I'm Adele. We're in the same foundation. I'm your senior. That boy was a third-year student at Mock Imperial Academy. Rudian turned to him and smiled, saying, Nice to meet you, senior. But still, the famous transfer student? Adele sat down beside him and replied, Huh? You didn't know? It's been nearly 10 years since the foundation brought in a transfer student. Rudian scratched his hair a bit awkwardly and replied, Okay, 10 years might be something, but does that really deserve all this attention? Thinking, it's not like a prince or princess transferred, it's just some random commoner. Adele also scratched his cheek awkwardly and said, You really didn't know, huh? Look, transfers are basically forbidden at Mock Academy. Our protagonist replied that he did know, and Adele continued his explanation. The only ones who can get around that are those with exceptional reputations or high-ranking nobles close to the imperial family. In your case, it's partly because the Sword Saint Keitel personally brought you, and also because since Crooks there hasn't been a single transfer student from our foundation. That was news to Rudian. Crooks, the Sword Saint, had come from the Delphione Foundation. Still seated beside him, Adele continued, "Not just you, but also the young lord from House Iskar who recovered the sacred sword. He's getting a lot of attention for similar reasons." Rudian sighed, thinking, "Come to think of it, Karain is in the same department but in a different class, right? Not that I'd make any effort to get to know him anyway." Adele then raised a finger and said, "Also, the reason I came to find you is because of a special request from the Student Council President." Rudian asked, "You mean the Student Council President?" And Adele replied, "Princess Luciella, you met Lord Keitel, right? Then you must have at least heard her name." Rudian was surprised by that information, so Luciella was the Student Council President. Adele got up from his chair and said, "When a commoner enters this academy, it's natural to feel overwhelmed and not know what to do. So we have a tradition in our foundation to guide new students. I've been assigned as your guide, but still, you're in the night department. It'd be kind of disappointing if our first meeting was just a formal introduction, right?" Rudian looked at him confused, then saw him take on a more intimidating posture as he said, "For aspiring knights, starting with a physical conversation is tradition, don't you think? Everyone here is super nice, so don't be too nervous." Rudian broke into a cold sweat with a nervous smile, thinking, physical conversation? Our protagonist followed Adele to the mock Imperial Academy training arena, where a group was waiting for him. A boy with gray hair smiled kindly and said, "Nice to meet you, I'm Oliver Duran. I'm a fifth-year student. It's always good to meet a rising star." Beside him, a girl with glasses and green hair waved, saying, "Claudia Reyes, also fifth year. I was expecting some kind of monster, but you're just an adorable kid." Oliver leaned forward to introduce one more person, a girl with lilac hair who rested a wooden sword on her back with a determined look, until she extended her hand excitedly and said, "I'm Karen Letitia. I'm in my final year. Nice to meet you. I heard the Sword Saint personally brought you. Is that true?" Rudian raised his hands, gesturing as he replied, "It's only thanks to Lord Keitel seeing something in me." Karen quickly shot back. He wouldn't praise someone without a good reason. "So I think we'd better take a look at your skills now. Let's have a duel." And she pointed her sword at him. Rudian hesitated, but soon a wooden sword was tossed at his feet as Karen said, "Don't worry, obviously I won't go all out against a freshman. I just want to feel your skills. So let's go all in." Her aura burned with excitement, and Rudian couldn't help but comment that her expression said otherwise. Oliver tried to protest, saying, "Karen-senpai, didn't you say you wouldn't overdo it?" But she elbowed him in the neck, pushing him back and saying, "When did I say I'd devour him? I just said I'd have a taste." And the boy asked, "Isn't that basically the same thing?" He then approached Claudia and said, "I'll admit I'm curious." Claudia tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and replied, "I heard that Lord Keitel only ever chose one person before, and that was Sir Crooks." Rudian crouched down to pick up the wooden sword, thinking, I really don't have a choice, do I? Should I just defeat all of them and take over?" Karen watched him take his stance and commented, "That's an unusual stance. May I know the name of your sword style?" With his guard up and sword in hand, our protagonist looked at her seriously and replied, "Adora style. It's a martial art based on swordsmanship." Karen positioned her sword beside her body, preparing for battle, and said, "Adora? Never heard of it in my life. Come at me then." And our protagonist replied, "With pleasure." Then he dashed quickly toward the girl. She swiftly raised her sword to block the strike. He then slashed to the side, but she dodged with ease and pushed him away. He struck again, but she dodged once more. Every one of his attacks was blocked or deflected by her. Their wooden swords clashed as Oliver and Claudia watched and commented to each other, how should I put this? A bit disappointing, to be honest. He doesn't seem to have proper control over his lower body. His movements are too light and his form is kind of messy." He launched another strike forward, but Karen blocked it without much effort. ABI appeared beside him, filled with rage, shouting, "How dare you insult a sacred sword style capable of slaying gods? Do you have any idea how much agony its creators went through?" But Rudian rolled his eyes and replied, "Calm down, ABI, it's just a training match." Adele shouted from the corner that he didn't need to hold back, but our protagonist knew he was already giving it his all. The problem wasn't that he wasn't serious. His opponent was just too strong. Karen stood before him, sword raised, watching as sweat began to run down her face, and she thought, "This can't be. I wouldn't have realized it without facing it myself. From the outside, it just looks like wild, sloppy swings, but each movement is freely directed, every action organically linked, forming a chain of counterattacks that block any form of retaliation. This is a sword style designed purely to kill. Impressive, but still, his lack of mastery is very obvious. I don't think this alone would catch Lord Keitel's attention, unless there's something else I don't know. Disappointing. Let's end this. Karen tightened her grip on her sword, concentrated her energy, and charged at Rudian at full speed, crossing the training field and leaping over him for a finishing blow. He was stunned as he saw the sword approaching and raised his own to block. The impact created a loud crack, and the wooden blades split. The two watching were shocked by what they saw. Even Karen didn't understand. She stared at him, resisting her strike, thinking, how? That was a mana-enhanced strike. You can't block that unless you control mana yourself. What does this mean? Rudian held the sword in front of him as it gleamed with energy and muttered, "This is practically cheating, don't you think, upperclassmen?" Karen took a step back, realizing she had gone too far, while Rudian grabbed his arm, trembling as he thought, "Ow, my arm! She infused her wooden sword with mana? Was she planning to humiliate me in front of everyone?" Karen, meanwhile, looked at him thoughtfully. A newly enrolled student using mana, and a commoner at that? She then broke the silence and said, "I see. Now I understand how you became a transfer student. That last strike, I honestly didn't expect you to block it," and gave a short bow, saying, "I apologize for testing you like that. As your senior, it was wrong of me to channel mana into my blade." Rudian clenched his jaw in anger and said, "I hope nothing like that happens again." While thinking, Luciella probably thought she was being considerate when she introduced me, but her judgment of people might be a bit off. Karen added, "As an apology, I'll grant you a request. Would that help make things right?" She bit her lip nervously, thinking, using mana on a newbie? What was I thinking? The three onlookers were confused, whispering among themselves in shock. Kakarin-senpai is apologizing? He blocked a mana-charged strike? Suddenly, someone burst into the training hall and called out loudly, "What's all this commotion? Karen, I came on Lady Luciella's orders to check on the new student." Adele grew nervous and hesitated, saying, "Ah, Kepler-senpai, actually this is..." The person replied, "I can already tell just by looking. You got too cocky trying to test his skills and took a hit, huh?" Karen greeted him by name, Elvin. The young man approached our protagonist and touched his shoulder, saying, "It's not like she meant any harm. Sorry about that, Junior." Rudian looked at him, stunned, thinking, Elvin Kepler. In the original work Chilzeon during Chapter 2, War of the Superhumans, isn't this the family that appears as the main villain opposing the protagonist's group? And I'm pretty sure Elvin, in the original story. The green-haired young man smiled at him and introduced himself. "My name is Elvin Kepler," as Rudian recalled. His face twisted with malice. In the original story, he thought, he was the character who helped the final boss, wasn't he? Elvin approached the two and gestured toward Karen, saying, "She's got such an aggressive personality. I'll schedule another meeting soon." Karen shouted at him, saying she didn't need his help, and Elvin turned, saying, "In a meeting to welcome new students, shouldn't things like factions or positions matter?" His gaze turned threatening toward her, before he turned back to our protagonist and said, "Besides, I came here at Lady Luciella's request. I don't think we're in a position to disregard her authority. Am I wrong?" Karen hesitated, a frustrated expression on her face. Elvin turned again and said, "As a senior student, I will take responsibility for today's events." Rudian continued to eye him suspiciously, thinking, "Responsibility, huh? I wasn't planning to associate with these guys anymore, but if it's a Kepler trying to make a connection, that's a different story." Even with a malicious expression hidden within, our protagonist put a friendly smile on his face and said, "If the senior says so, so be it. So be." Back in his room, ABI floated above our protagonist, saying, "Master, it seems like you've been getting too relaxed lately." Rudian, meanwhile, was lying on the bed with a relaxed aura, saying, "I admit I'm relaxed, but what can I do when it's so comfortable? Who would have thought I'd be so happy just being away from Kalen?" ABI asked, "Didn't you decide to learn about Elvin Kepler and his group today?" The situation changed quickly. Rudian lifted his gaze, determined, and said, "Ah, that's right, Elvin Kepler. I never thought I'd hear that name here." He then remained lying, staring at the ceiling and thinking, the War of the Superhumans is the only chapter where the conflict arises from differences in position, not from good versus evil. He appeared as a villain, but he wasn't really an enemy, so to speak. Now the secret psychic organization must be actively expanding its influence behind the imperial capital. Psychic powers were abilities without properly established theories. They were the subject of ridicule and contempt for magicians, but this turned into a great tragedy for humanity. It made the psychics remain neutral during the Second Celestial Demon War, which brought countless deaths. Of course, they planned to gain fame by dealing with demons when the mage forces were weakened by them. But by then, the war had already been ended by the protagonist Abel and his companions, and when their plan failed, they resorted to their backup plan. He sat at the edge of the bed and looked down at the floor, thinking, the result was the War of the Superhumans. If they had participated in the Second Celestial Demon War together, maybe the War of the Superhumans and the huge sacrifices that came with it wouldn't have happened. Rudian lifted his gaze toward ABI as he put on his boots and smiled, saying, I plan to have these psychics join the war against the demons. Diablo overheard the conversation, leaning against the bed, and laughed, saying, I really like your method of attracting others to use as shields. But with your current status and abilities, I think it's unrealistic to attract anyone. Rudian responded that status and ability weren't the problem, and got up, grabbing his sword while thinking, if you have cards that satisfy the other party, any negotiation can succeed. I already know countless pieces of information that can serve as those cards. He threw his cloak over his shoulders with a determined smile, and with the sword at his waist said, Now then, shall we take a trip to the imperial capital? In the Mauryan Empire, in the bustling western district of Nevin, the night stretched over the houses illuminated by interior lights. As someone said, This is the place, brother. Elvin appeared, removing his purple cloak as he walked, saying, Are you sure we didn't take the wrong path? This is an area frequently patrolled by guards. To think demons would control a street like this. In front of him, a blonde sibling couple awaited him, saying, Of course, leave it to us, leader. They were 2 second-year students from the Maha Academy Night Department, Nell Luda, the girl, and Del Luda, the boy. Maria, Elvin's sister, joined the group and smiled shyly, saying, As expected, the Luda family's ability to detect others' energy even in a crowded place. It's a shame that my brother inherited such talents from me. Elvin extended his hand to her and replied, Don't say that, Maria. It's all for our purpose. And anyway, whether we catch them or not, soon you'll be leading everyone. Meanwhile, in the unauthorized entertainment district, our protagonist observed the streets, commenting, Even the underworld is quite developed in the capital. ABI floated beside him while commenting that she didn't find the place particularly pleasant, before turning to him and asking what the boy was planning to do there. Rodian smiled and said he had no particular plans, at least for now. ABI pressed the question, but our protagonist remained silent, looking at the street with a malicious smile while thinking, At this point, secret organizations are building their power in the shadows. There must be intense territorial disputes with demonic forces preparing for the Second Great Demon War. He then turned, looking at his sword, and declared, Diablo, even if you're not in the underworld, could you detect if there's any demonic energy conflict within the capital? Diablo responded, irritated, What do you think I am? A city like this doesn't escape my senses. Rudian smiled in satisfaction, thinking, What I'm aiming for now is to naturally join the fight between mediums and demons who are in territorial disputes. Confronting demon lords directly would be asking for defeat, but there's no way a demon lord-level entity can manage forces directly in a place like this. They're probably employing subservient demons or lackeys, so there's no risk factor. What Alec Huma said in Baran village, that he was sure the letter had been properly delivered to Marquis Belstad. If I could get involved with that guy, it would be perfect. Gus von Belstad, a demon puppet and the one responsible for the Keitel siblings' murders. The #1 person to be eliminated right now. Well, first things first, I need to find Elvin Kepler, then Gus. Suddenly someone tapped Rudian's shoulder, grabbing his attention. He turned and saw a grim-looking man gesturing and saying, Hey kid, why are you lurking around this area? If you're a stranger, it's better to leave while we're asking nicely. Rudian smiled maliciously. A guide had appeared at the right moment. He then provoked the man, asking, Why do you care what I do? The man grew furious and cursed. This bastard, what did he just... However, before he could finish, Rudian touched his shoulder and activated an electric aura. The man turned in panic, seeing his body react, and fell to the ground, writhing in pain, while Rudian watched him in silence. The man looked up in agony and asked, Sir, are you a knight, sir? Rudian touched the man's forehead with a finger and crouched down with an intimidating look, saying, From now on, if you answer my questions well, I'll let you go. Nobles who have been wandering suspiciously through the underworld streets and the capital recently, especially if there was anyone with green hair or students from the Maha Academy. Tell me everything you saw, heard, and know. Leave nothing out. Back on the streets where Elvin's group was walking, Maria commented, Come to think of it, I heard that the veteran Karen got a new student who's quite the hot topic. Elvin responded, Yes, it seems Lady Luciella entrusted that guy to Karen. The two were walking side by side, while the siblings led the way, and Maria said, Lady Luciella likes veteran Karen quite a lot. It's not exactly a good flow for us, but Elvin didn't let her finish and replied, Anyway, she's not our enemy. We need to recruit her or at least bring her to neutrality. Maria asked what the chances were that the new student was stirring things up, and Elvin thought silently. Just the fact that Karen tried to test his abilities and ended up embarrassed suggests that his potential for future development is high. But if we're talking about the possibility of him reversing our plans, He then stopped and turned to her, saying, "Well, he's just a first-year student. The result won't be reversed. I'll be the one to become the disciple of the Sword Saint. If there's anyone we should be careful about, it's Karen Letitia, who has been competing for 7 years." Maria nodded, saying she understood, and Elvin turned, ordering them to follow the siblings again. Maria continued walking behind him, unaware that they were being watched from above. Rudian was watching them with a malicious smile, saying, "I found them. Finally found them. ABI. Can you feel it?" The eyeball beside him responded, "Yes, I can feel it, Master. Is this what they call a mutant?" Rudian kept his gaze on the four walking below and commented, "To think such an irregularity exists in this era. This is quite unexpected." Dell pointed upwards and declared, "This is it, the El Granhart Theater." The four stopped in front of a luxurious building, with people gathered around dressed in ballroom attire. Elvin observed everything with a wicked smile, saying, "So that guy was involved after all? These wizards always acting so superior, while they don't even realize their own feet are on fire." He turned to his sister beside him and asked what her chances were, to which the girl replied, "The Marquis could be a demon or just a servant, but according to the documents passed down in our family, there shouldn't be a bigger issue. Still, if there are multiple opponents or if they can use all their power, it will be difficult. The chance of a real demon lord descending directly is probably low. We can only hope that the Marquis is just a mere servant." After a brief deliberation, the group entered the theater hall, where many people were conversing and walking around. They proceeded to the top floor, where they found a black mist covering the stairs. As they climbed, the brothers covered their noses in disgust, commenting, "Our prediction was correct. I can feel demonic energy and the smell of blood coming from inside the theater. How could they not notice something so obvious until now?" Elvin lowered his hood and stopped, saying, "I heard that the Marquis is not just a simple merchant, but an excellent wizard who has been designated as a successor in the Magic Tower. He must have concealed the traces through magical means." Maria stopped and turned, saying, "So this place is essentially a wizard's workshop." The group walked to a passageway, where they found a man sitting and smoking, who greeted them, saying, "What brings the renowned students from the Imperial Academy here?" Elvin stopped and pointed at him, saying, "No need to pretend innocence. Did you think we wouldn't know you were behind the disruptions until now, Marquis Gus Belstad?" The man exhaled smoke while laughing, holding the cigar, and replied, So it was you? The thieves who attacked my businesses recklessly and disappeared." That was Marquis Gus Belstad from the United Association of Theorists. Elvin kept looking at him seriously and responded, "That's not something someone who employed real thieves should be saying." The Marquis laughed, clenched his fist around the cigar, breaking it, and shouted, "The Kepler family and the Luda family, just merchant families without their own territories. You dare to touch my United Association of Theorists. Your families should be ready for the consequences." Elvin glared at him angrily and shouted back, "Now you're mentioning our families, you a demon's lackey?" Marquis Gus looked at him surprised, realizing that Elvin knew everything. But it didn't take long for Elvin to spring into action and draw his sword, shouting, "I will kill you and eliminate all the remaining demons hidden in the Empire." Marquis Gus unleashed a dark, threatening aura, responding, "I see. So your goal is to interfere with our grand plan?" Elvin observed him as the aura struck him, thinking, "A force much beyond my expectations. We can't lower our guard." The Marquis then said something that caught him off guard. "I don't know what you think you can do with just 5 people, but that works well." Elvin was shocked. 5? He only remembered there being 4 of them. He turned with the other 3, looking at the door, and found Rudian entering, greeting them and saying, "Hello, veterans. Looks like now's the right time for me to step in. Of course, I'm not here to interfere because the veteran abandoned me for 3 days." He smiled as the memories of the story passed through his mind. Marquis Gus Belstad, in the original chronicles of the World of 7 Colors, before the Second War of the Celestial Demons, he was a figure who faithfully divided the Empire alongside the demons. Notably, he committed the remarkable feat of assassinating the Empire's guardian, Marquis Keitel von Delfione, and Duke Vincent Delfione, leaving his name prominent in history. To think I'd fight this guy. We met much earlier than I expected. By the way, even though he's a high-level minion, his overall stats seem worse than Alec Huma's, whom I fought in Baran Village. What's going on? Elvin turned to Rudian, pointing his sword and declaring, "How did you follow us? No, before that, who are you? Are you an ally or an enemy?" He didn't know how Rudian had arrived, but he knew they didn't have time for him. Rudian pointed back at him and replied, "An ally. For now, one of my goals is the same as yours." Elvin asked, "One of your goals?" And Rudian pointed at Marquis Gus, saying, "The goal of taking down a demon's lackey." Elvin's eyes widened upon hearing that, thinking, "Did we also secretly obtain the information that Gus is a demon's lackey?" Rudian then turned to Elvin and smiled, saying, I belong to a secret organization dedicated to protecting world peace, Adora. ABI looked at him confused, but before it could ask more questions, Elvin stepped forward, saying, World peace. I've never heard of an organization called Adora. Rudian smiled and replied, It's not as big an organization as the Psychic Empire, to which the veterans belong. Elvin and Maria looked at him in disbelief, saying, You even know our organization? Rudian then seized the moment to say, First, I'd like to make a deal with you, sirs. You came here to deal with Marquis Gus Belstad, right? In this busy area of the capital so boldly. But even being you, sirs, I don't think you'll be able to kill him now. Elvin asked, What did you say? And Rudian pointed at the Marquis, saying, Demons, especially servants of demon lords, cannot be killed by mere physical strength, no matter how powerful you are, psychic sirs. While thinking, sending Maria Kepler means you are really serious about eliminating Gus, but she's still in an incomplete state. But he quickly continued, Before making a proper deal, I have a proposal. I'll help you deal with Gus Belstad, and in exchange, you'll form an alliance with us. What do you think, Senior Maria? The girl looked at him in shock, thinking, Who is this guy? He followed us here and I didn't notice. And he's asking for an alliance with me, not my brother. How does he know I'm the leader of the organization? Rudian insisted, asking what she would do, until she finally replied, I refuse. Do you think we would accept a proposal from someone as suspicious as you? Far from an alliance. Now that it's clear you followed us, we have no intention of letting you go either. After we deal with him, you're next. Prepare yourself. Rudian raised his hands, shrugging, while thinking, Well, it came to this after all. This situation is one of the events that occurred in the original work. Gus Belstad was still alive at the beginning of the original story. If a fight breaks out, many people in this theater will be involved in the consequences, and they aren't stupid enough not to know that. He looked at them seriously in silence until Marquis Gus interrupted, saying, Well, is the fun charade over? Rudian watched everything, wondering what method they planned to use to corner Gus. The Marquis didn't give them more time and raised his hand full of dark magic, saying, Go ahead and cause all the commotion you want. I'm curious about what you're relying on to get this far. Now let's see how these young ones who stuck their heads into the tiger's den will handle this. Let's see who will be in trouble. Now it's time for the festival. Gus unleashed his aura, sending black thorns around him. Maria made her move, creating a flow of green energy, and pulled out an hourglass that floated between her hands, spinning rapidly. The magic from both collided, creating a vortex of power until the surrounding environment changed beyond reality. Suddenly, they found themselves in the middle of a stone desert. The Marquis walked with his dark aura swirling around him as he said, Is this the effect of that artifact? An artifact that interferes with space? An artifact out of place that even the masters of the 4 great magical towers would covet? It's truly like a pearl necklace on the neck of an orc. I'll take it. You think you have the advantage just because the terrain has changed. Inexperienced youths. The Marquis raised his hands and created a sphere of black energy aimed at them. The group quickly recognized it as demonic energy. Elvin stopped, a worried look on his face, and said, So there's no need to be discreet anymore, huh? The Marquis raised his hand high and a series of black portals opened around him. Shadows spun around him as the portals opened, revealing monstrous creatures from another dimension. Del immediately recognized them. They were demonic beasts from the demon realm. Elvin stopped, surprised, and exclaimed, So he's a summoner. Marquis Gus began to laugh intensely, shouting, I was reborn with the power I received from them. You think mere youths like you can do anything to me? His skin turned red, horns grew from his forehead, his teeth became sharp, and Elvin watched in shock, commenting on the change in his appearance. Rudian watched in silence by his side, thinking, It's not just his appearance, his power is being amplified. That's right, high-level followers can temporarily turn into demons depending on the configuration. I was wondering why there wasn't much difference compared to Alec Huma, a mid-level follower. I completely forgot. Rudian observed the Marquis's status window and noticed that his combat power had increased significantly. He had surpassed Simir Dron, with whom he had fought in the dungeon. The Marquis was now in his full form, grinning maliciously with sharp fingers, saying, I will make sure to exact the price for meddling with the hornet's nest in your greed. You should have only dealt with petty disputes in alleys over interests. Elvin commented cautiously, This is just a demon follower, not a noble of the demon realm. Maria screamed beside him, Don't let your guard down. He's probably stronger than most of the nobles of the demon realm now. The Marquis made his move, jumping on one of the writhing creatures. Giant serpents charging forward along with buffaloes, and shouted, Accept your death obediently. Maria raised her hand and small points of golden light appeared in front of her. The glow began to intensify, and the Marquis was shocked, seeing his creatures being struck. They were torn apart and thrown into the air by a golden sphere that hit them all, making him grit his teeth in apprehension, thinking, how is this possible? I didn't sense any power. Surely the amount of mana that woman had was only at the level of an ordinary person? Maria looked at him and asked, "You still haven't realized?" Rudian observed her, thinking, Maria Kepler is a superhuman who served as the final boss of a chapter, even among the numerous dominant characters in Chronicles of the Seven-Colored World. As he watched the girl before him emit an intense golden glow, a system notification appeared saying, "The current user's ability cannot determine the target's information." And he thought again. In the novel, her followers described her appearance like this: Golden Empress of the Psychics. Maria was surrounded by a brilliant light that spun around her as she said decisively, "This place will be your grave, Gus Belstad." The Marquis, completely overwhelmed by a mix of astonishment, confusion, and despair, stared at the light that was approaching him in an inevitable advance, as if divine justice itself had taken form and was coming to judge him. With wide eyes and an expression twisted by terror, he took a step back, staggering, and exclaimed in disbelief, "What? This is not a power mere humans can possess." His voice was laden with disbelief, as if this violated everything he knew about the hierarchies between superior and inferior creatures. Above him, floating with majesty, authority, and an unwavering serenity, was Maria. Her body emanated a resplendent aura that was impossible to look at directly. A pure golden light, almost blinding, that enveloped the surrounding space like a sacred dawn. She appeared not just as a warrior, but as a celestial entity, an angelic figure hovering above the sinners, ready to bring judgment. Her tone was firm, full of power and conviction, as she replied with a voice that echoed across the skies. "You still refuse to believe your own eyes to the end. No matter what you do, no matter what actions you take, the result will not change." As her words echoed like bells of condemnation, she slowly raised one of her hands, and with a fluid and precise gesture, she focused her energy. Immediately, a sphere of golden light began to form in the palm of her hand, growing in size and intensity, pulsing like a small sun about to be cast upon the earth. It was at this moment that a desperate voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Gus, already losing control and aware of the imminent collapse, screamed with all the strength of his lungs, filled with panic and hatred. "Lackeys, tear that damn woman apart now!" His command was both a plea and a frenzied order, as if he still believed he could turn the tide through brute force. The creatures, obeying Gus's command, launched themselves into the air in a synchronized and grotesque movement. Their deformed bodies twisted in the air, emitting macabre sounds, and they seemed more to dance in the void than to fly, like winged serpents made of darkness. They advanced rapidly towards Maria, in a desperate charge to destroy the source of that unbearable light. But they didn't even come close. Almost immediately after the creatures advanced, without warning, stones began to fall from the heavens. But they were not mere rock fragments. They were like small meteors, carved and covered in magical inscriptions, enveloped in shimmering golden energy that made them glow like shooting stars. The stones collided with the creatures in mid-air, crushing them one by one in an unrelenting sequence. The impact was so strong that it left traces of light in the sky, as if they were drawing momentary constellations. The Marquis, eyes wide, watched it all with what remained of his sanity. His thoughts were scrambled, and he murmured to himself, This can only be an illusion. I must be hallucinating." In front of him, the enchanted rain of stones didn't stop. In that moment, finally understanding that there was no escape and that his defeat was certain and imminent, the Marquis surrendered to the most primal instinct: survival. Extending his arm, with his hand open and pleading and his expression twisted by humiliation, he cried out, almost begging, "A deal!" Maria, still suspended in the air with grandeur, turned her bright and impassive gaze toward him. Her voice was cutting and full of judgment when she repeated coldly, "A deal?" With desperation in his voice, he shouted again, "I'll give you all the underground interests. I'll speak with my master and arrange a non-aggression treaty with you. Isn't that what you wanted from the beginning? If you want, I'll even give you my shares in the United Association." Maria exploded into loud, intense laughter, before regaining a serious expression and looking at him, saying, "How amusing." With a movement, the golden energy flowed from her body toward him. The Marquis pleaded for her to wait, but it was already done. He was struck by a blow of bright green energy. The creatures writhed, being pelted with stones along with him, and Rudian watched it all with a smile on his face, saying, "Truly the Queen of Psychics." He looked at the girl floating in the sky, surrounded by a divine aura, and was certain that for future plans, he needed to bring her to his side. A crater formed in the area ahead of the group, smoke filling the air as Elvin looked proudly, saying, "Did you finish him off?" Until Rudian shouted, "No, wait! Senior, you shouldn't say that!" Elvin turned, confused, and Rudian signaled, saying, "Look there. See if Marquis Belstad is really dead or alive." Elvin turned again to where he pointed, responding, "Isn't he obviously dead? Not even a demon could survive being crushed by something like, what?" His expression shifted to one of growing shock, as he noticed a black mass floating where the Marquise's body had been. Maria watched everything in silence, her aura still burning around her. The mass began to form joints and connections, creating a gray body resembling a demonic humanoid. The creature laughed, and after fully forming it raised its gaze, shouting, "What do we do now? I'll admit that your power is stronger than mine, but that will never be enough to kill me." It laughed, showing sharp teeth and a malevolent gaze, until Maria responded, enveloping herself in golden energy. "Indeed, in the current situation, we cannot kill you. If I had known this would happen, I should have prepared better." The creature laughed again and asked, "You admit it?" It was then that Maria acquired a piercing look and declared, "However, just because we cannot kill the body doesn't mean there isn't a method." The creature was torn and twisted as Maria spoke. "If it's not a human body, there's no need to treat it like a human, right? After crushing your body until your mind crumbles, we'll take you to our family's house and finish you off." The golden energy made the creature writhe, and it groaned and screamed in pain. Rudian watched it all apprehensively, thinking, death would be much better. If persuasion fails, I might end up like that too. Until the creature stopped groaning and began to laugh more and more, until it was cackling, and with its body completely twisted, it spoke. "If my prediction is correct, that artifact, your time of operation is almost over, isn't it?" Maria looked at it apprehensively, her face showing the effort she was making. The creature continued speaking, writhing. "Manipulating space freely is exclusively within the domain of the gods. There are limits to what can be done with tools. You have at most 10 minutes remaining." Maria saw the creature laughing and felt the sand of the hourglass falling, the energy flowing around her and depleting, while the Marquis continued speaking. "It seems my guess wasn't wrong. Since something has happened to me, my master will act soon." Maria continued to look at him in silence, thinking, "What should I do if his contractor appears? Even with my power, it won't be easy to deal with this. It's not that there's no method, but handling the consequences would be a bit difficult." It was then that our protagonist spoke, saying, "So is it time for me to intervene?" She turned her gaze behind her and saw him approaching, his sword emitting an intense crimson glow, while he looked at her seriously, speaking. "It seems we can have a dialogue again." Maria looked at him silently, watching him approach, saying, "Didn't I tell you that you couldn't kill him?" Maria responded, "I'll say it again, I refuse your offer of an alliance, and it's not that there's no method." Rudian wasn't giving up and declared, "Then how about this? I'll withdraw the alliance proposal, and instead you could just hear the terms for an alliance? Also, since I'm a bit scared, let's add that you won't harm me." He gestured as he looked at her, while ABI hid behind him, and Maria listened as he continued, saying, "I'm sure you have methods, Senior, but they probably aren't very elegant, right?" He smiled at her, waiting for a response, which finally came. Maria then focused ahead, straightening firmly, her eyes fixed and her expression determined, and replied in a controlled tone but laden with contained tension. "All right, I'll at least allow you to speak." There was no sign of resignation in her voice, only the acknowledgement that, at that moment, listening might be the inevitable next step. Meanwhile, Rudian passed by her, confidently crossing the space between them, and declared firmly and without hesitation, as if simply stating an undeniable fact, "You decide quickly. There's no choice." His words were dry and direct, like a blade cutting through the silence, making it clear that any illusion of multiple options was pointless in this context. Maria, still floating in the air with lightness and grandeur, lifted her chin and cast a threatening and disdainful look at Rudian. In a cold and controlled voice, she replied, "As for you, be prepared if you fail." Her tone made it clear that although she was willing to listen, her confidence was fragile and her tolerance minimal. Undeterred by the warning, Rudian proceeded with determination, walking toward the Marquis with firm, purposeful steps. At the same time, he raised his voice, calling for Diablo, who quickly manifested with his usual arrogant and haughty tone, "I already know what you're trying to say. You think I can't handle a lackey?" Rudian laughed lightly and provocatively as he drew his sword with fluidity, responding sarcastically, "Of course not. I was just asking to be sure." It was a back and forth of taunts between two people who knew each other well enough to trust and test one another in the face of impending chaos. The creature in front of them, twisting in the air as if made of shadows and pain, continued its relentless movement. Its eyes, injected with malignant energy, stirred, as Rudian approached with precision, finally reaching it. Without wasting time, he extended his arm, gripping the creature's face with strength and decisiveness, and in one swift and brutal motion, drove his sword into its head. The blade cleanly pierced the skull, creating a wide hole from which purple, thick, viscous substance gushed, something between blood and corrupted magic. Despite the grotesque wound, the creature let out a twisted and provoking laugh, as if it felt more pleasure than pain. Then with a mocking expression, it scoffed. "What are you doing? By now you should know I won't succumb to this kind of pain, right? You should stop this nonsense." But before it could continue its insolent speech, something changed in its expression. Its gaze, once full of challenge and arrogance, twisted suddenly. Its features contorted in agony, and from its throat came a shrill scream, a raw, visceral roar that cut through the air like a sharp blade. It was a groan of such intense pain that it seemed impossible to endure, accompanied by convulsions as black pulsing energy enveloped its body like a living prison. Rudian stood still, calmly observing the scene before him. His face showed only a provocative, confident, and slightly cruel smile. He then spoke with the air of someone revealing an inevitable fact, almost as if explaining a theory. "As a mage, you probably know methods to relieve pain, besides the excellent regenerative capacity granted by immortality." The Marquis continued to emit piercing, agonizing, guttural screams that echoed throughout the space, blending with the grotesque sound of flesh being torn and black energy crackling in fury. Its body writhed violently in spasms, as though its bones were being torn from the inside out, while Rudian's sword remained deeply embedded in its skull. The blade seemed to not only pierce matter, but also the very concept of resistance. Rudian, with his eyes fixed on the enemy's distorted face, spoke in a cold, relentless, and provocative tone. "Where did your confident attitude go? Is it because you suddenly can't regenerate?" His words were laced with irony, as if each syllable was a dagger piercing the creature's pride. Maria, still floating a distance away, watched in shock, completely stunned, as if witnessing a breach in the natural laws. Her eyes were wide, her mouth slightly agape, unable to comprehend the logic behind what she was seeing. Then, almost breathlessly, she murmured aloud, more to herself than to anyone else, "How is he doing that?" Our protagonist, in turn, remained serene, a smile slowly growing on his lips, a smile not only of satisfaction but of anticipation and a deep understanding of what was about to happen. His thoughts flowed clearly, as if revealing an already solved equation. Originally, immortality granted by a subject contract has no method to break it, but demonic powers are easily nullified by higher-class demons. Furthermore, among demons, Diablo has reached the peak. Under the name Seven Thrones, the strongest demon lord, with immortality blocked, the regeneration ability is also bound to be blocked. As these thoughts flashed like lightning through the protagonist's mind, he continued to slowly rotate the sword embedded in the Marquise's head, as if the blade were drawing a circle of judgment. The black energy surrounding the weapon pulsated violently, creating snaps in the air like compact thunder. With each rotation, more of the creature's flesh disintegrated, and its demonic structure was consumed by the dark flames burning from the inside out. The Marquis, once so arrogant and untouchable, now screamed desperately, in utter panic, his voice becoming hysterical and broken, as if no dignity remained. "No!" Our protagonist responded with a laugh that cut through the air, a maniacal laugh that made clear his absolute conviction in the creature's fate, and shouted back with triumphant fervor, "Yes!" The dark energy that had accumulated in the blade and around Rudian's body finally reached its breaking point. A black explosion, as dense as pitch and as violent as a cataclysm, erupted from within the creature, tearing through the air in all directions. The Marquis's flesh was obliterated, disintegrating into particles that dissolved before even touching the ground. Around Rudian, the crater where everything was taking place, briefly illuminated with black flames, spiraling like a hellish vortex, the wave of darkness expanded rapidly across the perimeter, covering everything in its path for a brief and silent second until it dissipated, leaving behind a subtle trail of destruction, as if reality itself had been wounded. In that moment, the Marquis's fate was sealed. Nothing of him remained but spiritual ashes. Rudian observed the energy dissipating, thinking, Gus Belstad, who lost in the succession competition for the Count's family, turned to magic and grew to the point of aspiring to become the next master of the Magic Tower. But at some point, his growth stagnated, and he was eventually removed from the succession for the next master of the Magic Tower. When he was exhausted from desperation and impatience, a demon approached him, and he finally succumbed to the temptation. After that, becoming a puppet of the Demon Lord, he annihilated his own family and rose to the position of Guildmaster. He became a major source of funding for the imperial demonic forces and took on the role of connecting demons with the upper class. No matter how blocked the path of magic was, joining the demons is unacceptable. Now that Gus is gone, the demons within the Empire will lose a lot of power. He felt mana coursing through his body as he leveled up, and couldn't help but notice that the mana increase rate wasn't as high as when he dealt with Castley. Maria landed, retaining some of her golden energy, and asked, "How did you manage to deal with Gus?" Until her gaze fell on something that shocked her. The demonic sword where Diablo resided. Rudian swung his sword, smiling, and said, "As you can see, it's a demonic sword. Is there a problem?" Maria shouted back, "A problem? Are you serious?" Rudian argued, "Do I look like a human who's lost his mind? Intoxicated by demonic energy, senior?" Maria tried to protest, but Rudian continued, "And if I were the bearer of a demonic sword, do you think it makes sense for me to deal with a servant of the same demon? Have you ever seen someone kill demons with a demonic sword?" Diablo laughed upon hearing his words and declared, "I've seen it countless times. There used to be many of those humans." Rudian quickly responded, "Don't spoil the mood, Diablo." He then turned to Maria saying, "I understand your concern, sir, but please don't ignore the situation in front of you." Diablo provoked again, saying, "The common sense of these days seems different from what I used to know." Rudian reprimanded him again, telling him to shut up, and Maria kept staring at him while thinking, it doesn't matter where he got the demonic sword or how he's handling it with a clear mind. What matters is that I kept my promise. She then composed herself and spoke, "Sorry, I reacted too sensitively." She observed Rudian, surrounded by crimson energy, and said, "Well then, let's hear about the proposal you mentioned." Back at the Imperial Maha Academy's quarters, in Maria's room, the girl was sitting across from Rudian, saying, "Let me introduce myself formally. The next leader of the Psychic Empire, Maria Lou Kepler." Our protagonist smiled at her and replied, "Rudian, an official member of Adora, a secret organization assembled to protect world peace." ABI looked at him judgmentally as she heard him say those words. Maria brought the teacup to her lips and took a sip, saying, "I'm not sure if the words world peace are sincere or deceptive. Your performance yesterday was impressive. However, I still have doubts about you. Among the secret organizations our intelligence department knows, there was no mention of Adora." Rudian smiled awkwardly and replied, "It's because we're so few and so selective, that makes sense." While thinking, if we consider even an organization with just one person an organization, Maria stared at him intently and declared, "Then I'll ask directly, what benefits can we gain from forming an alliance with you?" Rudian found that question amusing and began thinking, benefits, it would be endless if I listed them all. But it should be enough to present the minimum benefits that could persuade Maria. It must be a condition that Maria can't refuse. Rudian then began to speak. "First, there are countless secret societies on the continent. The reason we approach the Psychic Empire among them is because it meets the conditions we want. There are 3 conditions for Adora to form an alliance. First, it must not be evil. Second, it must have established a certain level of power. Third, there must be a matching purpose to pursue common interests." He smiled at her with 3 fingers raised, and she responded, "Even if I accept the first and second conditions, I don't understand the third condition. Are you talking about common interest without even knowing what our ultimate goal is?" Rudian smiled and raised his cup, illuminated by the sunlight, saying, "Psychic powers. Isn't it about being accepted by the public? As a predominant skill like magic?" Maria stammered, How did you know that?" And Rudian responded, "The fact that you're keeping demons under control beneath the Empire's surface. It's to block the intervention of magicians and take all the credit, right? Am I wrong?" Maria tried to protest, but Rudian quickly interrupted her, saying, "If you gain credit for eradicating the demonic forces that infiltrated the Empire, the Imperial family could view psychics quite favorably. I think this aligns well with our goal of seeking world peace. The demonic forces that infiltrated this continent are beyond imagination. The situation of the Empire is relatively better, but in the neighboring kingdoms, leadership has already been infiltrated by demons. If you properly investigate using your intelligence department, you'll soon realize that what I'm saying is true." Maria was silent for a few moments, analyzing Rudian's statements, before asking, "Seriously, are you saying that demons have infiltrated so deeply into the human world?" Rudian replied, "Gus Belstad was the head of the United Theorists Association, right? You must know that they controlled 20% of the Empire's logistics, and someone like that was just a servant of the demons. Don't you understand?" Maria lowered her gaze, reflecting on everything, and Rudian continued, "You asked about the benefits of forming an alliance with us? First, No. We will unconditionally provide all the information we have about the demonic forces within the Empire. Second, To support the Kepler family and the psychic empire, we will connect you with the empire's highest-ranking nobles. Maria lifted her gaze, surprised by the proposal. But that wasn't all. Rudian added, lastly, we will provide you with ancient knowledge where the theory of psychic powers was established. Maria leaned across the table, pushing her teacup aside, grabbing Rudian's hand, and exclaimed excitedly, what did you say, the theory of psychic powers? Rudian recalled what he had done before going there. Standing before an ancient writings table with ABI by his side, he heard his companion speak. This is strange, master. Will this be enough to persuade that woman? Rudian smiled and replied, as a psychic, she absolutely cannot refuse. You may have doubts since you've known the theory of psychic powers from the beginning, but for them, it's different. He lowered his gaze, thinking, various theories about psychic powers in ABI's database. Thanks to this knowledge, I'm confident in negotiating with the psychic empire. In the original work, Maria had psychic abilities so powerful that no great mage could handle her. But compared to her mighty strength, her weaknesses were very obvious. He then turned to ABI and said, since psychic powers lack a properly established theory, it's hard to enter them and they are less versatile compared to magic. Also, they cannot use psychic powers outside of their awakened type. To overcome these weaknesses, psychics have tried for generations to theorize psychic powers, but the results were, in the end, they could only rely on lineage and innate abilities. The theory of psychic powers is their greatest desire, something that can break the talent barrier, a simple way to achieve the final goal, which they failed to reach for hundreds of years. They absolutely will not be able to refuse my offer. Back to the present, he smiled at Maria, saying, a book of theory established by the ancient psychic empire which now perished and disappeared. Our Adora possesses these theory books. Maria hesitated, reflecting on everything, and Rudian asked the final question. Now, senior, what will you do? Later, in the psychic empire, inside the hideout, the brothers walked toward a portal. Elvin asked if Maria was okay, and she replied that she was. Elvin stopped and commented angrily, that bastard Rudian making everything so complicated. Maria sighed and admitted, but it wasn't something we could refuse. Elvin gritted his teeth in frustration and declared, after all, who is he? Maria conjured a series of floating posters with her magic and replied, according to the Intelligence Department's report, he really is just an ordinary guy. Literally no different from a commoner, they say. Elvin turned to her and laughed, saying, ha, that's absolutely impossible. I've never heard of a human who can wield such a powerful demon sword while maintaining their sanity. Maria looked ahead again and responded, the only demon sword capable of exerting enough power to destroy immortality skills is the ego sword with a high-class demon sealed inside. With such a demon sword, a normal human would lose their soul the moment they grabbed it. Adora. Who exactly are they? The question echoed in Maria's mind. Adora seemed to know everything about them, but they knew nothing about who Adora actually was. Elvin brought her back from her thoughts, saying, as long as they remain within our sight, we can deal with them at any time if we notice something strange. That way, we can uncover their identity little by little. Maria took a deep breath and replied, as long as they don't approach us as enemies, what matters is our benefit. The key is whether what they're offering in exchange for the alliance is really true. She stopped and began to think in silence. Information, connections, knowledge, all the things we want so much. These things are too big to be offered just as the price for an alliance. Is their goal really world peace? She then took a step forward and walked, leaving the portal behind, saying, for now I have a meeting with him tomorrow. Let's go in, brother. Elvin followed her, saying, the highest-ranking nobles aren't really associated with mages. What kind of connections will they provide? Maria led the way while responding, if I had to choose, knight families that value martial arts. If it's Marquis level or higher, about 5. Could it be one of these 5? Elvin shrugged and said, who knows? There are also border count families comparable to great nobles like Iskar. Maybe the family they will present is the Iskar family, since that guy himself is from the Iskar family. He smiled at her, and Maria turned back to the front, letting the sunlight cover her face as she said, well, we'll find out tomorrow. Walking through the city, the protagonist thought about getting prepared. Although the elimination of Gus Belstad, his top priority, had been accomplished, it was only supposed to happen after he had stabilized himself in the capital. With Gus's disappearance earlier than expected, preparations for what would happen next had to be made. Rudian was still at a point where he could intervene in the original story, so no mistakes could be made. However, what struck Rudian as odd was the fact that the Luda siblings were sitting around him. The siblings themselves had nothing to do, as it had been an order from Maria. When the protagonist asked if he was being watched, the girl Nell smiled brightly, sticking out her tongue. No, actually, she told us to make him join our faction. Del agreed with his sister, as they were now allies. Despite what they said, the protagonist knew that the main purpose must have been surveillance. Pausing to think, he remembered that Elvin and Karen were from rival factions, while Luciella had entrusted his safety to Karen. This meant that if Karen saw him with the two siblings, problems could unfold. While the protagonist was worried, the siblings noticed Maria and Elvin approaching. The two approached Rudian with a direct request to explain what they were going to do. With a confident look, the protagonist asked for their patience. "You'll see when we get there." Inside the Imperial Palace garden, Luciella greeted the prince upon visiting him. While the prince asked what Lady Luciella was doing there, a young woman beside him restrained herself, almost stammering, "We greet you, lady." The girl with a frightened look was Citri Belstad, the daughter of Marquis Belstad. Luciella was surprised to see the girl in such a place and with that frightened look, but the prince quickly snapped her out of her daze. "Aren't you going to accept her greetings, Lady Luciella?" With an irritated look, Rojo Wilhelm von Morian, the third prince of the Morian Empire, stared at Luciella as he questioned her. Quickly, Luciella greeted Citri, who remembered it was the first time they had met since the ball. Frowning, Prince Rojo questioned why Luciella wasn't carrying out the mission he had assigned her, and was instead visiting him. Luciella was silent for a second before saying that she was there to report on the incident of Marquis Gus Belstad. Quickly, the prince took the scroll from Luciella's hand. Opening it, he excitedly commented, "Finally, we will know the identity of those who hurt your father." Under Luciella's confused eyes, the prince embraced the daughter of the eliminated Marquis. "Don't worry, Citri. We will definitely eliminate these traitors and honor your father's spirit. I will do everything for you." Unable to say anything to the prince, Luciella watched the duo being overly affectionate, while the fury within her grew. In the eastern part of the Morian Empire's capital was the guild's headquarters, a large 10-story building. Maria looked around, confused, and Elvin explained the situation to Rudian. "We thought you would take us to Iskar village." Curious, he asked if they could only find the noble they were looking for with the help of the Information Guild. What Rudian wanted to do in that place wasn't that complicated, though. Changing the subject, he made a request that they hide the organization's original name. For him, mentioning the name Empire in front of high-ranking imperial nobles was a bit excessive. Maria agreed to the idea without any issues and accompanied Rudian. To everyone's surprise, the protagonist made a request to the clerk. "Please arrange a meeting with the master of the Information Guild." With a suspicious look, the clerk asked if he had an appointment. However, instead of answering, the protagonist asked him to mention the name Rudian to the guildmaster. He'd recognize it. Avoiding conflict with someone important, the man asked the protagonist to wait a moment. He would check. A few minutes later, the receptionist returned, bowing 90 degrees out of fear. "My apologies. I didn't recognize such esteemed guests. The master is waiting for you." The psychic duo was surprised to hear the meeting announced. They knew very well that the Information Guildmaster's identity was unknown to the public. Sometime later, the group arrived at the top floor of the Information Guild, the master's office floor. The guildmaster received them, and upon seeing who it was, Maria and Elvin were shocked. Sitting behind a large desk was Luciella. With a calm look, she greeted them. "My greetings. I am Luciella von Delphione, master of the Information Guild." Some time ago, the protagonist met Luciella in the student council room. With a smile on her face, she welcomed him. Seeing him well, Luciella commented, "I'm happy to see you like this. Is there any inconvenience with dormitory life?" For the protagonist, that place was wonderful. Without Karain, he dreamed of staying there 365 days a year. There was no way to be uncomfortable in heaven. The girl, behind a desk full of papers, smiled at the protagonist's comment, who observed his surroundings. "It seems your paperwork has increased a bit." Without revealing anything, Luciella commented that an incident had occurred that deserved her attention. The protagonist got straight to the point. "The master of the Information Guild must be quite busy, aren't you? The shoulders of this lady who is the master must have become quite heavy too." Luciella responded automatically. "Don't even mention such a thing. It's already been difficult, and now this incident has happened." In the middle of her response, Luciella realized her mistake and questioned, "What did you just say, Mr. Rudian?" With a slightly mischievous smile, Rudian repeated, "I said that the shoulders of Lady Luciella, the master of the Information Guild, must have become extremely heavy." Luciella slowly gripped a handle under the table, and with a flick of her hand, drew a gigantic heavy sword that sent all the papers on the table flying. Pointing the sword at the protagonist, maintaining a blank stare as she faced him, she questioned, "Rudian, what is your true identity?" Surprised that Luciella kept such a fierce sword in the school office, the protagonist calmly replied, "I am Rudian, servant of Karain, the young master of Iskar, and now I realize the Delphione Foundation." With a sharp gaze, Luciella rephrased the question. How do you know I am the master of the Information Guild? The protagonist responded with a long explanation. Firstly, the guild itself was a contradictory entity. When imperial information could leak to other countries at any moment, it was strange for an organization that dealt only with private sector information to openly display its name. Though a guild that exchanged information was interesting, the imperial family couldn't directly get involved with it. Attentively, Luciella continued to listen to the explanation. Playing with the tip of the young woman's sword, the protagonist continued. Imperial information wouldn't be handled by a mere noble. At the very least, it would be managed by a noble family, perhaps one with connections to the imperial family itself. And in the empire, only one family was capable of such a feat. The family that inherited the imperial lineage and proved their loyalty for generations. With the existence of Luciella von Delfione, the third prince's fiancée, only the Delfione ducal family remained for the position. Gripping the sword, Luciella was startled to hear Rudian reveal the entire truth. However, she couldn't concede. That guess came close to the truth. But still, a guess is just a guess. Answer me. How did you find out? Faced with Luciella's question, Rudian was ready to act. The protagonist fearlessly ignored the sword, retorting, "A few days ago, a very influential noble disappeared from the capital. Part of the documents that just fell from your desk probably contain information about that noble's disappearance. In fact, I am the culprit behind the disappearance." Even though everything Rudian said coincided with what Luciella already knew, she was surprised by the last part. Without caring, the protagonist continued, "I said I was the one who dealt with Marquis Gus Belstad." Trying to look at Rudian and the papers at the same time, Luciella asked if he was really behind that unprecedented incident. Finally, she stared at him, suspicious that he was lying. She couldn't help but sigh. "Your jokes are too extreme." Luciella found it incredible that Rudian could use mana and possess exceptional abilities for his age, but she didn't believe he had the capacity to eliminate the head of the Belstad family by himself. As if reading Luciella's thoughts, the protagonist roared, "Of course it would be difficult to do it alone. An academy student couldn't deal with a dark wizard who became a minion of a shadow being." Hearing that the Marquis had become a minion partially surprised Luciella. Reading the girl's expressions, the protagonist asked the question she wanted to ask. How did I know about the existence of shadow beings? Instead of answering, he made a proposal. "Let's meet at the Information Guild tomorrow. I'll be with those who have joined forces with me." Discovering that Luciella was the master of the Information Guild left the green-haired youths confused. They would never have imagined that she was the person whose identity had been veiled for so long. Seeing the two youths in front of her, Luciella felt dizzy. She got straight to the point as she faced them. "Did you truly eliminate Marquis Gus Belstad?" Before the duo could answer anything, Rudian hugged Elvin, responding for them. "We've been tracking dark beings for a long time and finally managed to find the trail left by the evil forces that infiltrated the Empire." Keeping Elvin silent and irritated, the protagonist continued to speak for him. "The Marquis was a figure who secretly worked as a minion of evil for years. We eliminated him and obtained materials about his exchanges with the dark side. And among that information, we found your name, lady." Hearing that her name had been found among the belongings of a minion of evil left Luciella startled and confused. The protagonist walked towards the master of the Information Guild. The Marquis chose the third prince to expand evil's influence within the imperial family. There was also a plan to use the prince to expel you from the position of guildmaster, taking control himself. Without Luciella expecting it, Rudian connected several dots about which she had doubts. To fulfill his plan, the Marquis connected his adopted daughter to the prince, trying to create a gap between the prince and you, lady. Luciella became increasingly surprised. Rudian was speaking half-truths. Before the timeline of the story he had read, Luciella was supposed to be the third prince's fiancée. Currently, they were still in the period before the engagement. In the original work, Luciella had been a victim of Gus's plans, had her engagement to the prince broken, and eventually lost her position as guildmaster. Showing his companions, the protagonist revealed that they had created that situation just to reveal the truth to her. Visiting the Information Guild and presenting evidence would be much more convincing than just words. Despite the story being plausible, Luciella still had two doubts. How were you able to accurately find traces of the dark beings that neither the Imperial family nor the Information Guild managed to detect? And how did you deal with his minion, whom you discovered? Rudian was confident he could answer both questions with a single response. He had prepared to show himself up to that point. He was ready to pass the baton to the duo who would introduce themselves to Luciella. Immediately, Maria stepped forward. "I am Maria Kepler, leader of the psychic group, the Luminous Psychic. It's a pleasure to greet you this way, lady." The protagonist was confident that the combination of the two girls would produce tremendous synergy. He was ready to see what he had created unfold. Hesitantly, Luciella asked Maria if she had said luminous psychic group. As soon as the girl confirmed it, Luciella sighed. Worried, she hadn't known about the existence of this group within the Empire. She was speechless. Maria found it normal that they didn't know about the group, as there were no official records of it. We are a simple group that shares an ability called psychic power. Luciella became even more confused upon hearing about this new power. The girl gave a slight demonstration. Energy gathered around a chair, which was then lifted by her power. Luciella's gaze was drawn to the flow encircling the chair, which, with a snap of Maria's fingers, shattered the wood. In an instant, the twisted pieces began to form into a ball that, like crumpled paper, fell before Luciella. The sky-haired girl was impressed. She knew psychic powers existed, but she believed they had disappeared a long time ago, overshadowed by magic. Luciella's comment brought a hint of frustration to Maria's gaze. Despite containing half-truths, the young woman had faith that psychic powers would not be overshadowed, as those who used them still existed. Picking up the wooden ball that had fallen to the floor, Luciella analyzed the result of the supernatural power she had only read about in fairy tales. With everything she had learned, she drew a line. Let's say you really did deal with Gus Belstad. If such psychic power users formed an organization, it wouldn't be irrational for them to have noticed things we missed. But you didn't come all this way just to tell me that, did you? What's your real purpose? Rudian reasserted leadership of the group, knowing there were still many suspicions. As soon as he knelt before Luciella, the psychic duo did the same. The protagonist then revealed his intention. We want you, madam, to become our patron. After some time, Luciella repeated the group's desire to make psychic powers a recognized field of supernatural ability, equal to magic. The protagonist confirmed the desire and added the benefits. If the military power relies on psychic power users, in addition to your support, lady, with these two forces combined, we can deal with the darkness that still exists within the Empire. Confidently, Rudian hid the fact that he himself could attract the holy sword Keitel. Luciella, though she knew there was nothing to lose, was still worried. Information about the existence of dark forces within the Morian Empire was leaking everywhere, and at that delicate moment, a letter with useful military potential had been delivered into her hands. Despite the good that could come of it, Luciella took a step back. This isn't something I can decide on my own. I need to discuss the matter with the main family. She wanted to carefully analyze the appealing proposal before making any decision, to avoid being deceived. Confident that she would accept anyway, the protagonist bid farewell. We will await your response. After leaving the Information Guild, Maria let her curiosity get the better of her and asked Rudian how he knew Luciella's true identity, and if the Adora organization really had someone infiltrated in the Imperial family. The protagonist pretended to think for a moment and smiled proudly. I won't answer that question. Even if we are allies, I can't reveal all my cards. Even if he wanted to answer, Rudian had nothing to say. He needed to keep up the bluff so they wouldn't doubt his powers. What Maria's group needed wasn't power, but political status. And because of that, due to lack of support, they failed in the original story. Confident, the protagonist raised his hand. Just watch. I'm going to make the luminous psychic one of the Empire's pillars with pride. Adjusting her hair in the wind, Maria asked why he was doing so much for them. There were several reasons for Rudian to help them, but one was bigger than all. Not seeing the light, not following the path you desire, that's truly a waste. The psychic duo was confused by Rudian's words. Despite having power and a just cause to fight for, in the end they had merely been a sacrificial group for the protagonist to proceed with the story. Rudian was determined to help his favorite character from the story, Maria Kepler, the young woman standing before him. At least outside the work, the protagonist had been one of her strongest supporters. Showing his sincerity, he wanted to prove his will through actions. That night, a carriage crossed the cobblestone streets. Biting her nails, a furious woman questioned the shadowy being in front of her. Do you have any suspects, Sire? The being, who looked more like a shadow, apologized, revealing they hadn't found a trace yet. The woman grew even more furious, reminding the being how much time they had spent turning Gus into a high-level minion. Remembering something, the shadow commented, Recently Rohan sent an official warning. I wonder if what happened has any relation. Laughing, the woman asked if he was talking about the story of a lich who had suddenly been eliminated from the Court of Magic. Sierra was exactly talking about Castley Richmond. She was one of the main forces on Rohan's side, and there was a report about her residual magical power being detected at the Empire's borders. The woman couldn't believe the stupid lich had hidden her heart in that region. By not using her brain, she had been easily defeated. Even after mobilizing the mages, no trace was found, which led her to believe that spatial magic or artifacts had been used. She couldn't tolerate the existence of an unknown force. Furious, she sent Sari away. "Find the enemy's traces and report immediately." Gritting her teeth, Citri Belstad hurled threats into the wind. "No matter who did this, you will pay." At the Maha Academy training ground, the protagonist was taking action. For the next 5 years, at least if everything went as in the original story, he knew he needed to reach the level of a swordmaster. Upon seeing Rudian fervently swinging his sword, some skinny students passing through the corridors joked, "Rudian, don't push yourself so hard. If you get bored, try going to some balls. As a student, you'll be welcome anywhere." The personalities of the people at the academy weren't as bad as he imagined. Rudian was prepared to face bullying, but everyone seemed like good people. He had presumed all nobles would be petty like Karain, but perhaps he was being spared thanks to Luciella's secret support. When the protagonist stopped to rest, a young man approached. "You're working hard." The protagonist was surprised to see Elvin, but greeted him. Soon irritation appeared on his face. He suspected Maria was behind this. Approaching Rudian, Elvin revealed his intentions. "I heard you used mana in your fight with Karen. Well, I expected that from someone capable of handling a dark sword." Seeing how the matter about Karen had spread, the protagonist considered there might be a spy lurking around the girl. But to his frustration, Elvin revealed the truth. "Karen herself told me." Elvin smiled victoriously. "I just had to take her out for cake and she told me everything." He ended up revealing more than he should have. In truth, he and Karen didn't have a bad relationship. They had known each other since youth, and before maturing, they had even promised to marry. However, things started to get strange when Elvin began to covet her position. Elvin didn't want Maria to handle everything alone. That's why he chose the path of becoming a disciple of the Sword Saint and gaining the strength of a knight for her. However, now Elvin was a bit more relieved regarding Karen. If they obtained the support of the Delphioni ducal family, he would no longer need to become a disciple of the Sword Saint. He was grateful to Rudian for, indirectly, helping to make his relationship with Karen a bit more normal. Changing the subject, the sword-savvy young man went straight to the point. "You have several strange points, Rudian. You can handle a dark sword, but your movements are incredibly clumsy, and your sword proficiency is immature." Suddenly, Elvin drew his sword, as fast as the wind, and pointed it at Rudian. "Because of such contradictory appearances, I cannot trust you." The protagonist rolled his eyes, annoyed by the situation. In a library that more closely resembled a tower, countless books floated with psychic power. A young woman approached the cloaked man who commanded the books, and sensing her presence, he commented, "It's impossible to trust those whose objectives are unclear." Despite her father's words, Maria reminded him that the theories of psychic powers granted to them were real. All research confirmed that such theories were on an entirely different level, something that could only come from an advanced era. Closing the book he was reading, Maria's father partially agreed with her. "Your point has merit. But among all who claim to seek peace for the world, none of them followed that purpose to the true end. You need to remember that." Matthias Kepler, the head of the Kepler family, tried to instruct his daughter to be vigilant. In the ancient records of the psychic empire, for over 100 years, no one like that truly appeared. You yourself have read the records, haven't you? Although her father was telling the truth, Maria remained downcast. She remembered Rudian's words, which motivated her and sounded so confident. She didn't think the expressions he showed were false. Recovering from her memories, Maria patted her own chest. "Holding their hand is my responsibility. Therefore, as the leader of the organization, I believe it's our moral duty to return the favor we received, even if they are truly evil." Faced with his daughter's words, Matthias became thoughtful. Since she insisted he couldn't go against her will and gave her permission to take care of everything related to the Adora organization. Changing the subject, Matthias commented on something he found strange. Such a systematic theory. It's very suspicious that it involves the green world. Frowning, Maria knew her father had some reason to remain cautious. The world of 7 colors referred to dimensions that truly existed, in addition to 7 mythical-level artifacts that granted enormous power. Among them was the green world, which symbolized psychic power, and was an artifact that enabled the use of extremely powerful mental abilities. At the same time, Elvin pointed his sword at Rudian. "I don't believe your contradictions. And furthermore, the decisive factor is the fact that you know about the green world, something that belongs to our main family." Laughing mockingly, the protagonist asked if knowing about the green world was a problem. For the Kepler family, it was a serious problem. Even among their members, fewer than 10 people knew of the item's existence. The protagonist understood Elvin's explosive reaction. Even Maria had been surprised when he made the proposal. To reassure Elvin, the protagonist released power with his hand. "I don't think this is a problem. It's not like I need the item. Regardless of what happens, as soon as Maria accepted the proposal, I believe I paid a fair price for this power. You must know that the psychic powers obtained with the authority of the green world are only at the beginner level, don't you? As he spoke, the protagonist destroyed a piece of rock in the center of the arena, molding it into a small ball, just as Maria had done with the wooden chair. Without backing down, Elvin completed, I know I'm wrong. However, when you took all the magic books that Marquis Belstad studied, we didn't care because we didn't need them. But seeing you acquire the magic power of the green world, I realized you're gathering different abilities. Irritation and worry were visible in Elvin's eyes. Rudian knew too much about his family's and organization's situation. He felt that something terribly wrong could happen if he let his family and organization get entangled in Rudian's intentions. Rudian smiled slightly. Elvin was proving to be someone with attitude, willing to do anything for the organization, with a clear tendency to pursue greater causes. It would be great to have him as a companion and obtain all the power he wanted. Staring at Elvin, the protagonist revealed that he truly was collecting abilities. Rudian wanted to obtain all possible power, all companions who could help him, just as the protagonist Abel had done, stating that he could prove both his innocence and his objectives at the same time. The protagonist used Abby. Unexpectedly for Elvin, Rudian grabbed his sword with his bare hands. If you monitor my every move, won't you be able to understand me? Surprised, Elvin asked what Rudian was talking about. The protagonist responded quickly, I will actively demonstrate that we are true allies. That's better than us fighting and breaking the alliance, don't you think? Elvin finally agreed with the protagonist, which pleased him. Knowing Rudian wanted a reliable companion, Abby teased him, Don't you mean you're looking for a reliable servant? Fiercely, Elvin pointed at the protagonist. As you suggested, I'll monitor you. If you do anything suspicious, I won't ignore it. Shrugging, the protagonist allowed the young man to do as he pleased. Rudian didn't care what Elvin would do, as he himself had no intention of letting him escape. Later, the protagonist ended up regretting his decision. With a furrowed brow, he stared at Elvin, asking what he was doing. The young man in casual clothes acted as if Rudian should expect such a thing. What do you mean? I've come to live in the dorms too. The protagonist, however, asked why he was in his room. Laughing victoriously, Elvin recounted what had happened. Unfortunately, there were no rooms left. The room is spacious, so sharing it with someone won't be a problem, right? For Rudian to let him stay, Elvin made a proposition. I don't know how you awaken mana, but I can help you shorten the time needed to refine its form. As if disbelieving, the protagonist stared at Elvin. The young man noticed Rudian's gaze and became annoyed. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm known as one of the Academy's greatest geniuses. Rudian had forgotten that fact, since Maria was so transcendental. But Elvin was one of the characters who served a boss at a certain point in the story. The 24-year-old, who possessed a combat power above 4,100 points, was truly strong. Thanks to the special psychic power statistic, even if the others were basic, at the level of a common knight, his combat power became immense. Currently, Elvin was not only superior to Alec Huma, whom Rudian had already fought, but also had higher statistics than Marquis Gus before his transformation. Considering his age, Rudian could only call him a monster. Trying to further convince Rudian, Elvin stated that sword training would be just a small help. You confidently said you'd prove your righteousness, but if you think I'll quietly watch everything, you're making a mistake. The protagonist had no intention of keeping Elvin idle, and promptly accepted the help. Quickly, Rudian jumped onto the bed. About that, I have a plan. Would you trust me and follow it? Elvin was a little confused, and heard Rudian continue. With our current abilities, approaching evil beings is no different from putting your head into a tiger's mouth. That's why we need to find something to protect our heads, even when they're inside the tiger's mouth. Faced with Rudian's analogy, Elvin was confused. Sometime later, Luciella received Rudian and the Kepler siblings in the student council room. With a serious look, she declared, In the name of Duke Vincent von Delfione, I accept your proposal. If you dedicate yourselves to the safety of our family and the Empire, we will strongly support you to shine in your future. The protagonist was pleased with Luciella's answer, who suddenly turned to Elvin. Now that we've formed an alliance, as proof, though it's unfortunate for Karen, you will be accepted as Uncle Keitel's disciple. A shock and despair arose in Elvin's gaze, who did not expect such a thing and could only nod. After handing over the position to Elvin, the young woman asked Rudian what he planned to do. Without warning, Luciella ended up blushing when Rudian approached her, coming within inches of her face. Ignoring the girl's reaction, the protagonist leaned close to her ear and whispered, Marquis Belstad was a minion who used the power of darkness. Such a person offered his adopted daughter to the third prince. He didn't offer his biological daughter, but the adopted one. Do you understand what that meant? Luciella, momentarily recovering, asked if Rudian meant to suggest that Citri was also connected to the side of darkness. The protagonist then gave a mission. Let's find out if the Marquis's daughter is involved in the affairs of the United Theories Association. If a new head takes over, it might be someone intimately connected to her. Luciella believed it was impossible for a mere lady to be involved in important responsibilities of a merchant company. Regardless, Rudian knew what needed to be done. We need to remove the parasite behind the third prince, don't we? As soon as Rudian made such a suggestion, Luciella froze due to hatred. Exactly. We need to eliminate the parasite. Abby, seeing Luciella's expression, couldn't imagine who the real minion of darkness was. After recovering, Luciella cleared her throat to ask what they should do. The protagonist explained that the dark beings had already infiltrated noble society, including the military. Therefore, they needed to bring them to the surface. Rudian's goal was simple. First, we need to cut off all their limbs. However, to achieve this, the path would be long. For that purpose, I'm thinking of a dungeon attack strategy to strengthen ourselves. There's even a good dungeon nearby. This particular dungeon would be a stepping stone for a future Dark Lord. Although its difficulty was high, clearing it wouldn't be impossible. Luciella, upon hearing about a nearby dungeon, was astonished. She couldn't believe there was one so close to the capital. With a confident smile, the protagonist revealed the truth. The dungeon was inside the capital. In reality, there were 3 dungeons. 2 weren't related to dark beings, so he could let them be. The protagonist revealed his plan. Mr. Elvin and I will enter the dungeon and clear it. Rudian planned to gain experience alongside Elvin, in addition to finding valuable items. Combined with the elimination of a future evil, it would be like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. That night, the group headed to the Catacomb of Perdition, an ancient and gloomy mausoleum within a property seemingly forgotten by time. Inside the large residence, skeletons and undead ran rampant. However, interrupting the monster's peace, Luciella appeared, brandishing her sword and eliminating each one with a smile on her face. Maria, assisting Luciella, pointed to a spot where an undead knight had appeared. Luciella became excited to see that a worthy opponent had finally shown up. As another monster emerged, a skeleton mage, Maria herself stepped in, overflowing with psychic power to create shockwaves. Behind the girls, Rudian and Elvin, who had come to the dungeon to level up, ended up sidelined, as the girls were already handling everything on their own. Confused, Elvin asked, "Didn't we come here to gain some practical experience?" Sharing the same frustration, Rudian replied, "That was originally the plan, but it seems we won't be able to." A sense of despair appeared in Rudian's eyes because, at that rate, what he sought to obtain in the dungeon wouldn't fall into his hands. A few hours earlier, when Luciella heard about the dungeon, she became pensive. Seeing her expression, the protagonist wondered if it was really that shocking to have a dungeon inside the capital. It made sense, as Luciella's family was one of the Empire's managers. Suddenly, her pensive and worried expression gave way to an extremely enthusiastic smile. "This is truly interesting information. I'm sure the dungeon must have been formed by the accumulation of energy from the tombs." The girl began to imagine scenes from books like undeads rising on the battlefield. The protagonist tried to explain how it happened, but an excited Luciella only thought about going with him, quickly warming up her muscles. "I've been wanting to cut something lately, so this is the perfect opportunity." She quickly began preparing everything necessary for the journey to the dungeon. Seeing the girl's enthusiasm, the protagonist was reminded of her personality. Luciella was the type of person who preferred to wield a sword rather than a pen. He knew that if Luciella joined him, the dungeon assault would be easy. However, the item he wanted to obtain couldn't be divided, and his entire plan was about to be messed up. Before Rudian could refuse Luciella's presence, Elvin convinced him to accept the girl into the group. Few realize it, but the lady's skills are impressive. If she helps, it will be a great advantage. Immediately, upon learning that Luciella was going to the dungeon, Maria stretched and asked, "In that case, please take me too. I've been feeling a bit stiff lately, so this will be a good warm-up." The protagonist was incredulous to see that Maria wanted to join them. Luciella, on the other hand, became extremely excited. "You too, miss? This will be a good chance to see psychic powers in action." Having been quite stressed lately, Maria truly wanted to join the group. Seeing more and more people appearing to mess up his plans, Rudian wondered if he could handle the situation appropriately. The group had gathered in front of the catacombs north of Nevan. Looking at Luciella, the protagonist confirmed that her preparations had been excellent. In one hand, Luciella carried a mithril short sword, in the other an artifact with permanent light magic. She also carried a set of silver daggers, a dimensional bag with water and food, and above all, she was tremendously excited. Luciella carrying a short sword, something easy to wield in tight spaces, instead of her usual giant sword, showed that she was clearly not a novice at dungeon raids. Rudian considered the possibility that she might even be more experienced than him. Thinking of something, the protagonist asked awkwardly, "Oh, Lady Luciella, if we wanted to sell artifacts or mana-infused gold bars, do you know a good route?" After a moment's thought, Luciella stated that her own household purchased goods, provided they came from a clean source, although they couldn't handle large quantities at once. In that case, the magic tower would be more suitable. The protagonist still had the artifacts obtained from Casley's secret vault. Even just one of them should be worth tens or hundreds of gold coins. Finding a way to sell them excited him. At that moment, Luciella looked at Maria, confused. "Kepler Merchant Company isn't small. Are you really so broke that you need to sell artifacts?" The protagonist realized his mistake in asking Luciella about their sales. Quickly, Luciella caught on to the truth she already suspected. "I knew it. You two were never allies to begin with." The Kepler siblings were surprised to see that Luciella had come to such an understanding. With a grim look, she approached Rudian. "I believe you can explain this properly." However, her expression changed to a smile. "Well, you can explain later. For now, lead the way." Taking Luciella's luminous magic artifact, the protagonist went ahead with Abby scoffing at him. "Liars always get exposed, master." As soon as they entered the catacomb, the group descended the stairs and encountered a problem. Upon finding themselves in a gigantic corridor, Luciella commented, "In such a large underground facility, there should be a caretaker." Facing the calm situation, Luciella told Rudian to explain what was happening. Frowning, he replied, "I don't know why the caretaker disappeared, but I know why this place ended up like this. Many people who had left for the wars ended up in this place, causing negative energy to accumulate easily. The location became perfect for necromancers." Hearing the explanation, Luciella asked if the dungeon's culprit was a necromancer, but Rudian denied it, saying it was something worse. The culprit is an underworld creature. Among the 7 colored worlds, the black world symbolized the underworld, ruled by the Grim Reaper. The protagonist explained to Luciella, "There must be an entity from the underworld here summoned with the help of dark beings." As they continued walking, Rudian explained that the being, as always, was absorbing negative energy, growing and expanding the underworld's influence. Hearing about such a dark being, Luciella couldn't help but worry about Rudian's previous plan. "You and Sir Elvin really plan to try and conquer this place alone? Are you sure we don't need to call the knights for help?" The protagonist replied that he didn't think it would be necessary. He knew that with Maria's presence, who could be compared to a scythe, there was no need to call for a bread knife. Believing Rudian's words, Luciella retrieved the light artifact and took the lead, excited. "What you say sounds good. This kind of thing should be eliminated right at the source. So let's go." Sometime later, they encountered their first monsters, which Luciella excitedly attacked, dusting off her sword. Her rapid attacks created after-images, lights that cut through the air. Before her, a disfigured undead warrior bellowed, "Revenge! I won't be able to close my eyes until I can make them pay. I won't rest until then." With a smile on her face, Luciella responded, "I've already dealt with everyone you hate, so please, rest in peace." Thus, she sent him to the afterlife permanently. Rudian observed Luciella's actions. The young woman had defeated a dark knight with combat power over 2,000 in just 3 attacks. Just as he had thought about Elvin, the protagonist wondered if Luciella was a monster. Wiping away a little sweat, the young woman sighed excitedly. "This is great! I feel all my stress melting away." The protagonist ended up feeling great too. He just wished he wasn't in the underground of a catacomb. That way his heart would be beating even stronger. Returning to the matter at hand and paying attention to the dungeon, Rudian realized there were more monsters than he had expected. Having to face so many monsters, yet none of them strong, Luciella sighed, "This is getting boring. I haven't seen any more knights or mages." To get rid of all the monsters, Maria stepped forward, releasing a large amount of her psychic power. The power overflowing from the girl had taken on a golden hue due to its purity. Extending her hand, she declared, "It seems none of them are worth leaving, so let's finish them all at once." As soon as Maria closed her hand, a massive blast of light struck the undead, throwing them back. That blow seemed to serve as an opposition to the undead, who began to melt. Having seen Maria's powerful magic, Luciella quickly rushed to her side. "It's like a grand magical spell passed through here. Is that the true power of psychic abilities?" Feigning humility, Maria tried not to smile. It was nothing special. Upon seeing the girl act as if it were child's play, Luciella became even more excited. Seeing how the two acted, the protagonist faced a new problem. At this rate, Luciella and Maria would obtain most of the dungeon rewards because of imperial law. Rudian didn't mind leaving some rewards for them, but there was a sword he needed to obtain. As the group conversed, a dark energy seemed to spread through the catacomb, accompanied by a voice. Maria felt chills upon hearing that voice. The entity from the underworld seemed to cry like a sheep. However, Luciella cheered her on. "Let's get her, miss." Blushing because of Luciella's excitement, Maria replied, "All right, let's go, miss." Arm in arm, the girls ran off, leaving the frustrated boys behind. They couldn't help but ask, "But what about us?" When they reached a new room, they were met with thousands of disassembled skeletons. Luciella couldn't believe such a place existed. She felt there was much to investigate when they returned. Looking all around, Maria felt as if she were in a coliseum, about to face a battle. Luciella thought of something else, and as if he had guessed her thoughts, Rudian commented, "You thought the place looks like a public execution ground, didn't you?" Worried, Luciella confirmed his thoughts. The countless skeletons that were around the Colosseum didn't seem to be spectators, as one would normally think. They looked more like those who had once been there, where the four currently stood. Suddenly, a flying being emerged, flapping its black wings and screaming with its goat's mouth, "Damn humans! How did you know I was here?" Everyone looked up toward the monster, and quickly Elvin discovered its identity. Stammering, he faced the large monster. "He's a Lacacius of the Underworld Lord." Although Maria had been expecting something when she heard a sheep's cry, she and Elvin encountered something much larger than they expected to face. Diablo, in the protagonist's hand, was already cackling excitedly. Hey, he must have been damaged while traveling through the dimensional portal. Hearing that the monster was damaged left the protagonist confused. That winged monster with enormous wings, a human body, animal legs, and a goat's head, swinging a massive greatsword, seemed perfectly healthy to him. However, Diablo assured him, "Hey, if he were in perfect condition, he wouldn't waste time talking to humans like you. With the Underworld Lord backing him, he acts arrogantly even against lords." After explaining the monster's identity, Diablo described its behavior. "I guarantee you, that thing will try to negotiate with you using cunning illusions and strong temptations. The moment you accept, it will all be over." While Diablo revealed his insight, the monster, which looked more like a goat, screamed, "Only 4 humans, what perfect prey! Damn humans, I'll finish you all off." Seeing that the goat had no intention of negotiating, but rather of eliminating them immediately, the protagonist confronted Diablo, who tried to change his tune. "Anyway, he is a master of curses, so stay cautious. Be especially careful when he's about to be banished back to the underworld. That's when he's most dangerous." The protagonist heard all the advice given by Diablo and understood the reason for the apprehension. "You mean he'll try to drag you along with him when he leaves, right?" More and more, the protagonist wished to make such a being his servant and use it as a sword. The dark goat advanced through the mist it carried, raising its greatsword toward the protagonist's group. Wielding the greatsword, the winged goat charged at the group. While Elvin was worried about fearing that brutal weapon, the protagonist quickly drew Diablo, ready to defend himself. Feeling challenged, the goat aimed at Rudian, who enveloped himself in a protective aura. Maria quickly advanced before the goat could attack, unleashing her mental power. She created a globe around everyone to protect them from the impact. The sword heavily struck Rudian's barrier, creating a large shockwave, but it was prevented from advancing. As soon as the attack was blocked and the barrier remained standing, Rudian smiled confidently. Luciella and Elvin didn't stand idly by. Trusting Maria's protective power, they advanced with their swords drawn. They quickly surrounded the goat, which couldn't focus on both of them at once. Wielding their swords, they passed through the monster after striking it. Suffering the duo's attack, the goat bellowed in agony. Seeing that they had gained an advantage in the fight, Maria commented to Rudian, "He's not as impressive as I thought he'd be." The protagonist broke into a cold sweat, knowing that the powerful monster was seen this way by Maria only because she was too strong. If only he and Elvin had been fighting the goat, the situation would have been much more dangerous. The protagonist looked at the monster's information, named Dugo, and almost fainted upon seeing that it possessed 113,000 combat power points. Oblivious to these stats, Maria tried to analyze it. It seemed to be under some higher restriction, and that's why she wanted to finish it before it became a problem. Noticing that the goat seemed to be guarding something, Maria pointed upwards. The protagonist followed the indicated direction and discovered an orb floating amidst the shadows. He frowned, wondering what that wasn't in the original story. The orb didn't seem to emit mana or spiritual energy. Maria had a simple plan and revealed it to Rudian. "No matter what that is, we can find out as soon as we defeat the monster." Rudian smiled upon realizing they thought the same. Using his psychic power, Elvin ran around the giant goat trying to control it. Sad that she hadn't brought her Ziadlika sword, Luciella still enjoyed fighting the creature. Looking at his own sword in his hand, Diablo, the protagonist, realized he couldn't judge her. Returning to focus, Rudian decided it was time to join the fight. As the protagonist circled the giant goat, Diablo advised, "If possible, aim for the vital points. His magic must be delicious." Holding the sword's hilt tightly, Rudian struck the goat before it could defend itself. The creature tried to swing its greatsword, but the number of enemies around it made it too confused to land its attacks. Furious, the goat roared from side to side. Normally, those boys wouldn't be a threat to it. It vented its rage with a scream that echoed, "I won't forgive anyone, from those who imprisoned me in this place to the damn humans who are trying to attack this sacred body." Diablo couldn't believe that a mere servant of the underworld would refer to its own body as sacred. Seeing how desperately the goat reacted, the protagonist encouraged everyone to amplify their attacks. He kept in mind Diablo's warning about the goat casting a powerful curse before returning to the underworld. Everyone quickly nodded at Rudian's command. The protagonist himself moved with speed, charging towards the monster's back. The goat continued to attack, aiming at Elvin, who, thanks to Maria's defensive power, managed to block the blow by combining with his sword. Facing the goat head-on, Elvin yelled to Rudian, "Hey, wasn't this guy too strong for just the two of us to handle?" Seeing that Elvin still had time to complain, the protagonist smiled provocatively. Confronting the barrier created by the humans, the goat became furious. It interrupted its attack against Elvin, surprising the boy, and then looked around. The creature located the source of the barrier and attacked Maria, blaming her for frustrating its goal. The goat tried to injure her as best it could, but she was not alone. Rudian quickly intervened, preventing the winged goat from acting as it wished. Rudian's sword caught the monster off guard and struck it before any defense could block it. Once again, the goat roared in lament. After the heavy blow, it fell to its knees on the ground, dropping its sword. Faced with the scene, Rudian wondered if it was time to end the battle. Sobbing, the goat didn't want to accept defeat. "Curse it! If only I had one more chance." The protagonist quickly called Elvin to finish off the monster while it was still weak, before it regained its power. Elvin couldn't believe Rudian called that weakened, but accepted the command. Suddenly, the goat stopped crying and smiled maliciously. "You think I would disappear so pathetically? Normally I would be banished back to the underworld, but even if it cost me everything, I won't allow you to mock me." Furious with the youngsters and with those who had imprisoned it, the goat placed both hands on the ground. The protagonist didn't understand why the creature also mentioned its captors in its vengeful rant. Then the goat grabbed its sword and threw it onto a pile of bones. Elvin wondered what it was doing, and seeing that it had abandoned its weapon, Luciella questioned if it had given up the fight. The goat just smiled maliciously as if anticipating what would come next. The Kepler House siblings were confused and watched the monster's actions intently. Suddenly the creature raised its hand, stiffened its fingers, and surprisingly, attacked itself. Immediately upon seeing this, Maria screamed, "Watch out! He used his own life to break his restrictions." She then used her psychic power to reinforce the barrier around the entire group. Everyone, protected by Maria, quickly realized that the goat was trying to cast a curse. The creature began to scream, "I offer the rest of my life, as well as my magic power, everything I have dedicated to you. Please do not ignore the call of this miserable goat." Before everyone, it pleaded with the one beyond the stars. The protagonist frowned upon hearing who was being invoked. Suddenly, he remembered something. There was a part of the story where a being appeared during the war against the alien races, in the third arc, the Galactic War. Even though the goat never had such prominence in the original work, the protagonist blamed himself for not remembering exactly what happened in this arc. That meant the monster in front of them was, in some way, linked to the aliens, or possessed the power to invoke something like that. The goat raised its hands towards the floating orb as it clamored, Come to this place!" Quickly, an even darker energy than before enveloped the orb. Faced with that situation, the protagonist gritted his teeth. "Damn it, we're screwed." Seeing that energy, Diablo commented with disdain, "How dangerous. Resorting to tricks because he can't summon the king of the underworld." Confused, the protagonist questioned what Diablo was saying. The dark being was direct. Most sacred beings related to this planet exist in other dimensions, so they are difficult to summon. However, beings from the alien world are in the same dimension as this one. Judging by the spatial transfer sign, this bastard seems to want to summon an alien master. Diablo completed his reasoning. These beings from outer space don't care about this planet, so if they are summoned, they will certainly attack. If we don't stop this summoning, it will be a serious problem. The protagonist gritted his teeth, worried. He knew that if even Diablo considered it a problem, the situation was extremely serious. The goat continued to clamor, accelerating the summoning. Elvin smiled despite his concern. The energy was tremendously evil. Luciella, beside him, commented that she had never felt anything like it. Unlike the two, Maria didn't stand still. "We can't let him use the orb! I won't hold back my power anymore!" Before Maria could launch her attack, the protagonist stopped her. "Wait! It's not the orb we should worry about. If you act against it, it will explode massively." The goat was already satisfied. It knew that even if it was defeated, it was already too late. It provoked the young people. "Go ahead and attack. Watching this power go out of control will be fun." Worried, Maria knew that if the goat's summoning was completed, not even she would be able to deal with what might emerge. Therefore, she tried to convince Rudian, "Even if the capital is destroyed, we need to stop him. Otherwise, it won't just be an empire. The entire continent will be destroyed." But Rudian smiled, trying to reassure her. "Miss Maria, the continent won't fall that easily." Maria instinctively argued with him. "Look at this situation. This is no time for jokes." But confident, Rudian wielded his sword, taking charge of the situation. "I'll take care of this. I'll run up to that bastard and stab him with this sword." As he watched the energy gather, the protagonist asked Maria to protect him. Maria couldn't believe he was suggesting throwing himself into an unknown power. The protagonist smiled, mysterious. He had never seen the power of the underworld personally, but he trusted Diablo. If it's him, he'll handle it. Diablo cackled, excited. "So you finally realized how great I am." Looking once more at Maria, the protagonist asked if she could help him. Faced with his insistence, Maria sighed and agreed to help him. The protagonist walked slowly, enveloped by the psychic energy that Maria created around him. Investigatively, Rudian asked Diablo how much time they had. Remembering how Rudian had slightly improved, Diablo believed he could use his power for a minute and a half. Although that was enough, Rudian questioned why only 30 seconds had been added to his time. Seeing the boy's dissatisfaction, Diablo scoffed. "If you want to use me properly, then become a master swordsman, brat." Smiling, Rudian replied, "One day I will for sure, just wait a bit." With the dark energy overflowing from Diablo's sword, the protagonist continued towards the goat. As the energy began to envelop his body, the protagonist felt the weight increase, as if his lifespan was being shortened. Faced with the sensation spreading through Rudian's body, Diablo commented, "Your life really is being shortened. But isn't it amazing to use my power?" Seeing Rudian wield that sword for the first time, Luciella was surprised, thinking he was carrying a magic sword. Maria, who was observing such power for the first time, recognized that the sword was not ordinary. Seeing how the young Keplers appreciated that weapon, Luciella was sure it was indeed a magic sword. Noticing that they weren't surprised by Rudian's weapon, Luciella questioned, "You all knew he had a sword like that?" Elvin didn't know how to respond and just watched Rudian wield his sword. Rudian charged forward, plunging the blade into the summoning sphere, causing the dark energy to react violently. Gritting his teeth, he forced the sword onward. Meanwhile, Maria's barrier activated, protecting him so he could continue his advance. Holding the sword firmly, Rudian finally cut through the summoning energy, striking the goat at the same time. The goat was surprised to see its barrier destroyed with a single blow. However, it was the energy carried by Rudian's sword that most caught its attention. A gigantic Diablo seemed to materialize before it. The goat gritted its teeth, startled. "How can it be you? I saw you sealed at the end of the war." Upon being recognized, Diablo was surprised that this being belonged to the ancient era. Upon discovering that the goat was one of those responsible for his sealing, Diablo felt even more urgency not to forgive it. The attack hit the goat heavily when Rudian swung his sword. With a desperate scream, the creature felt the malignant energy of the higher being consume its body, spreading up to its head. The sword's energy passed through its neck without any resistance. Cackling, Diablo ordered, "Return to the underworld, and give everyone my regards." Little by little, the goat began to shrink, imploding within its own body. Seeing the monster disappear in that way, the protagonist was a little worried. Even if the absorption of magic power was done by Abi, Diablo still received a small part of it. As soon as all the energy was absorbed, the goat turned into ashes, disappearing from that world. At the same time, the floating orb that served as a channel for the summoning began to become unstable. In moments, it cracked, shattered, and fell to the ground. Calmer, the protagonist asked if it was really over. However, he was told it wasn't. Diablo still felt a small particle remained. Suddenly, a dark and frightened look appeared on the protagonist's face. Looking up, the rest of the group also became incredulous. A being with several heads and dozens of faces scattered across its body appeared, extending a hand, which possessed a mouth, towards Rudian. The protagonist wondered what that monster was, as all the aliens he knew until then were cephalopods with tentacles. Noticing his doubt, Diablo explained, "It seems this isn't the extraterrestrial the goat wanted to summon." Hearing this, the protagonist felt a little more relieved. However, Diablo soon spoiled his brief happiness. This is something even more dangerous. Faced with Diablo's words, the protagonist imagined they were really screwed. He wondered what they should do. The monster, with dozens of eyes and mouths scattered across its body, stared at the group of humans in front of it. Trying to communicate, it roared in strange tongues, languages none of them understood. Rudian and Diablo were confused, but Abi quickly intervened, translating for them. He's saying not to stare at him like that, as he only came to this plane to have fun. Unlike the others, he has no intention of fighting. While Rudian was surprised to see Abi understand the monster, the artificial intelligence commented like a teacher, "I can continue translating, Master. Do you wish for me to do so?" Rudian, however, wasn't so impressed. "It doesn't surprise me. You also look like an alien. You two look like cousins, monsters with eyes and tentacles." Changing the subject, Rudian asked, confused, "By the way, if the others can't see him, how will you translate for him?" Confident, Abi asked Rudian to trust him in his adjustments. Remembering that aliens usually had humanoid forms, the protagonist asked Abi to request the being to change its form. Granting Rudian's request, Abi flew towards the monster. Quickly, monster and artificial intelligence began to converse in strange tongues. A short time later, Abi returned to the protagonist with the message. He said he can do it. That previous form wasn't his true one. He was just imitating a human form. Next time, he will make an appropriate transformation. Suddenly, a flash of light enveloped the monster of eyes and mouths, while its body began to become gelatinous. As it transformed into a human form, the monster spoke in the earthly language. This language, difficult, takes time, chosen, sealed. That one, dragged? Interesting. Transforming into the figure of a young woman with short hair, the monster introduced itself. "I am Yev. I will follow you for a while. You will be able to understand me." Hitrio, accompanying the protagonist, was surprised to see the monster's transformation. Rudian was the most astonished. He couldn't believe what Yev had just said, even though he understood her words. Rudian frowned as he didn't recall any being named Yev in the original story. Diablo, sensing Rudian's gaze, quickly replied, "Even though my body has lived for many ages, I don't know the name of every being in the universe. The only thing I can tell you is that Yev didn't participate in the Celestial War." Diablo wanted to add more but remained silent. Rudian pressed him, urging him to continue. Diablo then remarked, "This being's stats, they're incredibly high, not much inferior to my body. In fact, there's a chance it might be even stronger." Seeing Diablo back down startled and scared the protagonist. The situation was driving him crazy. The being before him, above all, was from another world, an alien world. Even a mere whim from Yev could derail Rudian's carefully laid plans. Such an uncontrollable variable could ruin everything. And now, this being wanted to follow him. Diablo reassured Rudian, "Don't worry. If a being of this level wanted to cause trouble, the celestial realm would have already intervened. They're likely debating how to handle the situation right now." Diablo then muttered under his breath, "To think the day would come when I'd feel sorry for those bastards in the celestial realm. This is a new experience too." While the protagonist secretly conversed with Diablo, Maria approached. "Seeing no reaction from the Tower of Magic, I think that orb served as a powerful barrier," she mused. She figured the goat itself was using it to hide while recovering its power. Hearing about the barrier, the protagonist became thoughtful. The essence of the underworld was a key to unlocking the power of the Black World, one of the 7 worlds. In the original work, there wasn't a clear description of this item. Abel had defeated the goat and obtained the essence of the Black World. So, circumstantially, that crystal should have been the power. Seeing the crystal destroyed, tears welled in Rudian's eyes. He no longer had any use for it. Rudian then turned his attention to the great sword left by the goat and, using his psychic power, commanded it. The sword floated towards him, lifting itself from the pile of bones. In moments, the sword, which was even bigger than him, landed in front of him. Walking over to it, the protagonist placed his hand on the hilt and ordered, "Shrink!" In seconds, the heavy sword diminished, transforming into a long sword. Grabbing it, the protagonist analyzed it. "This is a good sword, so use it well." Unexpectedly, he handed the sword to Elvin. "This is a blade that can even withstand aura with its own edge." The incredible sword could be freely adjusted. It was a high-grade artifact from the underworld, equipped with defensive functions. Upon receiving it, Elvin was confused. "Is this a magic sword? But is it okay if I accept it?" Showing his own sword, Rudian stated that he didn't need the other one. Maria chimed in, reminding her brother that he didn't use swords. Elvin then looked at the last person in the group, but Luciella tried to avoid the choice, even against her will. "I have my precious sword, so it's fine if Lord Elvin uses it." Holding the sword, Elvin asked once more if Luciella truly agreed. Quickly, she nodded vigorously. Even though Rudian didn't get the monster's essence, he didn't leave empty-handed. While most of the mana had been purified in the process, the goat's immense accumulated power had increased his own mana. Now, his level was on par with knights at the top of the expert rank. With the goat eliminated, Luciella looked around confused. Quickly, the protagonist clarified. Now all that's left are the final discussions. Everyone turned their gaze to the girl, or rather the monster's transformation, and began to discuss what they should do with her. Being observed by 4 people at once, Yev looked confused. Is something wrong? Fearfully, Luciella approached Yev. Miss, according to what you said earlier, are you going to follow Lord Rudian? Sighing, Luciella pondered how she could help. I can find you a place to stay, or an identity to cover your existence. Despite her offers, Luciella wondered about the girl's true identity and how much power she possessed. Numerous questions flooded her mind. She didn't understand why the girl wanted to stay with Rudian, nor what she had spoken with him. What unsettled Luciella most was the sinister indifference in Yev's gaze, like a beast of prey uninterested in its quarry. Though Luciella was concerned, Rudian showed interest. Walking up to Yev, the protagonist asked why she wanted to follow him. The alien girl's answer was swift. Why else? For fun. The girl's statement mirrored Diablo's, who had said something remarkably similar. The protagonist wondered what these beings felt when they looked at him. Still, fun wasn't a bad answer. Among the higher beings that appeared in the final chapter, some descended to the mortal realm simply for entertainment. The protagonist bent down to speak with the alien. So, Yev, will you interfere with what I'm trying to do? Pouting and looking away, the girl affirmed that it wouldn't be fun to do that, besides being problematic. Yev, claiming it would be problematic, caught the protagonist's attention, and he tried to question why. Looking away, the girl slowly replied, I can't tell you. The protagonist smiled when she confirmed what he wanted to hear. However, he warned that if she wanted to follow him, there would be some conditions. Raising his finger, he began, Firstly, you must not use your power without my permission. When Yev agreed to the first condition, everyone felt a great sense of relief. The protagonist then moved on to the next conditions. She couldn't let others know of her existence and had to hide her power completely to avoid being found. If Yev's stats were truly among the highest in the universe, there was a high chance she would attract the attention of other alien civilizations. If that happened, all of Rudian's plans would be thwarted. Frowning, Yev thought for a moment but accepted the term. As soon as she accepted the second rule, the protagonist told her the last one. In a distant location from the catacombs, a man in a palace furiously tore a scroll. In front of him, a man whimpered on his knees. I'm sorry, master. Because of the powerful barrier created by the goat, it took some time to understand the situation. The master gnashed his teeth furiously, especially upon hearing that Luciella had defeated the monster. He couldn't believe his servant's words. A mere human defeated that goat along with a brat who still smells of milk and diapers? The information about the goat leaking was already a problem. However, the bigger problem was the fact that they didn't know what they were up against. Wings grew on the furious dark being's back as his rage regarding Luciella increased. If a human had at least eliminated that thing, the consequences would normally have devastated part of the capital. Kneeling, the man in front of him stated that they were already investigating through all possible channels. Irritated, the master turned to another person. You still haven't managed to get rid of Lady Luciella, Asmodeus? The woman sitting on a sofa with 2 young men looked surprised. With an annoyed smile, she questioned the man. Why is it my fault that she's causing trouble? My target isn't her, but the third prince. I admit that she's an obstacle that needs to be removed for a greater cause, but are you implying there's a problem just to connect me to her? Seeing the man scoff and look away, Asmodeus stood up. There's something more important to do. We need to find out what happened to the goat. As she handed the mission to her partner, Asmodeus knew Luciella could never have handled the goat alone. Gritting his teeth, the man agreed with her about the possibility of an accomplice. Asmodeus frowned. Could she have received help from the bastards who always interfere with our work? The fury in Eligos was so strong that he trembled. Even with all the investigations he had already conducted, no clues had been found. Seeing the rage in Eligos, Asmodeus scoffed at his competence. But for someone like you, your plan was decent. Ignoring the provocation, Eligos gritted his teeth and swore, as soon as the goat recovers even a little, we will immediately take her power. Since the power had been wasted, Asmodeus questioned Eligos if what had happened was a coincidence or something premeditated. Furious, he rebutted the veiled accusations. Of course it was a coincidence. If they knew what our plan was, there's no way they would have left other things aside to attack the goat first. Asmodeus licked her lips, sensing a challenge ahead. Until now, she had only acted as a love rival to try to get rid of Luciella. But as the young woman was connected to the bastards who interfered with their plans, She could no longer consider letting her escape. With thirst in her eyes, Asmodeus, the fake daughter of Viscount Belstead, Citri Bestrade, devised a plan to capture Luciella and her partners. How about we start looking into her surroundings? A few days after the dungeon attack, a group of reporters gathered at the entrance of the main building of the Manhwa Imperial Academy. They were all there to try and interview Luciella, attempting to get news about the rumors. Lady Luciella, I heard you're going to receive a medal. They say there were even ghost knights. Did you take care of them, miss? From one of the windows, Elvin watched what was happening outside and commented, She's quite popular, isn't she? Next to him, Rudian smiled. Are you jealous? Lady Luciella, who eventually noticed the situation, dealt with a horde of undead alongside Delphione's knights. That's a pretty convincing story, isn't it? Rudian felt bad that Elvin's name wasn't in the official document. Otherwise, he too would become a renowned knight. However, Elvin preferred to remain anonymous and not be hunted by dark beings. There was nothing good about honor when his neck was on the line. The protagonist hoped the results would soon show. The true identity of the mages contacted by young Lady Belstad. Young Lady, Viscountess Belstad, Citri Belstad was the only Dark Queen who had survived the first chapter and the true mastermind of the second chapter of the story. Rudian didn't intend to get involved with Citri so soon, but to prevent Luciella and the Delphione family from falling, it would be better to deal with it quickly. Changing the subject, Rudian questioned Elvin about the consolidation of the underworld. Elvin replied sincerely, It's been easier with the Delphione support, and since there are no more impediments, I'm constantly expanding my territory. Rudian advised the young man to do a good job, as there were various secret factions planted by the darkness in places like that. The protagonist knew he needed to eliminate the evil beings one by one. They always followed the same method, the one used to devour the Rohan's empire, from the bottom up, from the shadows to the light, from the lowest rung to the aristocracy. In the original story, it was already too late to prevent this, but now, years earlier, Rudian knew it was different. As long as he knew the method used by the dark beings, it would be possible to bring them down. Still, one question remained. How were they able to open the gate to the dark world and invade the empire? The first place the evil forces occupied was the vicinity of the Rohan's kingdom, but the gate had actually been opened in the Morian Empire, where Rudian was. One thing was certain. They couldn't open the gate whenever they wanted. There was some condition. There was something they were looking for inside the empire for this purpose. As the protagonist was thinking, someone called him. Turning around, he saw Maria approaching. With a slight shyness, the girl asked if he could lend her some time. Maria, Rudian, and Yev entered a restaurant. Seeing Yev pout and look at the menu, the protagonist asked if she wanted anything, but the alien was still unsure. Rudian offered to choose something for her and she readily accepted. So he pointed to the parfait on the menu, something sweet and delicious. Even in doubt, Yev followed his recommendation. Thus, Rudian could focus on Maria. The young woman with a melancholic gaze began the conversation by apologizing to Rudian. The protagonist didn't understand why she was apologizing, but she quickly explained, Inside the goat's dungeon that day, I should have resolved the situation somehow. I promised to protect you, but I couldn't even do that. The protagonist was stunned by the reason Maria wanted to apologize. First of all, if it weren't for her barrier, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the goat. He wondered if Maria felt her pride had been hurt. Maria continued her apology. If I had done everything from the beginning, I could have handled it easily without any risk. There would have been no reason for an uncertain variable to appear. That variable, she mentioned, was currently blushing while trying a parfait for the first time. Sipping his coffee, the protagonist faced Maria's deep thoughts. The young woman had done nothing wrong. No one would have imagined that the goat would use a self-destructing summoning. She must feel that way because she couldn't control the final outcome. Suddenly, the protagonist asked, Well, what does it matter between us? Maria looked confused and asked if he was talking about their relationship. With a slight smile, Rudian nodded at her. We are colleagues, aren't we? Lowering her head, Maria repeated Rudian's words interrogatively. The protagonist, while drinking his coffee, confirmed, Yes, colleagues or comrades in arms, as they say. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Maria looked away. Rudian could see the confusion in her eyes. She had likely never heard anything like that before. In Maria's life, there had only ever been people she had to lead, never a colleague to walk beside her. The protagonist sought to lighten the mood, supporting her. You probably would have handled everything alone. Even if the goat had used its full power, you likely could have defeated it by yourself. Being so strong, if something happens, it's understandable that you develop a compulsion to solve everything on your own. The protagonist recalled the battle and explained that it was fine when they fought the undead together, because they were easy to deal with. However, the goat was different. In the final moments, he knew that a feeling of responsibility had arisen in Maria's heart. Seeing Rudian uncover everything she felt, Maria couldn't look him in the eye. She only truly faced him when he surprised her with his words. "That's a pretty arrogant thought." Faced with Maria's surprise, the protagonist repeated his words. In a world like theirs, clinging to such a thought was nothing short of arrogance. Rudian seemed to read the girl's entire life. Until now, you've probably never had a friend or colleague to walk shoulder to shoulder with, because you've borne everything alone. You've probably fought alone all this time, haven't you? Always. At the pinnacle of the kingdom called the Kepler family's psychic empire, a solitary empress stood alone. The problem was that the kingdom was a kingdom in name only. It was more like a house of cards full of holes. Leeches would pursue Maria, forcing her to lead them, forcing her to prove that psychic powers were superior to magic, making her the sole hope. Awakening the girl from her worries, Rudian went straight to the question. During the fight with Gus von Belstad, why didn't you let Elvin and the Ruda brothers participate in the battle? Faced with the question, Maria flinched, trying to assert that it was because she could handle it alone. However, the answer only irritated Rudian, who questioned her. How long will you hold on to that thought? What if an enemy appears that you can't handle alone? Will you still fight them by yourself? Faced with another difficult question to answer, Maria bit her lip, looking away. Obviously, Rudian knew she hadn't yet encountered an enemy she couldn't face, so she never considered such a case. But at some point, she would reach her limit. The protagonist continued. Among the enemies we'll face from now on, there will be those even you couldn't handle. Will you still face them alone? Rudian wasn't talking about the dark beings. In the grand plot of the story, the dark beings were a mere appetizer. Even if Maria becomes complete, she would hit a limit against divine beings or beings like the one currently eating parfait. Rudian extended his hand to the young woman. We are colleagues, Maria. Colleagues share their goals and walk the same path. Not all colleagues can have the same skill level, but if there's something we lack, we need to be together to overcome it. Recalling the dangers and battles they were about to face, Rudian explained, you can scream when you're in a hurry and you can complain when you're disappointed. But colleagues are also beings who can offer advice when things are tough, just as they can tolerate you when you're irritated. Faced with all of Rudian's supportive words, Maria felt a little more relieved. There were times when she wanted to be heard. Sometimes she wanted to be pampered. And other times she wanted to travel with someone far away. This was what Rudian remembered she had told the protagonist Abel in the original story. Rudian wanted to teach her what it meant to be a colleague. Even if I wasn't born with abilities as strong as yours, Maria, one day you will find colleagues who can support you. Rudian was ready to make that a reality. Maria felt Rudian's words resonate within her. Extending her hand, she made a request. Instead of just being colleagues, being friends suits us better. So can we be friends? Wide-eyed, Rudian was surprised. Blushing slightly, Maria explained her thinking. Although they were from different affiliations, she wanted to keep him as a friend, at least while the alliance stood. The protagonist was surprised but liked the suggestion. Shaking Maria's hand, he affirmed, "Very well, then let's be friends." Receiving his confirmation, Maria showed a big smile, bright as morning dew. "Then please take care of me, Rudian." After reconciling, Maria took a sip of her coffee. She ended up revealing that the reason for her apology was nothing more than a way to comfort herself. She knew that when she got up and went home, she would end up carrying everything on her shoulders again. But she had a request for Rudian. "So please, when I'm going through difficult times or I'm exhausted, listen to my complaints." Maria wanted Rudian to trust her in the same way, because contrary to appearances, she was quite respected. Rudian also wanted to lean on Maria, because that's what friends were for. But something in her words worried him. "But aren't you respected only for your strength?" Faced with the provocation, Maria almost attacked him. Rudian laughed desperately, seeing his life flash before his eyes. Still, he thoroughly enjoyed his time at the cafe. It had been quite a while since he could talk to someone, thanks to the tremendously tenacious life he'd faced since his possession. He hadn't even spoken to someone of the opposite sex for more than 10 minutes in all these years. Upon standing up, Maria wanted to get back to work, especially since the Ruda brothers must have been waiting for her. She thanked him for the fun they had, bidding Rudian farewell. After her departure, the protagonist frowned, lost in thought. One day he would need to deal with the psychic empire. The reason Maria had grown so much was, for the most part, due to the excessive expectations and ambition of the psychics. As soon as Rudian finished his coffee, the girl beside him spoke again. "Anything else?" When the protagonist looked curiously at Yev, the alien with dirty cheeks, had already devoured all the dessert. Seeing how the parfait pleased the alien's palate, Rudian quickly ordered a new parfait, this time in an extra-large portion. Suddenly, while playing with the forks, Yev began to murmur, "The color of the soul has become a little clearer." The protagonist looked at her, surprised, hearing her speak while smiling. The fate of ruin has been largely avoided. As expected, it's interesting. The protagonist frowned, wondering if Yev also knew about Maria Kepler's ruin in the original story. Trying to investigate, he asked Yev if she meant that not all ruin had been avoided, or if there was still something to be prevented. Eating her new parfait, Yev confirmed. As he walked with Yev, who was eating a giant ice cream, Rudian kept a wide smile on his face. Becoming friends with his favorite character from the work made him extremely excited. It was like becoming a school friend with an idol he admired. He knew that if the main story had begun, he wouldn't even have dreamed of it. In Chapter 1, when the Empire was thrown into chaos by the Dark Beings, Maria Kepler, who had completed the succession and reached the pinnacle of true psychics, closed the doors to her emotions to revive the psychic empire and take possession of enough military power to destroy a nation. However, upon falling into Asmodeus's traps, the psychics, starting with the mages, ended up facing severe hatred and persecution throughout the empire. After that, only after the final fight alongside Abel Restine would Maria open the doors to her emotions again. But this time, Rudian would not allow the young woman to lose her emotions. The three Dark Kings infiltrated in the Empire were disguised as nobles: Asmodeus, Eligos, and Marbus. Eligos was famous for his mistakes even in the original story, so there was no need to worry about him too much. Marbus was outside the capital to disguise his identity. The problem that kept Rudian deep in thought was Asmodeus. She was by the third prince's side, coveting Luciella's position, and she should start moving earlier than expected thanks to the dungeon incident. Rudian wondered if she would act directly or try to use the prince. Thinking about this, the protagonist called Diablo. If I were to face the three of them in my current state, what would be the outcome? Diablo knew that those three were high-level beings, considered promising even in his ancient era. Now, after 10,000 years, their power was unimaginable. For Diablo, it didn't matter how much of their authority was sealed. With Rudian's current capabilities, he could at most face one of them, and even then with difficulty. Of course, if Rudian's level increased, the story would change. This made Rudian aware that he needed to increase his capacity as quickly as possible, becoming a sword star or something similar. Rudian knew that at that exact moment, the three evil beings weren't in a position to freely use their military power. At best, they could send a secret subordinate for a stealth attack. Thus, this became a battle of wits to see who had more prepared moves. With a smile, Rudian was confident he could counter any move made by Asmodeus Citri Belstad. As soon as he thought of her, Citri's voice reached his ears. When the protagonist turned, the Marquise's daughter was smiling at him. Citri wasn't alone. She was accompanied by Karain and several other people. Annoyed, Karain pointed at the protagonist. "Rudian, you little fellow, Lady Citri is greeting you. Can't you bow your head immediately?" Rudian wondered why the bastard had appeared with that woman just now. He especially didn't expect to see her revealing herself. Despite that, he greeted her awkwardly. "Ha-ha, how is the lady?" Acting shyly, Asmodeus spoke. "Oh, my mistake, let me introduce myself. I am Citri Belstad." The protagonist, not caring, smiled as if he had discovered gold, provoking her. "Ah, you're the one they say has that kind of relationship with the third prince." To hide her fury, Citri smiled despite the provocation. Quickly, she cleared her throat timidly. "Ah, those are unfounded rumors." Smiling, the protagonist acted as if it were true. The witch internally gritted her teeth. She couldn't believe a human dared to insult her honor. Despite that, she kept a smile on her face. On the other hand, Rudian didn't care about provoking her. After all, he was just a villager with nothing to lose. Despite that, others were irritated. Karain, followed by other young people, bellowed, "Rudian, you brat! Where did you get these rumors to bring them here? There's no way these vile and heinous rumors about Our Lady Citri are true." Rudian couldn't imagine when that woman had become Our Lady for Karain. The most surprising thing was that he had been quiet all this time, and only now decided to bother him. Leaving Karain aside, Rudian was surprised to realize that the Dark Being's connections were good enough to find him quickly. The Royal Intelligence Agency, directly subordinate to the Emperor's power, would only move on his orders, and there was a limit to their capabilities. This made Rudian even more curious about how he had been found. Citri tried to approach Rudian with an excuse. "Since I only transferred yesterday, I don't know much about this place, so Sir Karain was guiding me." Despite Citri's words, the protagonist went straight to the point, asking what she wanted to discuss with him. Seeing how Rudian didn't treat her gently, Karain was furious. That was revolting to Rudian. Citri wasn't even royalty, but Karain, who had a higher title than hers, treated her as if he were her servant. With a sharp gaze, Citri whispered, "I love stories about knights, and Sir Karain told me something very interesting, that Sir Rudian played an important role in a dungeon conquest at the borders." The protagonist quickly understood. Citri was talking about how Casley Richmond had been eliminated, and how the dark being's plans had first fallen apart. He acted humbly to try and disassociate himself from the feat. How could that be possible? In that team, I was merely a squire. It was thanks to the valiant Sir Karain, who possesses exceptional martial prowess, wasn't it? Upon seeing Rudian attribute the credit to Karain, Citri raised an eyebrow, confused. The protagonist quickly continued to praise the young man. Thanks to that, I had the privilege of witnessing Sir Karain's martial prowess up close. Karain was satisfied upon hearing the praise, even though in truth, Rudian had only bothered the knights who were fighting arduously. While Karain seemed satisfied and Citri confused, the protagonist sighed with relief. He knew that Karain wouldn't tell Citri what he had actually done. However, despite Rudian's words, Citri grabbed his wrist, trying to cling to him, feigning sweetness and shyness. Still, wouldn't you spare a moment of your time? I still want to hear Sir Rudian's stories. The protagonist gritted his teeth, trying to pull away from that witch, refusing promptly. I don't want to. Citri slightly raised her eyebrow, confused. He then asked her to let him go as he was busy. Watching the scene, Diablo began to cackle. Ha ha ha! It's been a long time since I've seen something like this. Taking advantage of Rudian's words, Karain held Citri's hand. Please, lady, leave him alone. I still have many places to show you. Don't pay attention to this guy who disrespects your honor. Although Citri didn't want to leave, she couldn't act openly against Karain. While trying to convince him to stay, she ended up being dragged away. The protagonist watched Karain take her away and was satisfied. Internally, he mocked her. So you had to crawl all the way here? As he reveled in the moment, Abby frowned his single brow, calling to him. Releasing a hateful energy, Abby stared at Citri's back. I sense a fragment of one of my terminals with that woman. The protagonist was surprised to see that Abby had sensed one of his auxiliary terminals. Rudian remembered very well when Abby told him about all of them. The first, the Eldorado collection type. The second, the Elysian research type. The third, the Utopia healing type. The fourth, the Delman transportation type. The fifth, the Symbola combat type. And the sixth, the Eden restoration type. These were the 6 artificial intelligences created for Abby, each being a terminal of a generation that allowed him to use special abilities. If he collected all the terminals, his main body, which was externally sealed, would be freed. Citri possessing only a fragment meant that she had not obtained the complete terminal, which was a relief. Worried, Rudian asked about which of the auxiliaries Abby was talking about. Abby was referring to the first generation, the collection-type artificial intelligence, the Eldorado. Rudian was relieved it wasn't a combat-type auxiliary, which could even cause the end of the world. Seeing Rudian deep in thought, Abby tried to nudge him to get his attention. Worriedly, he explained about Eldorado. Its purpose is to collect, so its subspace is filled with all kinds of artifacts collected by my creators. Of course, most are sealed, so they cannot be released without the aid of my main body, but depending on how they are used, they could easily destroy a planet or two. The protagonist almost fell over upon hearing the destructive capacity of the stored artifacts. Abby quickly advised, since the power of the terminals is immense, you will need to create countermeasures. The protagonist began to understand some things better. Now it was clear that the reason the Dark Being's Gate had been opened in the Mauryan Empire was because Abby's terminal had been obtained by Asmodeus. The common point between the two was that they were not addressed in the original story. Rudian and Abby, with dark gazes, had a common intention. Asmodeus, we'll have to corner you a bit more, won't we? On that day, Luciella met with Maria and Elvin. They were analyzing some documents that claimed Citri Belstad had been transferred to the Academy. This was something that the third prince had personally organized. The records that Luciella could hardly believe stated that Citri's father had disappeared and that her family was about to fall apart. The third prince had taken care of the Belstad family situation. The only remaining blood relative, Citri, would be protected at the Academy. Curious, Maria Kepler asked if there was any opposition from the imperial family. It seems that the prince is interfering too much in the affairs of noble families. For Luciella, there was no reason for objection from the royal family. We need to consider the vast fortune of the Belstad family. Analyzing the information she had, Luciella believed that the prince and Citri had devised a good plan. Downcast, Maria felt relieved to learn that the prince had not asked Luciella herself to take care of Citri. As soon as she heard about the possibility of such a thing, Luciella crumpled the letter with a manic and terrifying look. If that were to happen, the Dufioni family would surely orchestrate an attack on the royalty, wouldn't you think? Elvin smiled, trying to hide the fear he felt. Maria changed the subject. She commented on the prince's objective and Citre. They will surely attack the young lady in some way before Lucia responded. A man's voice echoed as the door opened. If you want to target her, let them do it. Things will be even better for us if that happens. Seeing Rudian enter the room, Maria asked what he meant by that. The protagonist was direct. Citre Belstead, in name only, is Good's only adopted daughter. Maria already knew this information, but Rudian continued, the only person who can take control of the Mercantes unit. Rudian had always wondered how to approach Citre. Now he had found the perfect opportunity. With a provocative smile, Rudian revealed what he discovered. This is the chance to swallow the Mercantes unit. Isn't it a golden opportunity? The Mercantes unit was a gigantic trading guild. It had more than 300 branches across the continent. It was a coalition formed by the 3 largest trading guilds, along with 8 medium-sized guilds. The group amassed an immense amount of wealth and was responsible for 20% of the empire's logistics. They said that if they failed, the capital's functions would be paralyzed for days. They did not receive funds only from the empire, but also from across the continent. Elvin saw 2 problems with Rudian's plan. They did not have a strategy to absorb the trading guild. The conventional method would be to acquire small parts of it, but that was practically a dream. Even if the Delphione and Kepler houses joined forces, the Mercantes unit would still have more wealth. The second problem, according to Elvin, was the fact that Citre was connected to dark beings. For him, it was not possible that Citre had entered the academy without a purpose. Rudian certainly believed what Elvin was saying. The models were someone scheming behind a veil. Certainly there was someone acting as his agent, whether it was the third prince or someone else. But now that Good was gone, Rudian had a plan. We can swallow the mercantile units that remained uncontrolled. Following the book would take more than 1 or 2 days. After some thought, Elvin believed that 2 or 3 months would pass quickly, but a week had already passed since Good was eliminated. The transfer of Citre to the academy had already occurred. However, Rudian asked, "What method do you think Citre used to take power from the merchant guild?" Maria replied with one word, force. She imagined that Citre had subdued everyone with her power. Rudian pointed out that choosing the guild leader was something done in secret, so there was no need for honesty about the matter. The power of Asmodeus was the mark of a unique brainwashing. With that, she could consolidate her position in the guild in an extremely short time. Elvin picked up on Rudian's thoughts. So, our job is to free those threatened and turn them into our allies. Rudian surprised him by confidently denying this. He reminded, I already said, we will be the ones to swallow the merchant guild. What will remain for us if we bring people to share our profits? Curious, Elvin asked what he intended to do. Rudian walked over to Lucielle's table. In order to swallow the mercantile unit, gentlemen, we need to swallow her entire family first. The Belstead family. Surprised, Luciella questioned how he planned to swallow the Belstead family. Cicatrice was still there. Rudian stated that this was the main part. He reminded, Citre is still an adopted daughter, not a biological one. He explained that, strictly speaking, the inheritance rights were recognized only because Good had no other children. After selling his own soul, he eliminated not only his direct descendants, but all other relatives with his own hands. With the involvement of the third prince, most would not dare to contest such a fact. Luciella, remembering the difficult situation, looked away in concern. It was then that Rudian picked up a ring and stated, however, if there is no one from his family, we just need to create one, right? He placed the ring down, concluding with confidence. We can easily do this since this ring symbolizes the head of the Belstead family. Surprised, Elvin asked how he had that ring. Maria wondered, did you take it when you eliminated Good? Faced with the questions, the protagonist replied, what do you think about Rudian Belstead? Quite plausible, isn't it? Scratching his head, he stated that he wouldn't necessarily take over the Belstead family. I will be just a figurehead president. Lucielle didn't believe that a ruse like that would be easily convincing. The protagonist, however, was confident. We have a person of high reputation who can certify the seal of the Delphione family. With this, he would make the Delphione family, who supported the third prince, declare confrontation against the Belstead family. Upon hearing Rudian's complete plan, Lucielle frowned, reflecting on the possibilities. The decision was in her hands. Lucielle smiled, making an excellent decision. Even with Elvin surprised, Lucielle stated she would persuade her father and the main family to follow the plan. Rudian smiled, just like Lucielle, who was burning with a desire for power. The merchant unity will be an incredible gift to receive. In the following days, various newspapers spread news about the emergence of someone claiming to be the heir of the Belstead family. His name, Rudian Belstead. A rift between the Delphione Duchy and the faction of the third prince was already announced. The nobles began to observe how that unexpected confrontation between titans would end, stating that this would be the incident that officially marked the division between the Delfione Duchy and the Third Prince. With fury, the Third Prince slammed his hand on the table. "How dare the Duke of Delfione create such a deceitful act? I will question him personally." Citri embraced the Third Prince, trying to calm him down. "If you are attracted, the situation will only escalate." Being reassured by Citri's hands, the prince asked what he should do. Citri offered to speak personally with the man named Rudian. Pretending to have a sweet expression, Citri stated, "If this is a misunderstanding and it can be clarified, things may resolve smoothly." She had already investigated Rudian's past. However, she could not act irresponsibly, lest she ruin her plans. Citri licked her lips, thinking, "If he desires the Belstead family, I will give it to him. However, with the power of lust I possess, I will first turn him into my slave." In the main building of the Imperial Academy, Citri and Rudian met. Citri walked towards him, commenting that she had never imagined they were from the same family. In response, the protagonist merely snorted, as if mocking her, trying to appear like a sweet girl. Citri bowed before Rudian while saying, "The outside world is a mess because of the Belstead family's succession rights. We shouldn't fight over something like that, right?" The protagonist agreed, smiling internally, as they both had no relation to the Belstead family and were competing for the title of successor. Citri approached Rudian, saying she could give him the position of head of the family. However, getting extremely close, with serpent-like eyes, she tried to enchant him. "But I will only do this if you promise to be with me." Appearing to be caught off guard, the protagonist murmured, "Be with you." Citri licked her lips, believing she had hooked him. She released the energy of the models, making red wings sprout from her back. Caressing Rudian's face, she murmured, "Not just the position of head of the family. Don't you want to possess Luciella? If you become mine, I will make her yours. You will have status, honor, money, or pleasure. You will have it all." At that moment, Rudian held Citri's hand and smiled. "You must be joking with me. What nonsense is this?" Citri was so confused that she asked for forgiveness. Pushing her hand away, the protagonist looked her in the eyes. "I need to repeat. Are you deaf?" Shocked, Citri managed to compose herself and stepped back hurriedly. The protagonist laughed at her reaction. Next to him was Abby, who commented, "Compared to the evil power of the sword, she is still very weak." Trembling, Citri pointed at Rudian, questioning who he was. If his authority wasn't working, she could only imagine he was a half-dragon or some kind of deity. Rudian remarked that everyone had been asking the same question in recent days and recalled another case. "You speak exactly like a girl. I think her name was Kesley Richmond." Surprised, Citri accused, "So it was you who broke the bloodstone?" In the heat of the moment, Citri accidentally revealed she knew about the matter. Trembling, she tried to pretend she hadn't said anything. She knew she couldn't face him, even using all her power. Sitting in a chair, the protagonist invited, "Come, sit with me," Citri barked. "No, the models, like Eligos and Marbus, you must have faced a lot to open the gates." The model Rane, her teeth clenched, angrily questioned who he really was, seeing how he knew about her and all her names. The models felt an overwhelming pressure, as if under the gaze of something inescapable. Smiling, the protagonist stated that his identity was irrelevant and got straight to the point. Citri rebelled. "You will not form an alliance with us in any case until you open the gate of darkness. Anything you do will be in vain. It will take at least 3 or 4 years to achieve that, won't it?" The models gritted their teeth, but everything Rudian said was true. She didn't understand how he knew everything. Under the table, Citri extended her hand, conjuring her dark energy. However, Rudian was smiling maliciously, as if already knowing her intentions, considering taking an extreme decision. "Anyhow, the moment I act, everything you've built will collapse." Grinding his teeth, he clenched and asked what he wanted. The protagonist repeated his alliance proposal. "What you need to understand is that you crossed my territory first, and you still continue to irritate me." Itiri seemed confused, something Rudian already expected. In fact, there was no territory at all. Continuing, Rudian stated, "We don't care if you open the gate or not. Dealing with you is not difficult. However, dealing with those from other realms can be problematic." He also demanded compensation for all the damages caused. Additionally, he wanted a definition of territories to maintain a non-aggression pact. Faced with these demands, Citri clenched her teeth, but did not question. Realizing she had taken the bait, the protagonist moved forward and declared what he wanted. "First, transfer control of the company's theories and Belstead to us. It may be inconvenient now, but once the gates open, it won't matter, right?" Prudence made a demand. "Do not touch the Duffione family. I need to maintain my social status in human society." Since everything involved money, Citri asked if that was all he wanted. The protagonist thought for a moment before adding, "I would like you to let Karai go too." I was his squire in the past, and I do not want to see his life ruined. Rudian revealed all his demands. He stated that he would remain silent if Citri complied. Despite his words, Itiri felt it was her own territory that was being invaded. However, imagining an immeasurable dragon behind Rudian, she could not refuse. Furthermore, everything he knew was not something a human could uncover. Itiri realized she was caught in the webs Rudian had carefully woven. Leaving him satisfied, she accepted the offer and declared, "In the name of the King of Luxuria, I accept your demands." Despite this, Rudian appreciated her honesty. Citri made a reservation. "The third prince will not enter the agreement. I invested a lot of time in him. He does not belong to the Delphione family." Rudian did not insist. He could recover the prince by pushing a bit more, but he did not want to see him return humiliated to Luciele. With the agreement sealed, Rudian demanded the territories of Delphione and Iskar. He claimed he would not touch the families where disguised identities were being used. Citri fulfilled her part, declaring they would also not interfere with the Amara Academy. Finally, they set a deadline for the contract, until the gate was officially opened. Curious, Citri asked how she should call him. He responded with one name, Adora. For Citri, discovering the existence of a being that observed her was already a gain. Standing up, she looked at him with disdain and stated, "Your arrogance will be repaid with an appropriate price someday." Shrugging, the protagonist questioned if she was not being too cruel. "What would you do if I broke the promise?" Citri slammed her hands on the table, irritated. "Just as you declared the pact with your own mouth. At the moment you break it, you will suffer a devastating reaction. Do you think I look like an idiot?" What Citri did not know was that Rudian was insignificant enough not to receive any backlash. She bared her fangs, glaring at him with malice and hatred. "You won't lose for waiting. One day I will make you crawl at my feet and torment you for all eternity." As she walked away, Rudy mocked, "I will be looking forward to that moment." Despite revealing many of his cards, Rudian had bluffed enough for his plan to work. Approaching him, B asked if he would really fulfill the non-aggression pact with the models. The protagonist smiled in response. "Why would I do that?" Shrugging dismissively, he concluded, "Great beings may be bound by their own words, but I am not one of them." Mocking, Bai commented, "I no longer know who the real beings of darkness are. Her or you?" The protagonist took the comment as a compliment. After all, it was the human who deceived even the kings of darkness. When he returned to his lair and reported what had happened, the models faced the fury of Eligos. "You have lost your mind. How dare you act on your own without Marbas's consent?" Annoyed, the models commanded him to be silent, revealing that the enemy already knew all their plans. Eligos was shocked, not understanding what she meant. Recalling the Rudian, the models told everything that had happened, how they had been identified, and how he probably also knew about the core they had discovered. Eligos could only imagine that the opponent was a dragon, but the models thought differently. There was no intention of domination in him, nor the aura of a dragon. What the man who faced her exhibited was that of an ordinary human, and for the models there were only three possibilities. That was indeed his power. He was an alien species, or perhaps a deity. Faced with these hypotheses, Eligos exploded in fury. "Will we just stand here doing nothing? Being dragged like this is unacceptable. Whoever it is, my pride does not allow me to back down." His dark aura grew increasingly chaotic. "Who knows when he might betray us? We need to eliminate him first." Irritated, the models restrained him, reminding that they did not even know how powerful the enemy was. As the oath had been made in her name and did not involve her directly, Eligos felt free to act as he wished. Seeing how insane he was, the models did not try to stop him. But do not fight in the capital. Whether victory or defeat, everything would be ruined. Besides, if I lose, I will consult Marbas and ensure he is expelled. Eligos was surprised and questioned what she had said, pointing at him and invoking the authority of his superior. "Citri," he coldly repeated, "you will have him sealed until the gates are opened." Even in the face of the threat, Eligos accepted the proposal. The models started to ignore him. Overwhelmed with problems, they let him act as he pleased. In the Duchy of Eufione, a confusion arose. The prince desperately demanded that Luciella be summoned. Duke Vincent arrived accompanied by several guards to prevent the third prince from causing a scandal, accused of disrespect. Prince Vincent sighed and asked him to accompany him to the office for a discussion. The third prince followed him, irritated. "Even for Delphione, you are meddling too much in imperial matters. I hope you have a plausible justification," Duke Vincent replied, only wishing that he would give his best. Upon opening the door, the prince found Luciella having tea, accompanied by Rudian. With a calm smile, Luciella welcomed the third prince. Horror. Unfazed, the young prince sat down, irritated, ready to confront Luciella. "What kind of game is this? What did you threaten Citri with?" Continuing her tea, Luciella stated that she had never met Citri. However, Prince Horror raged, recounting what had happened. She went out to meet a guy named Rudian and suddenly declared she would give up all her rights. If you hadn't interfered, do you think something like this would happen? At this moment, Luciella turned to the person beside her, catching the prince's attention, and asked, "Lord Rudian, please explain what happened to the prince." With a confident look, the protagonist introduced himself to the prince. "I am Rudian Belstead, your highness." The prince gritted his teeth upon hearing Rudian Belstead. "What an imprudent bastard! How dare a mere commoner!" Seeing the prince angry, the protagonist honestly provoked him. "When are you going to grow up with resentment in your heart?" Horror stood up, raging. "You bastard! What is wrong with you to act so insolently?" The protagonist walked calmly around the room while speaking. "I'm saying that I don't understand. How can you be so reckless? Even after the Delphione family, your sponsor, turned their backs on you. Did you really think that just by putting your hands on the Merchants' Union, you could replace the Delphione family?" Disturbed by the accusation, the prince became even more angry. Raising his voice, he asked, "What got into you to say such nonsense? The power and wealth that Viscount Buster gathered for me in the political world are far beyond what you can imagine. With their support, I do not need this unwanted engagement." Discomfort and sadness appeared in Luciella's gaze. Rudian sighed as the prince continued to shout, "If you do not want to become an enemy of the imperial family, then obediently hand over the seat of leader of the Belstead family. It doesn't matter if the Delphione family is one of the three great families. They cannot challenge the imperial family alone." Hearing the prince, the protagonist asked what would happen if not one, but two families united. As soon as he heard someone knock on the door, Rudian asked the guest to come in. The prince was shocked to recognize the person with the great wizard hat. The young man removed the hat, greeting the prince, whom he hadn't seen in a while. While Rudian rejoiced, the prince shouted, "Grey Bellatrix, why are you here?" The Bellatrix were one of the three houses of the Empire's dock, a prestigious family of wizards, opposed to the Delphione, who were famous for their fencing. Rudian knew the young lord of the House Bellatrix, the one in charge of the magical attribute in the protagonist's original story group, the legendary archmage known as the Lord of Magic, Grey Bellatrix. The short young man took off his hat and jokingly mocked the prince. "You remain as uninformed as ever." One day before, in the academy office, Rudian met with Lucielle, revealing what he had done to buy time, the time when they would not dare to lay hands. In the Delphione territory, even with the report, Luciella saw a problem concerning the Belstead Viscount family. The protagonist, upon picking up the paper, did not understand why there was almost no fortune left in the family. Luciella told him that after the Viscount was officially buried, the vassals had taken over the assets. According to the Information Guild, not even 30% of the fortune remained. Rudian, however, only needed the shares of the Merchant Guild to take on the position of Guildmaster. Luciella was there to support him and stated that the Delphione family could provide temporary funds if necessary. Rudian knew the Delphione family would suffer damage if they went against the imperial family in such a situation. That's why he thought of a plan. Why not bring another family to our side? Rudian recalled that Luciella had mentioned a route to liquidate dungeon items earlier. Remembering who could obtain them, he asked, "Isn't that the wizard who lives in the fire magic tower?" Luciella did not understand how Rudian had such information, but the protagonist asked her to just accept that he had it. That's how Rudian introduced the idea of bringing the Bellatrix family to their side. That day, the duo went to Grey's study room at the Bellatrix house. Grey was working on some scrolls when he saw the guests. "What brings you here, Beansprout?" When teased, Luciella became furious, to the point where flames covered her body. Still, she held back and greeted Grey. The protagonist noticed in a few seconds that, like in the story, Grey was a great narcissist, perhaps the greatest. However, because he had skills that justified his arrogance, he was someone impossible to hate. Luciella showed irritation in response to Grey's sharp tongue, who proudly sat on the table. "Do you expect kindness from a Bellatrix? Just say why you came here." Luciella got straight to the point, stating that she wanted to propose that the two families unite in an investment to take on the position of leader of the Merchant Guild. Curious, Grey investigated the matter. "Do you want to divide the ally merchants? It's obvious that your fiancé, the third prince, is doing everything to completely swallow them. This is happening because of the competition for the title of Crown Prince." Looking away, Luciella revealed that other circumstances had arisen. Grey didn't even need proof. He imagined that the prince was already digging his own grave. However, he refused the offer. The benefits would certainly be huge. "But that doesn't mean we can be on bad terms with the imperial family." Luciella hurriedly tried to convince him. "If our two families join forces, even the imperial family won't be able to intervene recklessly. And it's not like we're proposing to become complete enemies of the imperial family. A portion of the shares will be offered to the imperial family. However, remembering the threat and the wealth the imperial family possessed, Gray stated that the chances of success were 50%. He wanted something more advantageous to be persuaded. Luciella let Rudian take over the negotiation. The protagonist approached Gray, claiming he wanted to show him something. A gold bar filled with mana was extended to Gray, whose purity was extremely high. The protagonist stated that he wanted to sell the item. Rudian asked how much he valued it at. Gray became interested and, analyzing the bar, stated that he would pay 200 coins for it. Luciella was shocked to hear such a high price for just that. With 200 gold coins, you could buy a mansion with a garden in the capital. Holding and pointing at the bar, Gray commented, "Neither I nor the elders of the Magic Tower can process this. At this level, it seems like stolen goods. However, where did you get this?" The protagonist revealed that he obtained the bar in a dungeon, but couldn't say which one. If Rudian revealed that he got the gold bars from the Kesley dungeon, Count Iskar would immediately march with the Lionheart Knights, agreeing not to ask any more about it. Gray questioned whether Rudian would sell that gold to him. Offering the 200 coins, just as Gray was looking for money in his pockets, the protagonist interrupted him. "No, what I want to sell is not just this one you have in your hand." Summoning Dai, the protagonist ordered him to recover all the gold. In Gray's eyes, piles and piles of coins began to fall. The young man saw from a portal his entire office taken over. Even Lucielle couldn't believe what she was seeing. Picking up some coins and crystals, Gray asked, in doubt, "Is all this really mana metal? Several tons of high-grade rare metals too?" The protagonist thanked the bastard Kesley for collecting an insane amount. Gray trembled at the sight of so much wealth. "With this much, I think you could easily buy a title of Viscount, as well as your territory." With his hands on his hips, the protagonist offered, "If I promise to sell all this at a fair price, would you cooperate with me and the Delfioni family?" Although he agreed, Gray stated that he would need to convince his mother. Since the deal hadn't been closed, the protagonist raised the offer. He took a grimoire, extending it toward Gray, who was shocked upon checking the book. A magic book from Richmond School, authored by the legendary archmage Kesley Richmond? "Are you saying you were going to sell this?" Rudian, asking if they could close the deal now, saw Gray nodding and smiling as he flipped through the book. "Of course. If I own this, I can solve the problems I've been stuck in." While Lucielle asked when he had obtained all that, Rudian winked at her, asking her to be quiet. Before Gray, the prince stated that they would not surpass the authority of the imperial family. Gray interrupted the prince's speech, telling him to look correctly at the facts. "Our opponent is not the imperial family, but the third prince." Horror was surprised to hear Gray. He extended his hand. "You are not aware that our house Bellatrix supports the second prince? To the second prince, we will transfer a portion of our merchant union actions to him. He will be happy to help us." The third prince trembled with hatred upon hearing that. Gray, the young wizard, bent over Luciella's sofa. He then commented, "Drop that skinny girl here and please live peacefully with your new love. If you keep being a nuisance, I really won't let you be." Gray's frightening gaze fell upon the prince threateningly. Horror quickly ran out of the room, swearing that the matter would not end like this. After delivering his villain's line, Gray put on his hat, striking a heroic pose. Then he spoke, "Speaking of which, do you have more gold for me?" The protagonist smiled excitedly, as things had become interesting. After stating they could call him one more time, Gray said goodbye to Rudian. Rudian had never seen Gray so enthusiastic. In the original story, he was always a self-proclaimed monster of magic. Changing the subject, Rudian looked at Luciella and sat down next to her, asking how she was. Luciella, with teary eyes, stated there was no way to be well. She wiped a tear, recalling the past. "The third prince likes gentle and refined women. I have always been very masculine since childhood. No matter how hard I try, I have no chance of winning." Although Luciella had been a commander, she had an impetuous nature, always throwing herself into the front lines. Though she could not be called a lady, in terms of talent, grace, and intelligence, she had no low scores in anything. Luciella's misfortune was simply the third prince's disinterest in her. With a serious look, the protagonist told Luciella, "The emperor once said that if the young lady had been born 10 years earlier, he would have made her the first princess, with luck." Without hesitation, Luciella was surprised to see Rudian knew what the emperor had said to her, stating it did not matter how he knew. Rudian changed the subject, saying it was not her fault, and that it was not in her nature to be so downcast. Lucielle heard what Rudian thought about her and became pensive. She ended up laughing when she saw Rudian tease her. She just slapped the third prince. "That's how he is." Rudian managed to make Lucielle smile for the first time in a long time. He ended up smiling along with her that night in Villa Baran in the Iskar territory. A young man with white hair and red-stained feet was watching all the houses from a distance. It was Karabia, a high-ranking being of darkness, under the command of Iblis. He had found the place where the last traces of Alex were. He ground his teeth, irritated. He had spent a month traveling back and forth, trying to find traces of magic that had completely vanished. He had just destroyed a small group of mercenaries who had survived by mercy. Since that village was the only clue about what had happened to Alex, he unleashed his dark power, probing the area. He hoped to turn the tables. Walking through the village of Karabia, he saw nothing unusual. He sensed about 500 humans, all of low level. Karabia imagined that at this rate, all he could do would be to destroy everything. As he walked through the village and saw some traces of traps, he knew that a battle had occurred there. That was exactly what left him perplexed, as the village was in perfect condition. The information he had obtained was correct. It had not been Marquis Cattell who dealt with Alex, but someone completely different. A village like that should have been reduced to ashes by a single cavalry unit, leaving nothing behind. There should be a reason for it to still be standing. Karabia thought of a way to discover the truth. Force the strongest person in the village to speak. The shadows of Karabia spread across the village. His body disappeared, reappearing in a residence. In the house of the village chief, Marco, upon seeing the unknown man, was surprised. "Who are you?" De Karabia was confused to observe the old short man. Marco hurriedly tried to search for a weapon to use. However, De Karabia grabbed him and pushed him. "Human, I have something to ask you." Holding Marco by the face, De Karabia ordered him to respond obediently. "What happened in this village? An attack came here." Trembling, Marco tried to say something, but the dark being covered his mouth. De Karabia realized the mistake and released him so he could answer. Marco coughed hastily. After recovering, he asked what the man wanted to know. Sighing at how humans played dumb, De Karabia commanded the old man to speak about everything that had happened in the village recently. Marco tried to pretend he knew nothing, which made De Karabia stare at him coldly. He extended his claws toward Marco. He shouted, "Trying to make a fool of me?" A ghostly hand appeared, grabbing Marco and holding him down. The village chief, De Karabia, ordered him to speak or everything would turn to ashes. Jokingly, he claimed to have plenty of free time. "How about we light a fire with the village?" Marco knew that talking about Rudia would put him in danger. He preferred to surrender. De Karabia blamed himself for not having learned any mind control magic. Imagining he would have to be a bit harsher, he created several dark tornadoes with sharp tips. Marco ground his teeth, awaiting his end. At that moment, a young woman appeared at the door of the house looking for the village chief. De Karabia was surprised to hear someone's voice. Rebecca looked at him with curiosity. De Karabia observed, incredulous, that someone had managed to approach without him noticing. As he tried to understand who that woman was, Marco shouted, "Run!" Shadows appeared in De Karabia's eyes as he became confused. He had thought that a master beyond imagination would appear, but the mana levels of that young woman were average. She did not seem trained, merely at the intermediate level. Still, De Karabia intended to be cautious. He conjured a spell at his fingertip, and with it, he coordinated all the dark tornadoes to attack Rebecca. All the attacks fell upon the young girl, pressing her against the wall. When the blows ceased, Rebecca fell to the ground, with injuries all over her body. Marco shouted furiously at De Karabia. De Karabia huffed upon seeing that the girl was nothing special. Thus, he returned his focus to Marco, determined to toy with him and force him to reveal what he wanted to know. As Marco shouted, De Karabia's expression changed when Rebecca suddenly appeared behind him. De Karabia turned around hurriedly. "What is this?" He struck Rebecca with his arm, tossing her against the wall like a piece of paper. De Karabia bared his teeth, not understanding what was happening. The young girl didn't even use mana to defend herself. She had taken the hit with her body, and even after hitting the wall, she got up, relying only on her physical strength. Marco tried to shout for Rebecca to flee, but De Karabia silenced him, creating a shadow around his mouth. De Karabia walked towards Rebecca, wondering if he had made a mistake. Rebecca's hair began to change, turning red as wine. De Karabia still didn't care. He raised his hand, conjuring a shadow attack. With a mischievous smile and teeth sharp as hooks, he attacked her again. The spell advanced towards Rebecca, who at the last second extended her hand, creating a crimson sphere of energy. The two attacks collided in midair. De Karabia, with his mouth agape, could not understand what was happening. The magic cast by Rebecca, as red as the blood running in her veins, pushed De Karabia's attack back, revealing the power of the awakened mage. What surprised De Karabia the most was realizing that the magic that this young girl used came from evil energy. However, Something more important was noticed by Decarabia. After repelling his attack, the young girl was absorbing all of his dark energy. Not understanding what kind of power that was, Decarabia retreated. After distancing himself, he created countless whirlwinds of shadows. Like a spear of dark energy, he launched the spear at Rebecca to end her once and for all. However, all the attacks fell upon an energy shield. Like the previous attacks, they began to be absorbed. Decarabia's pride would not allow him to lose. He extended his hands towards Rebecca, overflowing with all the energy he had left. Decarabia rose to the skies while launching a pillar of dark energy towards Rebecca. An overwhelming power destroyed the entire leader's house in the village. However, Decarabia trembled in fear at the sight of the result. The young woman with crimson hair was unscathed, looking at him. Rebecca's gaze showed no ill feelings, yet her power, overflowing, was as sinister as the worst creature of darkness. Before Decarabia could react, his hands twisted in pain at being gripped. Red wings as large as a dragon's appeared on Rebecca's back. She had reached Decarabia, locking any escape route he still had. He screamed, asking who she was. However, the questions went unanswered and were accompanied by Decarabia's strength being drained. The power he had gathered for thousands of years was being absorbed by a human, pathetic in his eyes. Rejecting what was happening, Decarabia screamed one last time, "This cannot be happening! Not this time!" Rebecca looked at Decarabia maliciously, just to contradict him. "No, it really can, and it is." In the depths of Rebecca's red eyes, one could see the being of darkness emanating from her aura. In his final moments, Decarabia recognized that being, the primordial destroyer, the devil of wrath. The energy of the seven thrones was unexpectedly being felt, emanating from a human woman. Decarabia believed that, besides those sealed among the seven thrones, the others were decimated by revolts from their own subordinates, or so the stories said. He couldn't believe that she, the primordial destroyer, was hiding in the human world, sharpening her sword. He was becoming weaker and weaker due to his power being drained. From Carabia, he cursed his bad luck. When Rebecca descended from the heavens, Marcos emerged from the rubble. He was trying to check what was happening to her. Upon touching the ground, Rebecca fell into tears. "Boss, I broke our promise." Marcos was confused. Rebecca knelt down, sobbing, answering what he did not know. "The promise I made with Rudia. I shouldn't have. I promised him." Rebecca began to lose her mind while murmuring, "I need to apologize. I want to see him. I have to say I'm sorry. I want to see him now." Marcos tried to approach Rebecca to calm her down. Hearing the girl's murmurs, Marcos asked if she was talking about Rudia. He commented to reassure Rebecca that Rudia was now in the capital. They wouldn't be able to find him. Besides taking 2 weeks to get there, it was at that moment that Rebecca murmured, surprising the village chief, "I can feel Rudia's energy." Rebecca, who was gradually canceling the transformation, had sensed the distant energy present in the sword Rudia carried. She stood up, still trembling, and apologized to the village chief. "To suppress this power, I think I need Rudia." The village chief lowered his head. He did not know what that dark energy from Rebecca was, but if the villagers saw her, they might react negatively. Marcos asked if she would be okay for the journey, but the young girl did not know. Marcos made a decision and said to Rebecca, "Leave everything else to me." All he could do now was pray for Rebecca's path to be blessed by the heavens. Meanwhile, in the main estate of the Belstead family, a meeting was taking place between the merchant guilds. Jester, the chief butler of the Belstead house, introduced himself and stated that, by the orders of Lady Luciella, from then on, he would serve. Everyone was gathering around Rudian, now officially the heir of House Belstead and Viscount. He was trying to create connections with him. When he met Jester, the protagonist greeted him. "Now you will act as the interim guild master and lead the trading guild. You will be in real command." Jester thanked him for the trust placed in such a responsibility. Lastly, Rudian asked him to remember to send the reports frequently. Suddenly, Gray entered the banquet hall waving at Rudian. "I'm here, brother." Gray was carrying a wine glass, his face flushed, while asking Rudian to call him brother. "Thanks to you, my position at home has been solidified. My mother was also quite pleased with the recent agreement." As Rudian wondered if it was all right for Gray to be drinking, Addie was carrying several bottles of liquor, joining him from a distance. While drinking, Gray revealed that he had received a message from his mother. Rudian was surprised because Gray's mother was the head of House Bellatrix, Sonia Bluefield Bellatrix. At first, she wasn't decided on accepting the proposal, but after seeing the gold infused with Mana and Kesley's spellbook, she must have agreed immediately. Gray revealed that his mother still hadn't managed to assess the value of the spellbook. That's why she wanted to negotiate the price in person at a banquet. Gray explained that a book like that was hard to price since it was worth the fundamentals of an entire school's grimoire. The protagonist agreed with Gray's assessment. Sonia should now be testing the spells. It didn't matter how high someone's level was or how intricate their formulas were. The foundation still came from basic books. After the discussion, they planned a banquet. Then, Gray changed the subject. Is there anything else saved? Don't hide it. Bring it next time. The protagonist smiled but was irritated to see the drunken young man clinging to him. Sometime later, Rudian saw a new guest who had arrived. Calling attention, our drinks here are truly delicious. The protagonist met Sonia, who was sitting on a sofa holding a bottle of alcohol. Gray's mother wore a small pointed wizard hat and looked at the drink with a flushed face. That kid is just a viscount, and yet he has better liquor than mine. Rudian realized where Gray had learned to drink. As soon as Rudian sat close to her, Sonia got straight to the point. Congratulations. In just a few days you have become a noble known throughout the capital. The protagonist believed that this achievement was due to the dukes and the second prince for their help. He smiled, claiming to be just a frontline man. Antonia would not argue with how he saw himself, and ended up commenting, "If Gray were actually a daughter, I would have thrown him at you already." Gray was shocked by his mother's behavior. Seeing the empty bottle, she continued the topic. "If that were true, I wouldn't have to pay any price like this, and there wouldn't be all these complicated negotiations, right?" Claiming to be only half joking, Sonia changed the subject, putting the bottle on the table. She asked to get to the main subject. She retrieved the skill book Rudian had provided them to discuss a price for it. Finishing her review, Sonia placed the book on the table and gave her verdict. Simply genuine. A general manual specifically written for the direct lineage of the school. The problem for Sonia was that, since the authenticity had been confirmed, it was hard to pay for the book in cash, as they had already spent quite a bit on Mana Metal and on the Merchant Union's shares. Revealing that it was not completely impossible to pay, Sonia asked him to see her as a head of the family, as she could not ignore financial imbalances. Asking if they could negotiate, Sonia questioned if he was interested in artifacts or magical tools. However, Rudian declined, unless the artifact was at the level of the psychic empire, Sands of Time. He would not be interested. He still had some high-tier artifacts made by Kesley. After all, realizing it would not be possible, Sonia drank a bit more to ease her discomfort. At that moment, Rudian stated he wanted to make a counter-proposal. The reason Gray became an archmage in the original timeline was because he was an exceptional genius, playing the most important role. However, the magical theory, knowledge, and expertise accumulated by the Bellatrix family were key results for his transformation. That is why Rudian wanted them. "I want the complete infrastructure of the Bellatrix house to help me become a great archmage." Upon hearing the request, Gray asked if he was not in the night department. Confused to see him wanting to learn magic, the protagonist nodded confidently at the question, just as he did in his goal of becoming an archmage. Even starting at a late age, Sonia ended up mocking Rudian. "Magic is not something you can master alongside fencing. You should know that this is impossible, so try asking for something else." Despite her instruction, Rudian showed he was serious about his request, surprising Sonia. She tried to do some calculations. If he started learning magic at that moment, even if he was a genius and used the resources of the Bellatrix family, it would take 30 years to reach the archmage position, but only if he left the academy and spent 18 hours a day in the magic tower. Sonia had confidence in her family. "We can offer superior training than what the royalty of the empire receives. However, we cannot create a customized circle for that." Considering the time they would spend, Sonia thought it would be very inefficient. Just paying for the book would be smarter. Rudian then made a counter-proposal. 10 years. "Deliver a circle that makes me an archmage in 10 years and deal done." Sonia was shocked by what Rudian planned to achieve. However, according to 80's calculations, Rudian could really achieve this goal in 10 years. To make it easier, Rudian added for Sonia, "You can include a clause that does not impose obligations on me if I fail to reach the archmage level. My only fear is that the Bellatrix house will end up neglecting my training." Irritated by the provocation, Sonia slammed her hand on the table. "Who do you think you are?" She stood up, pointing at Rudian, while declaring, "Leave the academy immediately and start going to the fire tower tomorrow." Fired up by the challenge, the mage concluded, irritated, "I swear on my honor that I will make you an archmage, no matter what happens, even if you have no talent at all." Seeing how motivated Sonia was, Rudian smiled. The negotiation went perfectly. However, Rudian needed to frustrate Sonia with a postponement. "I will be traveling for a month, so the training will need to start after that. I will also continue my night studies in parallel." Gray, fearful of his mother, asked Rudian not to provoke her, as things could get dangerous. Slamming the table once more, Sonia agreed to the demands but warned with a burning fury, "Since I will personally supervise you, if you slack off even a little, you will face a world of pain." Seeing how well Rudian and Sonia could understand each other, Gray was the only one hesitant to intervene. Curious, Sonia asked why he would be gone for a month. Rudian revealed that he would leave the capital to prepare and acquire some things. Getting another drink, Sonia appeared worried. Is it really necessary to leave with dark beings walking around the capital? Rudian revealed no information to her but reminded her that someone should be behind them. Sonia drank the wine, listening to Rudian reveal a small hint in confidence. Laughing, the woman apologized for putting him to the test. Curious, she asked why he didn't report what he knew to the imperial family. The reason was obvious. The dark forces were already aligned with the third prince. I wouldn't be surprised if the information leaked. Moreover, both the emperor and the first prince are suspects. Although they know what happens in the capital, they turn a blind eye. Sonia agreed with Rudian. A lot had happened recently, and they did nothing. Also, it had been some time since they last saw the first prince in public. Such matters were worth investigating. That is why Sonia was put in charge of the search. The brief conversation Rudian had with Sonia before she left made him certain of something. Changes were necessary. Extending his hand, the protagonist conjured a magical attribute that transformed into a sword. Becoming an expert in high-level swordsmanship in just 1 month made life at the academy meaningless for Rudian. A day earlier, at the Belstad family training field, Rudian was training with Elvin. With speed surpassing his training partner, Rudian moved. At the last second, Elvin managed to raise his sword and turn to block the thrust, brandishing his own sword. Elvin forced him to retreat. He was still incredulous since a month ago. Rudian could barely use the first form of the sword, but now he was a completely different person. In 1 month, he proved to be a genius. While Elvin was lost in thought, he didn't notice Rudian's sword approaching and hitting him on the shoulder. Elvin ended up dropping his own sword. He placed his hand on the wound and grew concerned. "Sir, are you okay?" Elvin reassured him, but he knew Rudian had held back. In the end, such a thing was only possible when one was certain the opponent was clearly beneath you. Elvin sighed, commenting that he thought they could no longer face each other. Rudian disagreed with this idea, claiming he still had much to learn. Elvin didn't believe that. "Don't talk nonsense. When it comes to swordsmanship, you've already surpassed me. I doubt anyone in the Empire can keep up with you." With deep thoughts, Rudian asked what he should do to continue growing. Rudian believed that the only reason he managed to surpass Elvin was physical growth, but he would soon encounter a barrier. Elvin was surprised. Looking at Rudian, he realized that Rudian had indeed become taller. With ambition, Rudian asked if there was a way to grow even more in a short amount of time. Elvin pointed to the sky, revealing the means to reach a state of self-understanding through real combat. This is the fastest method to achieve higher levels. Upon hearing that a real combat was one where any mistake could cost your life, the protagonist recalled the fight he had in Mr. Marco's life. So, if there existed an environment where you could perish and still come back unscathed, you would have all the benefits of real combat, right? Elvin rolled his eyes at such a fanciful scenario. As he retrieved the sword he had dropped, he agreed that if something like that existed, it might be possible in an era where magic and science were at their peak. Fights like that had existed in the mythical age. However, they were places that existed only in myths and legends. Telling the brief story, Elvin said goodbye to Rudian, leaving him alone in the training arena. Now, planning to travel, Rudian dreamed of finding such places that existed in the mythical age. Curious, Rudian asked Diabo how he would react if he encountered another being from the Seven Thrones. Diabo's answer was straightforward. "If I really encountered those bastards, I would warmly greet each one of them and crush their faces." Diabo's response made Rudian believe that the group must indeed be close. Diabo thought there was a reason for Rudian to mention the Seven Thrones. Rudian revealed to him that he planned to take a risk next month and conquer the legacy of one of the thrones with Abby's help. Diabo was curious to know which one he would attack. However, Rudian wanted to keep the secret so as not to spoil the fun. Abby then caught Rudian's attention, and he commented while flying over, "You are growing at a fast enough pace to exceed your goals. Isn't it a bit too hasty? The difficulty of obtaining the legacy of a throne is insane." The primordial being wanted to know if he really needed to take such risks instead of seeking other modules. Rudian revealed that his real objective was to take the risk. "I was forced into a non-aggression pact, but the pact is only between the modes and me. It won't last long." Looking at the horizon, Rudian revealed that even before he made the first move, there was a damned impudent one wanting to attack him first. Hearing the comment, Diablo guessed which battle-crazy fool they were talking about. Heligos. Rudian intended to strike before Heligos made his attack. Abi did not want Rudan to follow such a path. Attacking first would not create gaps in the pact. Swinging his sword, Diablo, the protagonist, commented that upon leaving the capital, Heligos would surely attack him. But attacking him first did not violate any agreement. Abi did not think there was any guarantee that he would attack them alone. Rudan knew that, and the danger of attacking alone and losing. However, he had the strongest guardian by his side. Looking sideways, Rudan saw Yev sitting, enjoying some sweets. The next day, the protagonist went to the Mara Academy, more specifically to the administrative hall of the night department, to submit an absence request. The coordinator was confused to see the young man wanting to leave the academy shortly after arriving. However, upon looking at the request in the letter and seeing the seal of House Delphion, as well as that of House Bellatrix, the man trembled with fear. Without any questions, he accepted the request. Rudan had shown the power of connections. As they left the office, Rudan asked Adi if he had confirmed the location and condition of a module. The artificial intelligence monster nodded but warned, "It is blocked, but the terminal itself is already active." Confused, the protagonist asked what he meant. Abi began to change shape, spreading like tentacles. Showing his power, he said, "Like me, right now, the energy and function of the module can now be used. However, they need to manually input each single command." Rudian was worried, as it would be dangerous to face someone with Abi's module. However, the monster reassured him, saying that the other party could only have total control of the module if they managed to decode Adora's language system. Just discovering the basic commands would take an incredible amount of time. Rudian felt a little more relieved. He knew that as long as there was mana, Aid's computational powers would be strong enough to even conjure advanced magic, and that the specifications of the module the enemy possessed were similar to those of Adi, which Rudian carried. The dark beings would surely use it to open the gate to the dark realm. Now Rudian understood why it took years for them to achieve such a thing. It took time to finish deciphering the codes. With this in mind, Rudian set off to the next place he needed to visit. Rudian went to the liberal arts department of the Mara Academy, where unexpectedly he found Citri Belstad. Surprised, she asked what he was doing there. He asked to talk, wanting some time alone. Rudian claimed he wanted to inform her of something. Citri smiled, and with a snap of her fingers, all the men who followed her turned around and walked away. Citri could finally reveal her true face. Annoyed, she asked what he wanted, warning that she would leave the city for a month. Rudian asked that the agreement they made be honored, even while he was away. With a superior look, Citri stated that she would not be the one to break the agreement, as long as he continued not to get involved. Reassured by her words, Rudian grabbed Citri by the shoulder, startling her. He looked at her, warning, "But if that reckless idiot next to you attacks me, that wouldn't be a problem. I trust you will handle it." Citri gritted her teeth upon hearing the threat. She acted as if nothing had been said. Rudian said goodbye, leaving the mission to her. Worried, Citri wondered what Rugian was planning. She knew Alogos would not sit still if he found out that Rugian already knew about him. Lastly, Rudian visited the student council room. Lucielle was concerned about him traveling alone. She wanted to send some of the best knights from Delphione to accompany him. However, Rudian rejected the offer. Maria was also worried and wanted to send some psychics. Elvin joined the conversation, offering to go with Rudian, but the protagonist refused everyone, especially Elvin. "If you come, you won't come back alive." Elvin was annoyed by the response. "And you're saying you will be okay?" The protagonist, however, had Ive with him during his departure. Ive was currently completely absorbed by the desserts. In the end, it had become a harmless hobby. Rudian felt uncomfortable when Ive stared at him without doing anything. It was much more reassuring when she focused on eating. Suddenly, while eating a sugar straw, Ive stated, "Gross." Surprised, Rudian asked if the dessert tasted bad. The young alien, however, corrected him. "They keep looking at us and following us." The protagonist was not surprised to see that Ive had already discovered they were being followed. On the contrary, he smiled with satisfaction. Curious, Rudian asked Ive if she knew who was following them. Ive calmly replied, "They are just annoying flies." Despite already suspecting, Rudian was incredulous to see that the other side had bitten the bait so easily. In a carriage pulled by 4 fierce horses, Heligos charged ahead at full speed. Heligos's eyes were focused so he wouldn't lose sight of Rudian's carriage, the northern region of the Mauryan Empire. It was an area of frozen mountains. The protagonist used climbing tools to overcome the mountains covered by the artificial ice storm, just like in the original story. Having traveled to truly face the freezing cold, Rudian wondered if he had become stronger. He had only been climbing for 30 minutes, yet he was already exhausted. Despite thinking Elagos would attack sooner, Rudian was surprised to see that he was being cautious. Since he brought Eve to protect him, Rudian didn't mind much. It would only be frustrating if they didn't bite the bait. While Rudian struggled to climb the ice mountain, Eve was close to him. She walked along the frozen wall while enjoying her snacks. Curious, Rudian asked her how she did that. Eve's answer was simple: I just do it. Annoyed, Rudian vowed to learn flying magic. No matter what, he dreamed of mastering magic to a certain level, so he wouldn't suffer as he was. Rudian just didn't know that if he used Aid's power, he could conjure flying magic. Among Kesley's artifacts, there were also enchantments for flying magic. If he had known this, he would have knelt in frustration for having gone through so much difficulty for nothing. 3 days later, after overcoming the icy mountains, Rudian and Eve, who no longer had any sweets, arrived at a tropical forest. Rudian had finally found what he was looking for. A temple, Rudian commented as he looked at the place. It looks like the Eye of the Storm. Upon hearing him, Eve agreed. Yes, the core of the great ritual was because of this poorly maintained ancient temple. The cold of the north has persisted here for over 10,000 years, regardless of the season. Rudian walked through the temple, remembering that it was in this place that Abel became a master of the sword. Upon reaching the center of the temple, Rudian found a dragon statue. Diabo immediately remarked that this was where the Seven Thrones left their legacy. The power of Leviathan could be felt by him. There was no way the devil would not recognize that place. However, the small temple was merely a facade. Rudian looked up. The place where Leviathan, the seat of envy among the Seven Thrones, had left its mark was in the clouds. The Tower of Challenges. Diablo commented while looking at the temple. Fool. Things did not end well for him. To protect the last fragment, he made this area his territory. Rudian was surprised that Diablo knew all this, just as Diablo was surprised that Rudian knew the history. Rudian smiled at the question, confirming there was a way to know everything, the same way he used to find Diablo. Rudian did not think it was an exaggeration to compare the power of the 7 deadly sins to that of celestial beings. They created a vast area of winter that lasted for 10,000 years. The devil was pleased to see Rudian recognize such power. However, Rudian mocked him. You should be silent since you couldn't even defeat one of them. Rudian then picked up a small dagger, using it to spill his blood. As soon as the red drops touched the temple stone, a reaction occurred. A large amount of energy surged, creating a portal. The protagonist sighed, preparing to enter the tower. He wondered if it would be a mistake to challenge that place at that moment. However, he looked at Yev, asking for a favor. Yev simply stared at him, warning, if you delay, I will deal with you myself. The protagonist smiled and, stuttering, claimed he would try not to be late. Thus, he passed through the portal. Once he arrived at the temple, Yahello wondered how the duo knew that place. He ground his teeth in panic. They are indeed divine beings. That was a place that mere humans should not know. Despite having a clue, Elagos managed to imagine that the legacy of Leviathan was Rudian's goal. It would be a complete disaster if Leviathan, who hated the realm of darkness, handed over his power to him to quell the fear that made him tremble. Elagos affirmed to himself that Rudian's power should be sealed. There was a malevolent being in the middle world that accompanied him. Elagos wondered what he would do. He made his decision and entered the temple. He found a portal. He declared that he would go alone and asked Krampus to eliminate anyone who appeared. Krampus complied with the request. Tightening his red muscles, he roared at the elite servants. They were ghostly shadow beings, spreading across all areas to watch. However, Krampus noticed a presence. Shortly after, Eve floated toward him. He looked confused as soon as he saw the enemy. Eve changed appearance, turning from a beautiful young woman into an alien being with thousands of eyes. The promise will be fulfilled. The original name of the place where Rudian had arrived was the Tomb of Leviathan. However, it was named Tower instead of Tomb due to its shape, possessing 66 floors. Abi looked around, commenting that in this place, space and time seemed practically frozen. Rudian revealed to Abi that, for this very reason, the place became the best training ground. 1 year in this place would be just 1 day in the outside world. However, he could not leave until he conquered all 66 floors. Abi could sense a curse in that place. Rudian told Abi that here, one could revive as many times as desired. If someone perished in that place while trying to conquer the tower, they would be revived at the entrance of each floor, which became a safe zone. Despite the safety, the difficulty of the place was extremely high. Abi liked the rule, and, curious, asked what would happen if one failed at the final minute of the challenge. Rudian's answer was simple. If you fail, you will be endlessly devoured by the tower. The Tower of Challenges revived the challengers, but only those who maintained the desire to continue the challenge. The moment their fighting spirits were broken, and they wished to surrender, the power of the tower's chains would increase proportionally to the number of resurrections. Eventually, they would not be able to escape. The challenger would become an appetizer for Leviathan itself. Abi felt confident knowing all the rules. Rudian's protections would surely be enough to withstand anything. However, he requested that Abi not protect him, even if he gave up. Abi was shocked by the request. "What are you talking about? Protecting you is my duty," Rudian reassured him, stating that it was purely a matter of mindset. Rudian possessed extremely strong cheating items, just like Abi, Devil, and Abel. However, to achieve the greatest possible growth, Rudian was willing to do anything. The protagonist calmed Abi, assuring him that as soon as he could achieve the growth he desired, he would start using it. As they talked, the duo reached the first challenge door. Gudionn found dozens of goblins waiting for him. A pink goblin screamed upon seeing him. "An intruder! Attack!" Seeing the enemies, the protagonist grabbed a simple sword. Like in any fantasy world beginning, the enemies were the expected goblins. The monsters, though smaller than humans, were quick to attack Rudian. However, the protagonist did not fail to eliminate the first goblin with a single sword strike. Several goblins surrounded Rudian at once, trying to gain the advantage in numbers. However, Rudian stabbed them one by one, bringing them down to the ground and making them turn to smoke. Upon seeing how some goblins managed to hit him, Rudian realized he needed to fix many things, like his combat experience. Rujan knew that Lord Elvin would never allow a small goblin to touch him. Heading towards the portal to the second floor, Rujan continued his journey. The battle on the second floor was tough, but he soon faced the jackals. On the third floor, orcs. On the fourth floor, and sinister monsters on the fifth floor were encountered. On the sixth floor, Rudian faced the cyclopes. While unknown ogres were the opponents on the seventh floor, on the eighth floor, Rudian faced red minotaurs with their large axes. Meanwhile, a multi-faced basilisk was found on the ninth floor. On the 10th floor, however, Rudian faced his first defeat against a headless sword-wielding monster. Upon losing the battle, Rudian was shocked. The basilisk on the ninth floor had around 2,000 combat points, but the Dullahan on the 10th floor had almost triple that power. Losing his head, Rudian found himself facing the first real challenge. As soon as he was revived, Rudian woke up screaming, clutching his neck. Concerned, Bee hurriedly asked Rudian if he was okay. The protagonist was not 100% sure. He couldn't believe he had been defeated so soon. He could easily win using the devil, but it wouldn't make sense to use it so early. There was a significant difference in strength between him and the Dullahan. Therefore, if Rudian wanted to continue advancing, he needed to understand why he lost and then improve. The strength and speed of both were not that different. They were practically even in offense and defense. That's why Rudian wondered why he had lost. Rudian found his answer: combat flow. To be precise, the enemy had the ability to control the entire battle. The Dullahan had managed to read all of Rudian's movements and lured him into a trap. Every move of the monster, just like every step, had a purpose. Until then, Rudian had only fought monsters that relied on brute strength. That's why it had been easy to defeat them. The moment he faced someone who used strategy, he ended up hitting a solid wall. The outcome spoke for itself. The difference between the two lay in the invisible battle experience. Knowing that's how real training worked, Rudian opened the door to that floor once again. He was ready to challenge the Dullahan again, raising his sword above his shoulders. He provoked him. "Come on, you bastard." As Rudian was defeated again, Bai, in tears, performed CPR to calm him down. "Are you okay, master? Let me help you." Rudian lay on the ground, still in disbelief. That had been his 10th attempt and 10th failure. To Rudian's relief, this time he had been defeated with a single finishing blow. Therefore, the pain didn't last long. Rudian wondered if he should really use the Diabo. He trembled due to his weak willpower. He knew that if he used it, he would easily reach the 66th floor. At the last second before drawing the Diabo, Rudy slapped his own face. He finally woke up, keeping the original commitment. Rudian held on to the vow they made. He knew that if he betrayed his own promise and gave up his oath, everything would go wrong. With the mark of his palm on his cheek, Rudian clenched his fist tightly. "My body and mind can rest for a moment. Otherwise, it won't matter what power I gain in the future. In a critical moment, I will make a fatal mistake." Picking up the ordinary sword again, Rudian headed towards the gate of the room. That was a rite of passage he wanted to face. He carried all the difficulties and aimed to overcome them. The large sword of Dullahan flew towards Rudian. As he approached, the angle of the swords met, tearing through the air towards the opponent. Raising his sword, Rudian managed to withstand Dullahan's attack. Even with one arm less, he remained focused. He realized in the fight against Dullahan that all the self-proclaimed knights he had fought up to that moment only acted using intuitive tactics, at best. However, Dullahan, against whom Rudian fought, executed moves far beyond instinct. For Dullahan, the duel was similar to a war. Learning what he needed, Rudian gave up that attempt and waited for Dullahan's final blow. However, not being hit, Rudian became confused. The Dullahan had lowered his sword and approached him. "I like your spirit. A true warrior should have this level of determination, using this sacred field merely as a training ground. What arrogance." The Dullahan pointed his sword at Rudian, concluding, "You have potential, but as you are now, even if we fought 100 times, you would not be able to defeat me." Dullahan's words did not shock Rudian. However, the fact that he was able to speak did. The Dullahan introduced himself. "I am a knight of the Dark Kingdom and the right hand of the great Lord Leviathan. I am Kimaris. Welcome to the sacred field." Challenging, Rudian was surprised by the name Kimaris, as he had never appeared in the work 7 Calamities. The arc of the 10th floor was not described in detail in the original story. A character as unique as Kimaris should have appeared in some episode or narrative. However, since nothing was said about him, it meant that the event inside the tower was being conducted in a completely different manner from the original story. Rudian was surprised to hear that the devil recognized Kimaris and felt sad that he had become one of the defeated. The devil revealed that Kimaris was one of Leviathan's closest lieutenants, and that, if he were still alive, he would be on the same level as a King Rudia. However, he did not see Kimaris as someone so strong, possessing just over 5,000 combat points. He was at an average level. Hearing Rudian's solitary comments, Kimaris felt offended. "I perished 10,000 years ago fighting against the traitors who ambushed my master. After my soul was shattered, my lord gave me a new role here as a guardian gatekeeper. I now exist only as a specter sustained by the remaining mana of Lord Leviathan." Seeing how Rudian called him someone of weak appearance, the Dullahan put on the helmet he had been holding during their battle. A powerful energy began to spread. He claimed, "In this tomb of my lord, I can at least show a glimpse of my true power, even if it's just a small part of it." As soon as he put on the helmet, his white, terrifying face appeared. His red eyes shone. The combat power of Dullahan exceeded 100,000 points. Rudian was so shocked this time that his mouth was agape. He knew that the young man would revive anyway. Dula Rank Mares wielded his giant sword and split him in half. He bid farewell momentarily. As soon as Rudian revived, he screamed in shock. Why did a monster like this suddenly appear here? The power level of 100,000 was on the same level as Maria at her peak. Rudian gritted his teeth, wondering if he could defeat him, even using the devil. The devil tried to calm Rudian, but the shock was immense. He couldn't believe something like this appeared on the 10th floor. The strongest lieutenant of Leviathan should only appear on the 60th floor, with around 50,000 in power. Rudian now understood why Dullahan's movements were so refined, due to his experience. Rudian then tried to understand the situation. First, he needed to find out why someone so strong had revealed his identity. There had to be a reason, and it must be related to Rudian. As Rudian thought, the shadow of Dullahan appeared. When the monster itself opened the hall's gates, the protagonist looked at Kimaris in shock, asking, why was he there, not waiting in the room? Worried, Rudian realized that in the worst-case scenario, Dullahan could simply stay where he revived. He could eliminate Rudian as soon as he appeared, preventing him from even summoning the devil. However, Dullahan reassured Rudian, stating that he had no intentions of fighting at that moment. Checking the information, Rudian realized that Dullahan's power level had returned to normal. Dullahan was no longer wearing the helmet. He chuckled. You seem to be trembling. Normally I would stay silent. I keep my ego buried. Just act as a small obstacle for challengers. Raising his sword for assurance, Rudiana asked why he had revealed himself. Kimaris stated there are 3 reasons for his actions. Sitting on the ground, the Dullahan revealed the first reason. First, you also serve a being as great as my Lord Devil. Upon being noticed, he smiled and knelt. Kimaris claimed to have recognized him, my Lord of Wrath and Fury. Normally this kind of being wouldn't even register with my senses, but this is the sanctuary of envy. No one can escape the Lord's gaze. Rudiana then asked what the second reason was. Pointing at Rudiana, the Dullahan revealed the second reason. It is the repulsive intruder who followed you here. His despicable presence is the reason. Rudiana realized whom the Dullahan was talking about, Eligos. Surprised to find out the knight knew of the pursuer, the Dullahan moved on to the third reason. My lord chose you to take revenge on the traitors and the beings of darkness of this era. Confused, Rudiana asked Kimaris to elaborate on the matter. Kimaris revealed that Eligos, who had chased him, accepted the Lord's proposal and was waiting for Rudiana. Thus, they could have a one-on-one battle at the top of the tower. Surprised, Rudiana asked what that meant. But before he could hear the answer, Rudiana realized the truth. Leviathan would not miss the chance against Eligos. Normally, challengers in the tower should find one another. And obviously, there was no way Eligos was unaware of this rule. As Leviathan already planned to use Rudiana to eliminate Eligos, the pieces fell into place. The Dullahan revealed that Leviathan had ordered him to train the young man as a veteran warrior. I am saying that I will personally train him. So, what will you do? Rudiana never expected such an offer, one he had no reason to refuse. Extending his hand and shaking the white hand of the ghost, Rudy canceled the agreement with the handshake. The Dullahan noticed something that surprised him. Unlike many humans, you possess multiple strengths. Not just mana, something that humans commonly have, but also dark energy and psychic power. Rudy was shocked to see that Kimaris had discovered so much with a simple handshake. Stating that such strengths would be useful to him, Dula Reno recommended digging as deep as possible to find good results before they returned to the battle room. Rudy showed his surprise. I thought you would tell me to stick to a single discipline. Dula Reno, however, corrected him. Only humans with a short lifespan do that. If you desire the power of the great, you can transform your body and exceed the trivial lifespan of humans. Rudy, however, did not plan to become a being of darkness. Kimaris revealed that the closer he got to the end, the forces would convert into the divine. Maximizing your attributes would give you a shortcut to such a level. Rudy found it amazing that Kimaris knew so much. The protagonist had entered the tower partially to gain experience, but also because he needed the final reward. Just like Abel, he wanted to be able to recreate a body that could accept the power of all 7 colors of the world, a vessel that could contain divine power. Returning to battle against Dullahan, Rudy lost his sword in the first confrontation. Still, Dullahan praised him for his increased resilience. He considered Rudy one of the best humans in the physical aspect, but deducted points due to his lack of combat experience. Dullahan's words stung Rudy, but the doorman believed that by continuously facing danger, he would be able to overcome such weakness and move forward. Picking up the sword, Rudy charged at Dullahan, confident. He attacked, having rested only for a moment to regain his strength. In the face of the nonsense Rujan dared to speak, Dullahan raised his muscular arm and brandished his sword. He launched a single attack that knocked the young man backward. While Rujan was still in the air, Dullahan warned him, I don't have much experience teaching people. Expanding the sword, Dullahan purposely missed a final blow. Trembling, Rujan placed his hand on his own neck. Dullahan reassured him, however, passing on what I've learned over ages is still something I can do? Catching his breath, Rujan questioned, was it my imagination, or do you seem about to go insane with anxiety? It was possible to see in his head, inside the helmet held by Dula Ren, that just like his gaze, his teaching methods were a bit rough. Dullahan walked towards Rujan, frightening him with the energy he released. First, I will eliminate you at least 100 times. The protagonist tried to ask for a minute to rest. However, Dullahan began to chase him while he ran, shouting, Wait a little, you crazy bastard! Dullahan jumped, aiming to land on Rujan while shouting, I'm not crazy, I'm perfectly rational. An attack to Rujan's back sent him to respawn once again. Countless times later, Dullahan continued to defeat Rujan, although little by little the protagonist began to keep up with Dullahan's pace, even if it was just a few more seconds each time. Something incredible Rujan could see was the fact that every time they fought, he felt like he was facing a completely different person. Looking at his own hands, Rujan felt he was improving in real time with each battle. Dullahan momentarily stepped away from Rujan. Dula Ren then pointed at him, commenting, Your fencing is decent. The way you move freely, like a slippery fish, is aggressive, yet still adapts to erratic attacks. Who taught you this? The protagonist looked away, responding vaguely. A guy with only one eye. Mares became curious. Wasn't this sword style created by humans? Mares believed it was. There were no rules about divine or transcendent beings not being able to create sword styles. Rudian questioned why Dullahan was curious about that. Dullahan got straight to the point, because fencing is the only thing worth using. You don't channel mana with every strike, with every movement. The anatomy of humans and dark beings may be different. Our techniques might not suit you, but at least we have one thing in common. Heads, limbs, and 10 fingers on our hands and feet. The protagonist smiled at what Dullahan called a similarity. Humans and dark beings moved in similar ways. Mares believed they could improve each other's techniques. That's why he wanted to teach Rudian the method of knowing how to do it, so they could evolve together. Rudian thought this was quite unexpected from Dullahan, simply appearing behind him before he noticed. Marius asked, So, it seems this improves mana control? Usually, it is quite dangerous and takes time. In the best case, using the wrong method will cause you a lot of pain. And in the worst case, you could say goodbye to your body. Placing a hand on Rudian's shoulder, Dullahan asked him not to worry about those things. Using a more rudimentary method, you can drastically reduce the time spent. Feeling that something terrible was about to happen, Rudian tried to ask if they couldn't just continue fighting with swords. However, before he realized it, he felt a tremendous pain when Dullahan's energy exploded. Abi continued to shock, urging her master to maintain firm courage. Devil, observing the situation, thought things were getting more and more interesting. 2 years passed inside the Tower of Challenges. Rudian's resurrection counter had already exceeded 500. Finally, the day came when Dularanquis would change the training method. Until now, they had been relying on mana, just like humans did. However, from now on, he didn't want Rudian to cling to it. Mary's remembered that, when they first spoke, it was stated that he did not only possess mana like ordinary humans. Therefore, he did not need to devote himself solely to one power. Mares put on his helmet and tilted his head back, unlocking his true power above 100,000 combat points. Once again, after so long, Rudian held both the ordinary sword and the demon sword. Wielding the heavy sword, he pointed it at Rudian and challenged him. "Use all the power you have and come at me." The protagonist accepted the challenge, channeling mana into one sword and dark power into the other. They charged at each other, initiating the duel. After years of training, when a decade of training against Kimaris ended, following the tower's rules, Dullahan praised Rudian. "You have become extremely capable. Imagine that you could last an entire day against me without using authority. Among humans, there are probably only a few who could surpass you." The protagonist averted his gaze, avoiding revealing how many monster points still existed in the current era. Nonetheless, Rudian accepted the praise. "Thank you. I have become much stronger than I ever imagined I could, thanks to you." The only thing Rudian feared was that Eve would probably finish him off when she returned, for being late. Then Maris removed the helmet and accepted to fulfill his duty as a gatekeeper. Dullahan urged Rudian to move on, as Eligos was still waiting. The protagonist smiled, imagining how patient Eligos must be. Mares corrected him, revealing that, for beings of darkness, 10 years was not much time. Wielding the sword to conclude, Rudian thanked Mares for everything. Mares did not mind, but he asked for our Lord on behalf of all of us who were molded. "For these kings, please." As he watched Mari turn to ashes in the wind, Rudian swore, "Don't worry, I will avenge them." Now, Rudian was ready once again to continue climbing the tower. When he reached the 40th floor, he encountered a dark dragon. The dragon was impressed to see a mere human come this far. Upon seeing the dark dragon, Rudian became intrigued. The dragon opened its mouth, gathering a large amount of fire. The dragon's breath descended violently upon Rudian, destroying everything around him. Rudian raised his sword to split the fiery attack in half. He smiled, commenting, "So it's true that dragons greet with a breath instead of saying hello?" The dragon was shocked, not believing it was possible to do that with its attack. Already expecting such a move, Rudian easily counterattacked. He jumped toward the dragon, his sword overflowing with energy. He sliced through everything in front of him like a hot knife through butter. The dragon's axe-shaped tail fell as well, just like its whole body, which was disintegrated. The protagonist smiled, seeing that even the guardian of the 40th floor was not so difficult for him. Without training from Kamaris, however, he would have already been defeated dozens of times. At his waist, Devil smiled, praising his growth. Thanking for the compliment, Rudian asked if it was time to abandon the rookie nickname. However, Devil did not think he had grown enough for that. Still, having seen a dragon so early, Rudian wondered what he would find behind the next door. Upon reaching the 45th floor, he felt refreshed, to say the least. Rudian encountered a Balrog, a being of darkness made of fire, wielding a similarly hot chain. He knew the battle would not be easy. Therefore, Abi hurried and asked, with a stern look, if she should use what they had practiced. It would be his first time using such a thing as well. Rudian wanted to try. Devil nodded at the command. Seeing the human murmur before him, the Balrog roared, "You are certainly disrespectful for ignoring me." Suddenly, Abi's body began to deform. It stretched out like a red cloak on Rudian's back. Some time ago, Rudian had questioned, "If you can inject mana into me, doesn't that also mean you can take my mana?" Abi revealed that, according to protocol, he should protect Rudian. Therefore, using his mana freely was not possible, only if Rudian wished for it. Upon hearing the terms, Rudian got excited. "This is perfect!" Rudian remembered that Abi had said his database was like a storage of magic. He then asked, "If I channel my mana into you and use your computational ability, wouldn't I be able to cast high-level spells?" Abi crossed his arms, frowning his single eye. "Master, my calculations reach a realm where even deities cannot arrive. Channeling some spells could make you dry up. Do you really want to try that? Hearing it would be dangerous, Rudian still believed that if Abby only helped a little, he could become a powerful weapon, one that would ensure superiority in battles, no matter the enemy. Trying such a fusion, Rudian murmured, "Arcane Blizzard." The spell created a magic circle in front of him, shooting shards of ice at the Balrog. The Balrog, with half of its body frozen and the flames of the chain extinguished, shouted in surprise, "Human, you are a mage, but this level of magic won't stop me." When the Balrog was almost completely frozen, it unleashed its full power, destroying the ice surrounding it. It leaped away, distancing itself from the attack. However, Rudian had already moved, jumping behind it. Abi wrapped around the sword Rudian carried like a cloak. When the Balrog was about to be hit, it tried to use a teleportation spell to escape. However, the spell did not work because a magic circle surrounded him. Rudian had conjured the dimensional prison. He prevented the monster from escaping. As soon as he broke the Balrog's defenses, Rudian closed the distance between them. The Balrog was still in shock. He could not believe that a human could use magic that interrupted spatial movements. While wondering if he was really human, the Balrog met his end at Rudian's sword. Rudian felt relieved. The battle was easier than he expected. Still, he didn't imagine he would feel so weak after using 2 spells. Abi praised him, happy they had finished the battle without any injuries. Rudian knew that from then on, no one would be stronger than Kimaris, but if there was any real danger, he would count on Abi. 11 years had passed, and Rudian told Abby that only 11 days had gone by in the outside world. He asked that if Eve got angry, Abby would protect him. Lacking confidence, Abby averted his gaze, stating he would try to do his best. The protagonist easily conquered the next 20 floors until he reached the 65th floor. As he opened the gate, Rudian's eyes widened at the light of the place. Even numbers of white wings belonging to a woman with pink hair impressed him. She was flying above the ground with a halo over her head. The woman looked at Rudian. "I have been waiting for you." Rudian hoped that at this level, a king-level dark being would appear. He didn't understand why he was actually facing an angel. The pink-haired woman extended her hand and introduced herself. "My name is Raphael." She was an archangel from the celestial pantheon, one of the seraphim. Still incredulous, Rudian asked why Raphael was there. The seraphim were the 12 beings with authority in heaven. One of these beings was responsible for sealing the devil, one of the 7 deadly sins, ranked at the top of existence. Rudian hoped that at that moment, Kraken, the closest assistant to Leviathan, should have appeared. Still, Abel needed to fight for 3 days against the Kraken to subjugate such a monster. Rudian wondered why the story continued to diverge from the original. Grinding his teeth, he stared at Raphael. He knew that this time, the opponent was much more overwhelming than the one appearing in his knowledge. Rudian placed his hand on the sword upon seeing that he would face an archangel. Raphael, however, smiled without attacking. What a grim expression on his face. "I am nothing more than the guardian of this tomb, just an illusion. So, you don't need to worry." Raphael extended his fingers, showing an ancient vision from 10,000 years ago, the era when Leviathan lost most of his powers and collapsed. Had he been cast aside, the dark energy overflowing from Leviathan's body would have corrupted the whole world Leviathan wanted to leave behind, at least a trace of himself. Raphael, to prevent the land from being tainted by his energy and out of respect for his will, cooperated to create that place. Upon hearing the story, the devil shouted, "Ridiculous! It would have simply been easier to burn this whole land until it turned to ash. What a pathetic excuse." Raphael smiled at his comment, stating that incinerating the surface was not a decision that could be made so easily. The devil did not want to talk anymore, and departed for his own interests. "Gabriel, the one who sealed me, is still alive. Tell that bastard that when I break free, I will tear him apart." Remembering the fire archangel, Raphael revealed that she still rested in the heart of the celestial pantheon. What a pity, as he could not delight in seeing the pathetic situation the devil was in. Making the devil silent, Rudian humbly acted to ask why Raphael had appeared to him. Raphael looked at Rudian with interest, revealing that what Leviathan had left was a dangerous legacy, capable of breaking the balance between heaven and earth. Curious, Rudian questioned why beings from the heavens they were not guarding the tomb. From the first floor, since such a thing was dangerous, Raphael let his wings fall. He saw Rudia's suspicion approaching him with a smile. She asked him to leave that subject alone, since he was not entirely wrong. Revealing the reason, Raphael claimed he had gone to the tower simply to see her. She knew about Rudia. "You broke the laws of the world and ignored Uriel's restrictions. You formed a pact with the devil. You summoned a divine being of incomprehensible identity. It is because of you that the heavens are facing a considerable amount of problems. Rudia questioned what kind of problem she was referring to. Raphael thought for a moment before answering. This place received the prophecy of being destined for someone who would one day stand against the dark species, but that prophecy has been broken. The archangel looked at the sword in Rudia's hand, continuing. Moreover, the devil's intervention in the affairs of the middle realm began to occur earlier than expected in the heavens. You shattered the prophecy's chances and are regarded as someone who must be eliminated, even by force. The protagonist frowned in concern upon hearing Raphael. However, the archangel revealed that they concluded his existence would not be a disadvantage for the heavens. She ended the conversation by stating that Leviathan and Heligos were already waiting for him upstairs. Reluctantly, Rudia asked if that was all she had to say. Raphael maintained a smile that hid his feelings while confirming, "You are more than capable of breaking the balance of the world, but seeing your face is enough for now." She said goodbye as Rudia continued on his way. "One day, we will meet again." In Rudia's hands, the devil warned him, "Be careful. This belongs to the cruelest race, even among the heavens." The devil was truly irritated. Ah, the most arrogant bastard among them. Rudia could not identify whether what the devil said about Raphael was an insult or a compliment. Still, as he continued advancing through the hall, Rudian thought of Raphael. In the original story, he was never particularly an important being. However, being connected to it meant they would see each other often. Discovering that the skies were watching him was a great gain. After all, in the end, in the world of 7 colors, the skies were an enemy to be defeated. After passing through the portal, Rudian arrived at the 66th floor, waiting all this time. Sitting down, Eligus greeted him. "You finally arrived." As soon as Rudian passed through the portal, Eligus stared at him, grinding his teeth in hatred. "I thought I would be consumed by the boredom of waiting for you." Rudian, amidst the fog that covered the area, filled with stone pillars, Heligos stood up, facing Rudian as he approached. The protagonist adjusted his cloak with a smile, looking at the enemy. "You must be Heligos. It must have been tough, waiting all this time." Eligus smiled, revealing that he had watched every step of Rudian in the tower, and coming to a conclusion, "After seeing you climb from the 1st floor, I am now sure that you are nothing more than a pathetic human." The protagonist smiled, asking if he really had noticed that. Irritated that Asmodeus had been fooled, Eligus cursed. "I can't believe we are wasting time with a human just because of a cheap bluff." Curious, Rudian asked how Eligus planned to defeat him. "In the mid-realms, your power is restricted. Without Leviathan's offer, you wouldn't have even made it here alone. Still, do you think you can defeat me?" Mocking Rudian, Eligus asked, "Why do you assume that I accepted Leviathan's proposal?" Then he abandoned his human appearance and began his transformation. His red hair grew, and his skin turned blue. Pointed ears, along with sharp teeth, also appeared on the terrifying face he had. Eligus unleashed all his power, shouting, "Come to me, human!" Black energy arrows like pitch attacked Rudian. The candle dissipated as it approached. Eligus mocked his big body and his source of confidence. Not even a crude wall of evil energy would stop him. He felt that this was a compliment. Eligus boasted, "Human, do you know the difference between a king and a mere half-blood?" The protagonist replied, knowing the authority. In short, the trait of the essence of darkness only shaped a unique power with dark energy. Someone can call themselves the King of Darkness. Eligus was shocked to discover that Rudian knew such information. The next second, he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha! For a human to know this, clearly you are not ordinary. This may actually be a fun fight." Eligus spread his arms and, confidently, revealed his power. "My authority is equality. Here, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you are. Any restriction can be ignored, and all powers can be used. Even the seals of a divine being. Even the laws of the world." Setting aside conversation, Eligus intended to start the fight. However, Rudian interrupted him. Eligus frowned when stopped, but heard Rudian assert that there was something important. Rudian looked around and shouted, "Hey, Leviathan! I know you're listening! Show yourself for a moment!" An energy gathered before Rudian like a sphere of air. From it, a voice emerged. "So, this is the first time we meet like this." The energy took the form of a serpent with a dragon's face and a second face on its forehead. It asked why Rudian had summoned it. Rudian got straight to the point. "I am fighting Eligus in your name. Shouldn't there be appropriate compensation?" Leviathan frowned, thinking about what he could deliver. He opened his mouth, revealing a dark sphere. That was the fragment of Leviathan, the core that sustained that tower. That orb was Rudian's objective. However, he knew he could go further. Shocking Leviathan, the protagonist grabbed him by the neck. "It's not enough. Surprised, Leviathan asked how all the power he had left was not sufficient. Rudian pointed at Elagos. He stated that after climbing this high, if the final boss is stronger than the previous ones, don't you think it's unfair? Trying to free himself, Leviathan reminded Rudin that he had tempered him to become stronger. With a look of disgust, Rudin claimed that he was the one wasting time there. As there was nothing Leviathan could do, he asked what Rudin wanted. Rudin smiled, demanding, "I want the orb and something more. Give me the fragment, and you will be free forever." Then, why not be generous and contribute a little more? Once the fragment of Leviathan was removed, the tower would disappear, Leviathan would meet his true annihilation. Seeing how terrible Rudian could be, Leviathan laughed and decided, "All right, if you defeat him, I will agree to one more condition. I will give you an extra reward." The protagonist nodded, liking Leviathan's response. As he wished Rudian good luck, Leviathan disappeared. Elagos, who watched the whole scene, laughed. "What a waste of time, useless. No matter what Leviathan offered, do you dare to think you can defeat me by showing your strength?" He summoned an extremely powerful two-handed axe. Rudian, unleashing the power of the devil, mockingly remarked, "For someone who has come this far to become a king, you are quite narrow-minded. I thought you would have figured it out by now." He frowned, not understanding what Rudian meant. The confident protagonist pointed at Elagos, intimidating him. "What else could it be? You're screwed." The dark energy Rudian released was oppressive and overwhelming. Its intensity forced Elagos to put his hands in front of his body to protect himself. The dark being was surprised. That was a terribly familiar power, which made no sense. To feel it coming from a human, the devil volunteered to fight in place of Rudian. However, the protagonist refused the offer. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? How often will I get the chance to gain such valuable combat experience?" Damn. Still, he alerted Rudian that something was wrong in that domain. Even Leviathan's authority couldn't resurrect him. He would face eternal doom. Rudian, however, didn't care. "Why do you think I risked so much in the first place? If I were just seeking safety, there would be no point in truly fighting." Grasping the devil with both hands, he commanded the sword to unleash all its power. The being within the sword laughed, unable to refuse. Rudian's face darkened as an image of a being of darkness appeared behind him, like a ghost. Elagos took a step back while murmuring, "Why shouldn't the seal be broken for at least another 20 years? Why are you here now?" Elagos's murmuring made Rudian confirm something. "You bastards are surely working with the heavens." Elagos frowned when discovered. "What do you mean?" Rudian revealed what he had uncovered. "Only those involved with the seal know when it will break. The devil was sealed in the middle realm. How could you know so much about him?" Rudian was sure that unless they were involved with those who created the seal, knowing such a thing wouldn't be possible. Elagos was left speechless upon hearing so many truths thrown at him. Rudian offered a single option to Elagos at that moment: to flee. He would not attack or pursue Elagos. At first, Elagos was surprised by Rudian's offer, who stated that outside the tower he wouldn't be able to demonstrate such power, and outside, Elagos would have a better chance against him. The words seemed to carry a tone of disdain, which irritated Elagos. "Are you kidding me?" The protagonist sat on the ground and stated that he would give him exactly 20 seconds to flee. Elagos didn't know how to react upon seeing that Rudian insisted on such a speech. Suddenly, Rudian started the countdown immediately. Elagos shouted in the name of the Dark King, "Elagos, I command the opening of the gates of the dark sky!" However, before Elagos finished speaking, he looked down and found a sword piercing his armor. The protagonist smirked provocatively. "Are you scared?" When Rudian pulled the sword back, Elagos screamed in pain. Elagos cursed Rudian as he was confronted. Raising his axe, he made spears fall from a dark sky while shouting, "I will definitely finish you!" Rudian looked at the attack, asking Addie if he could stop it. Confidently, the little red ball asked him to leave the mission to her. Elagos promptly stretched out, transforming into a red cloak worn by Rudian. Elagos's power also allowed Rudian to use the power of the inner world without any risk. Just like Devil Mana, sharing infinite mana with the devil, Rudian was ready to use it as fuel for the battle. Equipped with his two greatest supporters, Rudian stepped forward. The attack of hundreds of spears falling from the sky fell into the giant mouth of Had. Wrath and gluttony together devoured that attacking power. Elagos was shocked. With an unknown power, Rudian had destroyed the attack he had launched with the power of Lord Baal. The mouth of giant teeth attacked Elagos in an attempt to devour him. However, he managed to dodge by jumping back. Rudian continued to chase him, not allowing him to escape. With a sword strike, he sent an energy cut towards Elagos. Elagos was able to use his axe to break the attack, shouting as he advanced, Just because you managed to attack first doesn't mean you'll win the fight. Riding a dark horse, Elagos jumped towards Rudian. In midair, he arrogantly swore, "This time you won't escape!" Rudian was already ready, waiting for the attack on his back. Adi used magic. Suddenly the blood barrier, the magic barrier, appeared like a spell circle. Behind Rudian, it blocked the attack Elagos launched against him. Elagos cursed Rudian for managing to escape. However, the protagonist didn't let the cheap words pass. Impressive for someone who tried to ambush me. Rudian retaliated against Elagos, swinging his sword at the dark being mounted on the horse. Hit once more, Elagos screamed in pure anger and threw his axe at Rudian. The axe struck the cloak created by Adi, being softened. The attack still injured Rudian and threw him far away. The protagonist saw a large wound in the muscles of his shoulder. However, everything began to heal again, mending at a visible speed. The battle between Rudian and Elagos intensified. Mounted on the black horse, Elagos managed to keep both the offensive and defensive strong against the power Rudian expressed using Adi and Diabo. However, Elagos noticed something. "Why aren't you using Diabo's authority completely?" In response, Rudian returned the question. "Don't make me laugh. You're the one hiding your final attack." There was a reason Rudian wasn't using Diabo's authority. He wasn't confident he could maintain his sanity, even with Diabo's repressed use. Rudian constantly forced his mind to resist being overwhelmed by the evil energy. After a series of confrontations, both pulled away. Rudian seized the opportunity to provoke. "You call yourself a king, just wasting time. So, you don't have the courage to execute a big attack. Your authority won't last much longer, will it?" Elagos heard the taunt in silence and responded in kind. "Your provocation really is one of the best." Elagos knew Rudian was right. He couldn't maintain the authority for more than 30 minutes, even defeating Rudian when the authority ended. Levi, who was watching from the side, could attack him. Eliminating Rudian was the only way that would lead him to victory. Elagos laughed. "Very well, I will end you using all my power." Elagos was confident that he was not fighting a devil, but a mere contractor. A contractor was nothing more than a mortal. Any information he possessed had been provided by the devil. Gripping his axe tightly and releasing a violent energy, the warlord laughed confidently. During the Great Celestial War against Darkness, this was the attack that brought down a cherub-class angel with a single blow. With the energy that Elagos summoned, a whirlwind emerged, shaping into a spear tip, the Spear of Aradura. The devil understood the intent of that attack and its premise. That was a spear that never missed its target and always eliminated whoever received it. Rudian understood the nature of the attack, which the devil classified as a type of divine weapon. The devil wanted Rudian's body and asked him to hand it over to deal with the attack in his place. Rudian silenced him, confident that, with what he wanted to test, he would manage to protect himself. As they waited for the attack, the devil suggested that at least they use his authority. Seeing how the devil constantly suggested something, Rudian believed that this attack must truly be strong. Finishing the preparation for the attack, Elagos shouted with a smile on his face, "Perish!" The power conjured by Elagos gathered around his axe, swirling like a vicious energy to form the spear. The DI observed that attack magic and immediately created countermeasures. Dimensional block, triple deployment. 3 magic circles appeared in front of Rudian, between him and Elagos. At the same time, the DI transformed into a large shield with an oppressive eye as its emblem. The DI also created a sacred divine armor that enveloped Rudian's chest and conjured the magic of Athena's aegis, summoning a ghost of the goddess. To accompany and protect him, curious, Rudian asked Aid how powerful that defensive spell was. Even with an infinite devil mana, it was being consumed at an incredibly fast rate. Even with so many defensive spells, Elagos was confident he would eliminate Rudian with his single attack. Elagos's tornado spear advanced aggressively toward Rudian. It broke the shield created by Aid, as well as the first layers of defensive barrier. Soon, the attack reached the last layers created by Aid. While the attack was still being defended, the red ball puffed. "As I thought, there is a limit to mere spells. I wish I had at least one single module animated with the strength I could wield, thanks to the combination of the devil and Aid." The protagonist reassured the last. "As soon as we finish, I will get a module for you. So hang in there." Aid, who dreamed of having his modules, knew that to conquer them, she would have to win that fight. Rudian extended his arm forward, and a mysterious energy appeared in the palm of his hand. Elagos, using all his power, was surprised to see Rudian reveal a power he had still hidden. The protagonist smiled, revealing that this was his trump card. Rudian had not only trained his body and fencing in the last few years inside the tower. One of the powers of the 7-colored world, the green power, the psychic energy, was about psychic powers. Amid Elagos's attack, Rudian conjured a spell that created numerous magical circles in the shape of clocks. Time-space regression. Elagos was shocked to face the psychic energy of the time subtype. Rudian extended his hand toward him, confidently revealing, "This is my final attack that I have kept hidden all this time." The secret authority of the green world was the ability to freely acquire any psychic power the user desired. Rudian had disguised such power as simple telekinesis until then, but the strongest time-space abilities were kept hidden. Because of this, with his current power, slowing down the forces and neutralizing them was all Rudian could do. In the current battle situation, that was more than enough. Looking at the weapon in his hand, Yahello was surprised to see that the spear was moving on its own. Rudian saw this as his last chance. He overflowed with psionic energy, causing it to infiltrate Hagos's spear energy. It was the purest crystallization of power. Even if the sword's aura didn't work, Rudian only needed to change the idea in the enemy's mind. He unified all the powers he possessed into one. Mana was the foundation of magic and aura. Psychic energy was the base of psychic powers. Dark energy was the source of black magic and calamity beings. Recently, Rudian could barely handle another law, the power of the outer realm, the external force. Rudian had made 3 promises when he met Yev. The last promise was to offer mana to Yev, along with dark energy and that of AD, for them to consume as payment. Instead of the underworld's power, he couldn't obtain that at the time. Rudian received something linked to the violet world, the external force. As a power, it didn't need to be pure. Rudian channeled all his energies, blending them together while laughing. It would be strong enough against that unknown power. Elagos even hesitated momentarily. Rudian created a massive, overwhelming sword by joining so many powers with the external force at its center. The attack traveled towards Elagos, who, in his last moment, shouted, "Do you think I'll be defeated so easily?" Elagos managed to coordinate the energy of his attack to face Rudian's. The sword and the energy spear clashed in a confrontation that shook the heavens. However, it was Elagos who was the most surprised. His spear of massacre had broken. The handle of his axe shattered. Rudian's attack continued with an arrogant strike. "Perish immediately!" Damn. Elagos saw his life flash before his eyes. The attack descended upon him. At the last moment, he managed to move to the side. He was struck only in the arm. However, the damage was enough to make him roar. An explosion occurred as the attack ended. Elagos left Rudian's body as they saw the battle had finished. On his knees on the ground, Elagos lost his transformation as a king. Stammering, he asked as his last words, "What is this? Is it the power of chaos? How can such power exist?" The protagonist himself replied that he didn't know either. He was just somehow using it. The attack launched by Rudian had been extremely dangerous, close to self-destruction. Even when all kinds of power merge, the reason they didn't go out of control was due to a transcendent means that could withstand everything, the very sword used for the attack. Elagos recognized his defeat in battle. As his last words, he apologized to Asmodeus, for he truly wanted to win. As Elagos turned to ashes in the wind, Rudian allowed himself to rest and fell sitting on the ground. It was at that moment that a voice warned him, "Impressive. I think I understand why Raphael showed so much interest in you." Leviathan, in his grand form, had approached Rudian. The protagonist gritted his teeth, wondering internally if Leviathan intended to break the promise they made. He quickly stood up as Leviathan approached to observe him. "You seem quite injured, but I will not break my promise." Leviathan handed a small purple sphere to Rudian, the item he sought as the main reward, the fragment of Leviathan. Having delivered the first item, Leviathan recalled the second promise they made, and declared that if Rudian accepted the offer he would make, he would give him the legacy he had hidden from Baal. One of the 7 deadly sins and among the 72 great kings of darkness, Leviathan proudly occupied the top of the hierarchy. Leviathan asked one thing of Rudian, "Eliminate Baal. If you promise you will do it, I will give you the hidden inheritance." Rudian could see the deep resentment Leviathan carried. His eyes were furious. Leviathan accused Baal of being the great traitor who led the 7 of darkness to be expelled. The course of the 7 deadly sins would change. Leviathan knew that a war against Baal was inevitable. That is why he made such a proposal to Rudian. Already holding Leviathan's sphere, Rudian paused to think. Taking down Baal and defeating the forces of darkness were 2 different things. Baal had not even entered the human world yet. However, Rudian knew how to conduct the negotiation. "This may take some time. Is that okay with you?" Hearing the question, Leviathan thought about how long it would be. "About 100 years, the protagonist corrected him. "It wouldn't take that long. Well, maybe 50 years. Seeing the young man's confidence in defeating Baal in half the time, Leviathan became excited. Yes, if 10 years of training were enough to defeat Elagos, then there is reason to have hope. Although humans live a short time, Leviathan knew how fast they grew. Confident, the protagonist declared, "You can wait. I will definitely eliminate Baal for you." Leviathan laughed with joy. He shrank in size and approached Rudian. Before the protagonist could notice, the sea serpent bit his arm. Rudian, confused, felt a strange power flowing in his body. Leviathan revealed that the orb contained the remaining power he had gathered. What he had impressed on Rudian's arm was his mark. Rudian rolled up the sleeve of his shirt, realizing there was the mark of a serpent biting its own tail, imprinted in crimson. Leviathan, now small, revealed that this was proof of the elite forces. He protected, until the last moment, the 14th Legion hidden in another realm of envy, one of the 7 deadly sins. That was the seal of the successor of Leviathan. Rudian felt confused upon hearing the serpent. Before he could ask any questions, it swam through the sky on the horizon. The devil praised the mark on the sleeve that Rudian had just obtained. While Rudian was still confused, up high, Leviathan murmured, "Ah, since I was born in the primordial sea, this is the first time I can sleep in so long." The protagonist tried to hastily call Leviathan to clarify things, but even with his shouts, the being of envy did not return. Only the fog remained amidst the stone pillars. Seeing Rudian downcast, the devil asked him, "Why are you so glum? With the power of Leviathan and the seal now complete, the throne of a true king of darkness is within your reach, if you just try a little harder." Rudian, however, believed this was a problem. If the models knew of the devil's existence, he would focus on eliminating him instead of invading the human world. Rudian cried for becoming a successor of Leviathan. He would be much more in the spotlight from that moment on. Although Leviathan's forces only had 14 legions against the highest kings, they could be divided. It would basically be like having a ticking time bomb in his lap. As Rudian complained, everything began to tremble. The collapse of the tower was starting. Annoyed, Rudian devoured the orb of Leviathan, causing the energy within it to flow through his entire body. The devil, observing the change in the young man's body, found it extremely interesting. He seemed to be planning to use the fragments of Leviathan as a core of darkness. Rudian corrected him on just one point. That was a common core. The power he had created was not used solely by magic. The devil believed that the core would be extremely beneficial for Rudian. If this is truly a fragment of Leviathan, it will need to harmonize the various powers within you. Moreover, it will even increase the limits of your body. He. Slowly, you are breaking the chains of a human body. Although it would take some time for the orb to transform into a new stabilized core, Rudian believed he still had time. Raising his hand to release a small trace of Leviathan's power, Rudian created the portal that would lead him out of the tomb. The protagonist reappeared after the portal was reopened. He was at the statue of Leviathan in the outer temple. As soon as he arrived at the temple, Rudian felt an extremely dark energy. A young woman with long hair was releasing that oppressive energy while murmuring, "Late! I will end you!" Rudian was shocked as he lifted his head to face Ive, whom he had forgotten. She stared down at him with an energy that intimidated him to the point of making him sweat and shiver. Crying, the protagonist gave up on living. However, Ive provided him with a means to survive. First dessert, full dish, something that is the first time. After leaving the Temple of Leviathan, Rudian went to Nevan, the capital of the Mauryan Empire. Walking through the streets, the protagonist felt a different atmosphere in the city. Many people were whispering to one another. Rudian's first encounter was with Lucielle, who should be better informed. Lucielle glanced sideways, welcoming Rudian and commenting on the strange atmosphere. Rudian asked what had happened. Lucielle then revealed that something terrible had occurred. "I think you should come with me to the main house of the Delphione so we can talk properly." In the meeting room of the Delphione mansion, some people were already waiting, including Sonia. The protagonist frowned, asking what was going on. Sonia was the first to question Rudian's delay. He had said he would take a month, but he was late. Rudian got straight to the point. Asking what had happened and why everyone had called him, Vincent greeted Rudian. He stated it would be good to hear his opinion on a certain matter. Joining the table, Rudian asked them to get straight to the point. Sonia picked up her wineglass and revealed irritably, "That bastard caused the problem, and a big one." Rudian tried to imagine what the prince had done. Sonia revealed the atrocities committed by the third prince. She seemed to gain a suspicious strength. He ruthlessly eliminated all his opposition, although for some reason, some had remained untouched. Vincent revealed that the factions of the fourth and first princes, which were openly opposed to Harrow, suffered the most damage. Those factions were now in a position to ask for help. Despite everything that had happened, the emperor and the first prince remained silent about the situation. Sonia recalled what Rudian had said earlier. the suspicious forces should be connected to beings of darkness. Rudian believed the fact that the Dufion and Bellatrix families were still safe was because the gods did not want to cross the line. However, he wondered why they had provoked the prince to cause so much chaos. Standing up, Rudian asserted he would investigate why the prince had gone mad. Everyone was excited to see Rudian move. Just thinking about the dessert he would offer Ayev already gave him a headache, so he wondered how someone dared to cause trouble in his absence. With great fury, Rudian swore he would deal with the models. The models walked confidently through the palace, swaying their hair in the wind. Preparations for the opening were in full swing. "Is it all right for you to be here in person? If you disappear, your subordinates will come looking for you." She spoke to Marbas, who, wearing a large coat, looked out the window. Not caring about the reason for such tranquility, it was due to the clone he left in his place. King Marbas immediately asked about Heligos. The models tried to defend him. She claimed to have done everything to avoid being annihilated. Annoyed, she questioned whether Marbas knew how much strength Heligos had taken with him and lost. Marbas ignored Asmodeus's irritation and interrupted her. "Even if Heligos acted rashly, you should say that his actions were justified." Asmodeus was confused by Marbas's words. The king, above her, reminded her, "Just because our position has become a bit unfavorable, we cannot let ourselves be dragged down. If that's the case, it's better to ally with the kings of Rorans and strike first." The models were shocked by Marbas's thought. "Don't tell me you intend to abandon the Mauryan Empire." Marbas interrupted the models before she could continue speaking. Releasing a vicious energy, he glared at her from behind the golden mask. He commanded her to think of a bigger scenario. "We came to the Middle Kingdom for power." The models clenched her teeth, unwilling to give up. She was willing to endure another year so that her efforts would not be in vain. She also didn't imagine that Marbas would hurt her pride by seeking help from someone of a lower rank. Hearing her assumption, Marbas regarded her thoughtfully. The models was direct, thinking of a plan to turn the tables. "We can use the power of the core we found to open a small gate first. Then we can summon the highest-ranking kings of the Dark Kingdom and take down those bastards from Adora." The models was confident that, with this method aligned with the grand plan, they would achieve victory and keep each other's pride intact. Marbas liked the model's idea and asked how much time she needed. Maliciously, the models revealed, "1 month is enough." The protagonist tried to think chronologically and realized that the attack by the models and the prince on the nobles occurred exactly when Heligos was eliminated. Thinking as he walked down the street, he believed that the models would gain nothing. Calling attention. Creating an uproar would make the faction of the second prince, along with his allies, start to move. Rudian kept trying to guess what was happening, what kind of plan the models had in mind. Suddenly, Rugen remembered something Dai had revealed months ago. She had felt a fragment of a module in that woman. The golden L was powerful. Depending on how it was used, it could destroy a planet or two. The Gate of Darkness was open in the Mauryan Empire. The module he had sensed in the models was a distraction. Rudian still didn't know, however, the true objective. When night fell, Rudian spotted, after the long walk, the village of the Bestia family, near the capital Navon. It was the location indicated by Adi. Adi could feel the presence of the terminal coming from the village, calling for Diabo's help. Rudian discovered that the entire village was surrounded by dark energy. Thanking for the information, Rudian covered his head with the hood. He began the search for Had's module. On the surface, that village seemed just a large and luxurious tourist spot. However, most of the villagers inside were beings of darkness disguised as humans. Rudian walked through the area that had become the base of those beings, using invisibility magic. Soon, Rudian arrived at a residence where, according to Dai, the module was hidden. The place looked like a common home. Despite the large family emblem above the front door, there were several butlers and maids around the village. There were even private guards protecting the entrance. Rudian could see that they were all beings of darkness, strong enough to even deceive Maria's senses. As Rudian passed by a butler, he turned, grinding his teeth and releasing dark energy. "What is this?" thought Rudian, imagining he had been caught. The protagonist hurriedly held his hood. A maid appeared, surprised by the butler's reaction. "Something is wrong." Amdusius, the man, shook his head negatively. He started to instruct them again about the disappearance of Lord Heligos. "You cannot let your guard down." The maids lowered their heads in response to the order. Rudian, who had almost been caught, hurriedly crawled on the ground. For that man named Amdusius, being almost noticed meant he was close to a king's level. Therefore, Rudian reminded himself to be careful. Inside the village, there was a secret passage. As he descended the stairs, Rudian felt more relieved. That place was truly a fortress. Rudian encountered a large dungeon, bigger than the catacombs he had attacked before. There, dozens of dark monsters, of all kinds of races and species, roamed. Adai, however, encouraged him with a pat. "We're almost there, master." Rudian moved cautiously among the monsters, dodging each one as he advanced. At a certain point, Adai managed to see the objective. "Master, we have arrived. Look over there." Before them, there was a large sphere with numerous electrodes draining energy from the core. Around it, there were various security measures that would be activated if something approached. Not just one or two things. Rudian wondered why it was all quieter after they got closer to the module, but he discovered it was really due to the high security of the place. Since no one knew how to use it, they truly left it without any primary supervision. Almost in tears, AD approached the computers connected to the module. Jude, however, was shocked. Adai didn't hug the large golden sphere that was having its energy drained, but rather an old computer with a screen. Excitedly, Adai asked Rudian to activate the terminal. Worried, the protagonist asked if no one outside would notice if he turned on the computer. Adai assured him that no one would notice. Therefore, there was no reason to worry. The protagonist pressed the power button and, immediately, the energy flowed through the cables behind the computer. It was connected to the large energy sphere. As the computer glowed, Addy began to activate the control module with his tentacles. Dai started to attack the computer, quickly sucking its information. He took control of the entire module. A robotic voice took over Addy. First-generation collection artificial intelligence activating El Dorado's artificial intelligence. The computer powered on, and an image appeared on the screen. After booting up, the protagonist felt excited. Now, Addy's first core was in his hands. The energy orb continued to overflow with electricity, powering the computer. Suddenly, a new Addy, cream yellow in color, jumped out of it. Rudian nearly screamed in shock at Addy's transformation. The original Addy held the extra Addy, who was silent. He believed the module still lacked any installed intelligence. Addy, however, still managed to check the commands assigned to him. Rudian was curious to know what they would be. Addy went straight to reading the registered information. The capital of the Mauryan Empire is Navan. Summon a dark gate. Rudian confirmed what he had already suspected. Addy continued accessing the information, finding a more recent command. Open a small gate that can summon the highest-ranking kings. Rudian was shocked by the second command revealed by Addy. Trying to learn more about the command, Addy revealed that, so long as he did not use the terminal's power but only computational abilities, and as long as they had sufficient energy supply, the chance of opening a small gate to the Dark Realm was high. The protagonist smiled with satisfaction. He discovered what the enemies were planning, including the Dark Kings already in the Mid-Realm. If high-level kings like Baal joined them, a battle against Dora would begin. Addy asked what they should do, as they could recover El Dorado right then. Rudian, however, thought it was too early. If they discovered that he found the hideout, a war would begin. It would be impossible to protect the capital if that happened. With tremendous pressure on his thoughts, Rudian believed he needed to deal with the models. However, Marbas, one of the 72 high-ranking kings, was still a being he could not overcome. Confused, he asked what he wanted to do. Since they had already gone to that place, Rudian imagined they could at least say a prayer. Later, Rudian used his muscles to make a new dessert for Ivy. After preparing a multi-layered cake, he wiped the sweat and handed the dessert to the alien. Eve drooled just at the sight of the piece of cake ready to eat. Rudian never expected to spend so much time in the tower. Because of his delay, he swore he would make a dessert she had never tasted before. It was a relief for him to have obtained a pastry license in his past life. Luckily, he had all the necessary ingredients in this new world. Ive picked up the spoon and tasted the dessert. Rudian was worried to ask how it tasted. He did not know if Ive would like it due to the coffee notes. Ive's cheeks flushed when she felt she was in a golden heaven. She only replied one thing: "It's good." The protagonist celebrated in tears because the dessert saved him. While he was celebrating, Rudian received a visit from Gray. Bellatrix Gray approached the table, surprised to see all the desserts Rudian had made. However, when Rudian saw him, he became irritated because he had not authorized anyone to enter unexpectedly. Gray took the dessert from Ive's plate while she was still eating, something he should never have done. An extremely powerful energy exploded from Ive's body, ready to destroy Gray. However, Rudian was quicker, delivering an attack with all his power to Gray, making him drop the dessert. Rudian quickly cut another piece of coffee cake, serving it again to Eve. While Gray was still holding his stomach in pain, Rudian gave him a warning look. "I want you to know that I just saved your life." Leaving the dining room and heading to Rudian's office, Grace sat on the sofa. She revealed that she had gained support from some nobles, as instructed. They also had no doubts about what was happening in the city. Therefore, it became easy to persuade them, without even mentioning the dark beings. By attracting them as well, this should make the Emperor stop being silent. Rudian wondered if there was a reason for the Emperor to remain quiet, since his faction was not the only one absent. The first prince's faction had not even moved yet. Unlike the Emperor, who at least showed his face due to government duties, The first prince had been hiding for some time. Gray imagined that the first prince might be hiding something serious. This made Rudian believe that if they investigated, they might discover something. Smirking, Gray asked if he was planning to invade the palace. The ironic question actually caught Rudian's attention. Infiltrating the palace could indeed be a good idea. However, before doing such a thing, Rudian had something he needed to resolve first. At the Rainbow Espresso Cafe in the capital Navan, a meeting was taking place. After nearly 2 months, Rudy didn't think Maria looked her best. Extremely tired, she asked him not to make jokes. Seeing the young woman fall onto the table, Rudy joked, "I heard from Mr. Elvin that forming an alliance with the mages wasn't as easy as expected." Maria responded with a sigh. Since the mage from the 4 Great Towers descended, saying he would reform the Espers organization, the internal conflicts within the organization have only worsened. After the Bellatrix and Delphione families formed an alliance, something like this was inevitable. Rudian felt a bit guilty for being the one who caused such a thing. Following the conversation, Gray commented, "For such a large organization, restructuring the system is inevitable. But for a group of Espers who only know how to use brute force, they lack the skill to manage a large organization. That's why we intervened." Maria rolled her eyes. She asked Rudian who the meddlesome boy was. Gray, arrogant as ever, mocked her for not knowing this super genius who would become a grand mage one day. He demonstrated that his information gathering was pathetic. As he irritated Maria, Gray pointed and said, "By the way, I heard that you should be the next leader of the Espers, but if you can't handle this, you shouldn't be a leader." Annoyed by the nonsense raised by Gray, Rudian punished him with a slap to make him silent. Gray scratched the big bump on his head, irritated. He saw how Maria released an incredibly threatening energy. Rudian had saved Gray again, hitting him before someone else could. Once calm, looking down, Maria commented, "The real problem is everything else. Because of the involvement of the Bellatrix mages, some other factions are rebelling." Rudian understood why the Espers harbored resentment against the mages, but this ruined part of his plans. Taking a sip of tea, Rudian suggested, "If the negative reaction is strong, why not use force? With your power, you can crush anyone, right?" Maria shook her head. "I can't, because they aren't subordinates. They are part of the family." Rudian now faced the weakness Maria was showing. Even in the original story, for Maria, abandoning someone like a pawn was not an option. Because of such a tendency, she would eventually be caught in the schemes of the story's protagonist and meet her end. Rudian wondered what he should do to fix his plan and help Maria's future. Continuing, Maria revealed that there was an even bigger problem. "The hardliners are being led by my father. At this rate, the organization will split into 2. Rudian was surprised by the topic. This time, he was taken aback by Matthias Kepler being at the center of the hardliners. Matthias was someone who devoted his whole life to Maria. Even if things changed, he would not lead the faction against Maria. The protagonist smiled at an idea. With a serious look, he stated, "Maria, if this continues, the organization will split. When that happens, it cannot be fixed without a fight. However, right now, there is a way to fix it without conflict. But this requires you to show determination." Maria approached Rudian, confident that she would do whatever it took. The protagonist moved his finger close to his neck and asked, "Do you happen to know what it means to take your father's succession?" A heated meeting of the Kepler family was happening in the presence of Elvin, Maria, and Matthias Kepler. The leader on one side, family members shouted angrily, "The damned wizards have gone too far! What was Duke Elvione thinking bringing them here? What could we possibly be missing to need to call such scoundrels?" On the other side of the table, an old man stroked his beard, offering a counterpoint. "Still, since they intervened, productivity has soared." Not angry, one of the men slammed the table, questioning the old man. "Are you on the side of the wizards?" The old man corrected himself, claiming it was not that way. "If they keep intervening like this, we cannot say how our influence will change. If Elvione's family can exert influence, they will not care who ends up in command." Matthias listened to the discussion with a downcast look. Everyone at the table was shouting, demanding they deal with the wizards and sweep away those who were unnecessary. Maria was attentively observing the situation her father was in. At that moment, Rudian entered the room, wearing the Kepler family mantle, accompanied by Ev. As expected, this was exactly how things were supposed to look. The group was surprised, and the old white-haired man immediately recognized Rudian Velstad. Now a baron, one of the men stood up with arrogance. Pointing at Rudian, someone said, "What kind of rudeness is this? Even if we are allies, you are intruding on a family gathering." Adjusting the cloak given to him, Rudian corrected, "What are you talking about? I was explicitly invited." The man was surprised by Rudian's statement. Then Rudian pointed to the person who had invited him. Everyone followed the path indicated by Rudian's finger. They found Matthias, the family leader. Mateus nodded, confirming what was surprise and confusion for everyone. Rudian revealed he had heard the family was in a conflict they couldn't resolve, despite many meetings. Therefore, he would like a meeting with the head of the family and a mediator. The door to the meeting hall opened again. Someone unexpected entered the room, greeting the elders as grandfather. The young man, wearing a large hat, stopped next to Rudian and introduced himself. "I am here as a representative of House Bellatrix. My name is Grey Bellatrix." The elders at the table were surprised. Grey was the junior head of the Bellatrix branch and a candidate for the next head of the fire tower. Grey smiled from behind the hat, claiming to have heard there were some trivial issues. Releasing a little of his flames, he teased everyone. "If you behave like this disorganized group, how can you expect to negotiate with House Delphione?" Grey got straight to the point, commenting on the problems of House Kepler. Wanting to transcend the magical world is one thing, but having delusions is another. Your faction is already small and cannot even unite opinions. Is it okay to let things get so chaotic? Grey's words fell like a bomb on the group, who immediately began to bristle. "How dare a boy speak so freely?" one of them complained to Mateus. "What were you thinking bringing a child here?" Irritated to such an extent, one of the people at the table used his telekinetic powers to vent his frustration. He launched a sphere of psychic power at Grey, who stood still until the attack was completely blocked beside him. Rudian had only moved one hand, disintegrating the attack. The one who had struck was shocked to see the neutralizing skill. No one in the room understood how Rudian possessed telekinesis at such an advanced level. Acting in a calming manner, Rudian promptly tried to calm everyone down. Mr. Grey took off his hat, commenting that what the man was about to do could start a war between the families, but he would let it pass, merely praising the man's courage. Under Rudian's watchful eyes, Grey attempted to offer a new approach. He then sat at the table to properly begin the meeting. Grey went straight to the point. "While the mages of our family were reorganizing into a unified body, I heard that some clever ones had numerous complaints." A bald man looked at the short young one, asking if it wasn't normal for them to be controlled at will. The old man with white hair agreed. "The capital of the Bellatrix family is slowly consuming our funds, which is also a problem." Grey went against what both believed. Control is not necessary to manage a faction in a large-scale organization. The use of force will inevitably go hand in hand to rebuild and expand a system. A large amount of money is needed. Do you think the small Kepler family can handle this? With heavy words, they seemed almost contemptuous. Grey provoked the group before him once more. The bald man became irritated upon hearing the young man's words. Still, reorganizing the organization without notifications is against procedures. Ray listened to the complaint with a smile. Although he tried to reassure the man, stating that he would send an advance notice next time, it only irritated him even more. Looking across the table and seeing heated glances, Gray commented, "It seems you are quite dissatisfied. Judging by your expressions, you don't even seem to believe in the mages." Knowing that all of this wouldn't be possible, resolve with a small offer, Gray asked if they would listen to the proposal he had. He was speaking directly to Mateus. Mateus was curious to hear him. Gray stood up and slapped the table. "Did we resolve things with words? I'm not a fan of this approach of provoking and exchanging barbs, so let's be direct and settle this with a single battle." On both sides of the table, the members of the Kepler family were shocked by the challenge thrown by the boy. With a furrowed brow, Mateus asked for clarification. "Are you proposing a war against us?" Gray didn't want to be as extreme as a war, and suggested they choose representatives for this. With confidence, he slammed his hand on the table. "Of course I will be my family's representative." Showing little interest, Gray stated it didn't matter who Mateus chose to be the representative of the Keplers. Faced with the unexpected matter, Mateus asked if the young man was sure. Gray smiled in response, raising 3 fingers. "The only condition is that there should be up to 3 participants." Gray stated surprisingly that if he lost, his family would no longer be involved with the Keplers. However, if he won, they would have to swear they would never again covet the supremacy that belonged to the wizards. Upon hearing the condition imposed by Gray, everyone stood up in shock. However, they were more focused on Gray asserting that they would not interfere with the family if he lost the duel. Mateus frowned at the challenge. He had heard that Grey Bellatrix was called a genius within the fire tower. However, at such a young age, he should have technical limitations. Mateus was confident they didn't even need 3 wizards to defeat him. No elder present would be inferior to the boy's abilities. Mateus treated Gray as a novice wizard. Therefore, if they sent an elder to face him, they would be losing honor. If they sent Maria, they would be revealing the strongest power of the Kepler house to the wizards. Mateus decided to send Elvin to teach the boy a lesson. Mateus accepted the challenge. "If you think we are easy to deal with, then as the leader of the Espers, I will show you a new sky." Mateus's confidence pleased Gray, who accepted the challenge. As Mateus stood up, he summoned an hourglass. Transcending the dream, he faced someone, questioning internally. He had foreseen all of this a few days ago at Rudian's welcome party. Mateus greeted him after they met, after such a long time in person. I have heard a lot about you from Maria. Since Maria had already talked about him, Rudian believed the matter would be addressed quickly. Commenting that he knew they were facing internal problems, Rudian offered to solve them easily. Surprised, Mateus asked how he would do that. Rudian remained silent about the methods, demanding only one promise. No matter what happens from now on, you must not falter for the duel. Both sides turned inside an artifact of the space-time type, where, among rocks and grass, there was an arena. Gray praised the Kepler family for hiding something like this. Even in our family, we only have 2 space-time artifacts. Not bad for a small organization. Rudian questioned if Gray was sure he could win, since the original plan was not for him to fight alone, but in a trio, with Efi and him helping, guarding his cloak. Gray asserted, even though I agreed to your plan, I can't be underestimated by the Espers. Confident, Gray declared he could handle it alone. Rudian still wondered if he would be fine. As soon as he stepped into the arena, Gray faced the first opponent, a muscular man named Dyson Wiggle, who wore his cloak tied around his waist. The protagonist wondered who that nameless guy was. However, a man resembling Dyson had been in the meeting, the same one who launched the attack against Gray. Dyson shouted, "For the honor of the Wiggle House, you must win." Dyson raised his arm, confident. "Yes, Grandpa, please watch my performance." With a smile, he asked the same of Maria. Trying to impress her, the protagonist analyzed the surname Wiggle, those who always took second place to the Keplers in the Psychic Empire. Seeing that the internal decision of the Keplers had changed, Rudian imagined there was an ongoing power struggle. Dyson Wiggle was a combat-type Esper with 3,400 power. This was not far below Elvin's level. While Dyson's family cheered him on, Gray taunted him, challenging him to attack first. Faced with Gray's arrogance, Dyson extended his hand. He created a fireball and an ice ball to attack. Rudian watched and praised the man for being a dual attribute type. The spells flew toward Gray, who used a defensive magic, Stone Skin. Immediately after, Gray advanced using the spell Accelerate. He broke Dyson's attacks and reached him before he realized. Dyson felt excited by the approach. "Do you think you can beat me in hand-to-hand combat?" Rudian knew how Espers performed better in close combat. This was due to how their abilities manifested and helped strengthen their bodies. Arrogantly, Gray pulled his hand back as he reached Dyson. In his hand, a magical symbol of the spell, Powerful Hand, appeared. A stone hand emerged above Dyson. Imitating Gray, who slammed his hand against the ground, the giant hand pressed Dyson down with a gravitational hold. Dyson resisted the power of the combo spells and shouted, "When it comes to combat, we will not lose." He raised his fist, smashing the stone hand summoned by Gray. Around the arena, several young members of the Kepler and Wiggle families celebrated, supporting Dyson. Dyson raised his fist, enveloping it in flames. As his fist approached Gray, the small mage snorted in mockery. Gray disappeared, moving behind Dyson. From behind, he clasped his hands and launched a chain of lightning. Dyson was hit straight on, and his ice defense was raised at the last second. It was destroyed. Dyson screamed in pain as his body was fried, smoke emanating from him. Dyson lost consciousness. Dyson's grandfather called for his grandson one last time. Dyson could still hear, but he collapsed in the arena. Rudian, seeing Gray win without even using the signature magic of the Tower of Fire, realized he was much better in battle than he expected. Dyson's grandfather still could not believe he had lost. Beside him, Mateus stared at the arena in silence. Gray wiped his hands and faced Mateus. "Who's the next one I'm going to kick?" Seeing that no one stepped forward, Gray continued to provoke. "Don't tell me you're scared." The next person stepped forward. Gray's arrogance made Rudian want to jump into the arena to teach him a lesson. Dyson's grandfather hurriedly asked Mateus, the clan leader, "We can't let things end like this. Please, give us a chance to restore our honor." Claiming that Elvin could easily settle the matter, Mateus asked the leader of House Wiggle if he really wanted to make a bet. Mateus looked at all the young people present around the arena, and none seemed so confident. Sometime later, a new person climbed into the arena and greeted Gray. The young man with purple hair was named Kirza Skarsgård and exuded a green psychic energy all over his body. He levitated in the air and, using his telekinetic energy, destroyed the rocks around the arena to control them, showing the true essence of his power. Gray observed Kirza's actions, commenting mockingly, "I hope at least this one is someone decent." Summoning several magical circles to form a barrier, Gray decided to test how strong Kirza's attack was. A series of explosions occurred, but in the end, Kirza was the one who fell to the ground, being engulfed by Gray's flames. Bellatrix, the wizard, praised the opponent's performance. However, in the end, he was not that exceptional. Arrogantly, he looked at Mateus. "Hey, clan leader, I hope the last challenger is at least someone competent. The representative of the House of Scherza was shocked to see the young man lose, just like Dyson's grandfather was. Mateus, despite his impassive look, did not believe that Scherza had been defeated. This showed that the rumors about the prodigy of the fire tower were not exaggerated. Now that the elder's complaints had ended, Mateus believed he could finally correct the arrogant attitude of the kid. So, he called Elvin. Elvin nodded confidently upon hearing his name. Mateus gave him just one instruction. I trust that you will not disappoint me. Confident, Elvin headed to the arena. I will meet your expectations. Before Elvin could enter the arena, however, someone interrupted him. Maria stepped in front of Elvin and entered the arena first. Mateus was surprised to see Maria move. The young woman wanted to take the position of participating in the last duel. Family members were surprised and tried to make her step back. This is not your time to advance. You are the very embodiment of our hope. You cannot step forward unprepared. Upon hearing the elders call her unprepared, Maria glared at them with an intimidating look. She created intimidating energy spheres. She put each one in their place by reminding them of what was happening. 2 of ours have already been completely defeated. The honor of our organization has already fallen into the mud. And as your queen, it is my duty to reclaim that honor. Mateus remained silent and was confronted by Maria, who questioned him if she was wrong. Immediately, upon seeing Maria step onto the stage, Rudian called Gray, praising him and asking him to step back. Everything he had done was part of the succession plan for Maria. Gray's position in this was to help Maria take control of the organization. Gray had gained the cooperation of Lady Sonia, the clan leader. Since he had already fought better than expected, a convincing scenario had been created. At this point, Gray's reputation was secured. As Maria stepped into the arena, they managed to return to the original plan. At that moment, Gray turned to Rudian. Brother, you know I evaluate your skills as incredibly high. Since the last time you returned to Nevin, when I challenged you, I have never lost so shamefully to someone my age. Yet you still seem cautious when it comes to that woman. Hearing what they were saying about her, Maria frowned. Gray also mentioned Elvin. Unlike how you treat that green scarecrow, the approach is completely different. I imagine it could be because of great skill. Gray felt his spirit warm up. He smiled at Rudian, apologizing. I can't help but want to check this for myself. The protagonist cried upon seeing Gray change plans out of selfishness. When Gray convinced Sonia, Rudian felt confident, but Gray wanted to regain his pride. Maria glared at Gray one last time, asking if he was sure he didn't want to switch places with Rudian. Gray remained confident in the arena. Worry about your own problems. I will crush her, just like I did with those two. The protagonist sighed, knowing he couldn't save Gray's life for the 3rd time. Maria did not move and calmly affirmed, I will show you a sky above the skies. Maria granted Gray the first attack, asking him to give it his all without restrictions, showing what he could really do. Gray, arrogantly, unleashed the flames of his family and created a magic circle for a high-level spell. A wild fire monster emerged from the magic circle, violently closing the distance between it and Maria. Maria frowned silently, watching the magic with a glimmer in her eyes. Gray declared, Burn like a derailed train! The fist of the fire monster slid towards Maria. The amount of flames exploded with the impact around her, yet she remained standing, trapped amid the fire, unable to see Maria in the blaze. Gray hoped she hadn't been defeated just by that. While he was in the arena, Gray heard Rudian trying to say something to him. Gray turned his gaze away, trying to ask what Rudian wanted to say. He could only read Rudian's lips. Dodge! When Gray looked back at the arena, an energy arrow had already been fired. It cut through the flames as it rushed toward him. Gray tried to raise a shield. However, it was pierced, and the young man was hit full on. Gray fell to the ground, almost leaving the arena. Rudian felt relieved that Gray managed to block part of Maria's attack power at the last moment. He was also relieved that Maria had held on. If Gray had taken the blow fully, not even screams would have been heard before he said goodbye. Sitting on the ground, Gray still didn't understand what had happened. On the other side of the arena, power surrounded Maria like a green whirlwind reaching the skies. With a dominating look, she glared down at him. Are you done yet? Gray gritted his teeth and, refusing to lose, stood up. It's not over yet. The air around Gray moved with the energy of the young mage. In his hand, a new fireball began to form. He raised his hand, increasing the power of the flames with magical circles. I want to see if you can block this time. Something that resembled a supernova formed with the strengthening of Gray's flames. Maria watched intently as he prepared the magic. The oppressive energy had concentrated enough to cover the entire arena like a new blue sun. In a calm voice, Maria asked, Are you planning to destroy this whole place? Annoyed, Gray shouted, Shut up! Outside the arena, the elders were already wondering how someone so young could wield magic of that magnitude. Mateus was preparing a defensive magic to protect everyone when the blue sun completely formed. A barrier covered those outside. Gray was using all his energy, even believing that Maria would not perish. In the face of his attack, with a wave of his hand, the blue sun fell from the sky. Like the descent of a celestial blow, the impact of the attack caused an immense explosion. Waves of energy spread in all directions, like shockwaves. Due to the enormous amount of energy used, Gray fell to his knees on the ground, exhausted. Believing he had won, he looked at Rugen. If we don't rescue that woman quickly, she will be in serious trouble. Brother Rugen, however, had a furrowed brow, staring intently at the arena. Gray noticed his brother's gaze and, surprised, turned to where Maria should be. He then remembered something he had felt for a brief moment, the heat of the vampires on the other side of the arena. Maria reappeared, abandoning the green energy to conjure an attack with energy that ranged from crimson to pink. Gray smiled in disbelief, conjuring the magic and compressing it into a single point. Maria asked if he still wanted to continue fighting, then she closed her hand, extinguishing the power of the attack. The members of the psychic clan were astonished. Rudian knew that everyone there was shocked. Even knowing Maria's potential, they had never seen her in action, showing her full powers. Gray fell to his knees, his gaze trembling, unable to believe what he saw. Tears fell from his eyes as he stood up, roaring, "Gray is the genius of the century. He can't lose like this." Shouting, Gray ran at Maria, raising a fist devoid of magic. Maria dodged the body attack and, with the side of her hand, struck him, making him faint. Ray fell to the ground like a loaf of bread. Rudian clapped, congratulating Maria for managing to control her powers. Pouting, she played with her hair as she replied, "What's this story? It seems obvious. You weren't worried about my safety." The protagonist was surprised, trying to correct himself, but Maria quickly started laughing, claiming she was just joking and playing a little trick before the end. The protagonist felt. He remembered that it would be the final stage. While the entire clan cried out for Maria as their queen, she walked to the center and asked for a minute of attention. "Until now, we have been united by a common goal. We have persisted for over 1,000 years. However, even so, it is not enough. Disputes began to arise due to trivial differences of opinion. Of course, the pursuit we have suffered at the hands of humans for so many years is part of our history. It is natural that we do not want to join them, but now it is time to cooperate. Everyone is attentive." Maria continued, "I know that many oppose my vision. I did not force them to be convinced." Many began to wonder what she meant. Releasing a mythical golden energy, Maria declared, "From now on, as the successor of the psychic empire, I will take the leader's throne by force and subject all opinions to my will." Mateus furrowed his brow upon hearing those words. All around, the elders seemed unable to comprehend. They did not want to believe what they heard. In the center of the arena, Maria demanded, "I am requesting a succession ceremony. Father, not leader Mateus Kepler." A deep silence took over the field around the arena, until it was broken by laughter. Mateus Kepler began to laugh as if he had gone mad. When everyone looked at him, he seemed to regain his sanity, even relieved. "So, you finally made your decision. You who have always strived to mediate conflicts?" I remained silent, just in hope. Accepting Rudian's request was also motivated by this, because I waited for this moment to arrive. Absolute power, audacity, and determination. That was what Mateus dreamed of. The moment when a true tyrant would rise before the imposing presence of Maria. He pronounced, "Very well, I will accept the succession ceremony." Mateus climbed into the arena and faced Maria, who still overflowed with golden energy that had even changed the color of her hair. Around the arena, many were excited about the leadership she demonstrated. She was worthy of a true queen. Turning back, she sat next to Rudian. Gray placed his hand on his head. Upon waking up, Rudian asked if he was okay and received a smile in response. "Damn, I will definitely crush you in the next challenge." Gray's response showed Rudian that he was all right. Gray was facing his first defeats, 10 years earlier than expected. However, the outcome seemed to lead him in a positive direction. In the original story, Gray even received the title of Lord of Magic, but the frustration of being defeated by Maria never left him. Even when he reached adulthood, Rudian wanted him to persist. He needed him as his right hand until the end. Scratching his head, Gray asked who Rudian thought would win between Maria and Mateus. Rudian believed he didn't even need to answer. Gray was confused, as the elder also seemed like someone extremely capable, even against the woman who now appeared to be a true monster in the arena. Mateus faced Maria's powers, revealing his own, like green flames. His energy overflowed. He struck the staff on the ground, confronting Maria's green and golden energy that slithered like lightning. The succession ceremony began. Yes, Maria felt the former leader. Mateus laughed upon hearing the young girl and, releasing a power similar to hers, reminded her that this position still belonged to him. Mateus ascended to the heavens, darkening them, while his lightning dominated the brightness. Firmly holding the staff, he challenged, "Come then, try to challenge me, foolish daughter." The power released by Mateus made him appear as a true green sun, lord of the skies, dominating everything below his feet with psychic lightning. The clouds that had formed in the sky began to fall. The glow of the entire region was consumed by Mateus's energy, the only source of light in the darkness. Maria knew her father's specialty well, control of lightning. As a child, she hunted with him. She saw with her own eyes the power he wielded. A being of darkness, with regenerative powers, had been turned to ash in an instant by the power of Mateus years ago. Now, even more powerful, Mateus showcased his gifts once again, challenging his own daughter. Mateus did not hesitate to initiate the attack. He conjured a column of lightning that descended upon the arena. However, Maria had already raised a shield that absorbed all the impact of the magic. With the shield enveloping her, she ascended to the heavens to confront her father in his own domain. Father and daughter exchanged successive strikes, chasing each other in the air like two stars colliding in the vast sky. Maria extended her hand, channeling psychic energy to face Mateus, who was using the aid of his staff. The golden and green energies clashed in the air, forming barriers of pure force. After the first major clash, Mateus praised his daughter. "Impressive, Maria. As expected, common telekinesis will not be enough for this fight." In the next moment, arms emerged from Mateus's back like wings. The hands detached, controlled at his will, flying around the leader of House Kepler. He was determined to show everything he had to settle the outcome once and for all. The hands created by Mateus began to undergo a mutation. Their muscles stretched, forming a new being. In an instant, a dragon was created with psychic power, the Thunder Dragon. Maria was astonished to see, extensively around her, a massive network of psychic energy being formed by Mateus. Ray, witnessing the old man's control, could not help but praise, "That old man is incredible. Even my mother wouldn't be able to do something like that." Rudian told the boy to keep his eyes open and watch what was a true spectacle. The dragon opened its immense mouth and, surrounded by lightning, attempted to swallow Maria before she could be hit. The young woman released a soft golden energy. Stretching out her hand, she commanded. A barrier in the space-time continuum was created, interrupting the dragon's advance. Everything around, just like him, seemed to freeze. Mouth open, Gray asked what was happening. The young man fell seated on the ground, still incredulous. Time stopped. Although the concept of freezing time was widely known, this was a power that had never been under human control. Rudian wondered if Gray would faint upon discovering that this power was still incomplete. Maria raised her hand, channeling the psychic energy around her. 10 swords of light were created, shaped by pure mental energy. The swords, when wielded, appeared transcendent, cutting through time itself. They flew toward the dragon, hitting him before he could react. They destroyed every part of his structure. As they spun around each other, the swords coiled through the space around Maria, until the dragon was completely swept from existence. They did not cease their movement until the entire web created by Mateus was cut, like a spider's web torn apart by a gale. The clan members were left speechless as they saw the Lord's telekinesis nullified in an instant before the power demonstrated by Maria. Mateus recognized how extraordinary she had become before him. Maria asked, "Will you continue, current leader?" Mateus smiled and, embarrassed, admitted he could not oppose the freezing of time. There was no reason to continue the fight. Father and daughter descended from the sky, returning to the arena. When the sky became clear again, the clan leader declared, "I, Mateus Kepler, admit defeat and immediately hand over the leadership of the clan to Maria Lou Kepler. If anyone has objections, speak now." Seeing that no one dared, Mateus concluded, "From this moment on, Maria Lou Kepler shall, as the 41st leader of the Psychic Empire, reign above all others." With Mateus's declaration, the entire clan threw their capes into the air with excitement. "We will support Maria's law. We will follow her to the end, no matter the path she takes." Celebrating Maria's rise, Rudian followed suit, waving the cape he had received. He hugged Gray, praising him for sticking to the plan. Pouting, Gray turned away. Honestly, these guys are truly ignorant, but why won't they admit it? Hastily, Rudian covered the boy's mouth with his hand and corrected him. "Even if you are right, there is a time and place to say certain things." When late afternoon arrived, Rudian left the residence of the Psychic Empire. Now, that clan would show its true strength under Maria's leadership. Elvin and the other talents would support her firmly, keeping her busy for a while. Just as Rudian and the others were about to leave, someone approached. Seeing Mateus, Rudian said his goodbyes. "I'm leaving." Lord Mateus smiled, though downcast, and joked, reminding that he was now just the former leader. Thinking of Maria, Mateus remarked that the fragility of that child was a problem that needed to be solved at all costs. Since her innate power is very strong, it is difficult to change her temperament without serious approval. He revealed that he had even thought about sacrificing himself, or Elvin, considering drastic measures. The protagonist knew that this would never be the best option. If Mateus had done that, the organization would have collapsed. Now, Mateus was relieved that there was no need for something so extreme. Then, he appealed to Rudian. "From now on, please take care of that child." The protagonist responded affirmatively, though confused. He felt as if Mateus was a father-in-law, handing over his daughter to someone. Concluding the matter, Rudian warned that a great battle was approaching and that everyone should prepare as much as possible. Although he noted the sudden change of subject, Mateus acknowledged the truth in his words. Meanwhile, in the Bellatrix family, a small red crystal placed on a pillar was shining. Rudian had arrived at the residence to ask Sonia how the situation was with the imperial family. Taking a glass of wine, she revealed that she had visited the first prince's in-laws. She noted that something definitely strange had happened. Following the conversation, Vincent remembered that the first prince's in-laws were from the Calrelas family. Seeing Vincent's worried expression, Rudian asked if there was a problem with that. Antonia revealed that the prince's in-laws claimed they hadn't seen him in some time. When she tried to probe the topic of dark beings, they, for some reason, desperately refused to meet her. Just as Rudian was about to take a drink, Sonia revealed something that surprised him. "When I started investigating, I found an extremely notable name about Duke Relis." Vincent and Rudian were curious to know who she was talking about. Sonia was straightforward. "Count Marba Ensword." Rudian knew exactly who that being was. Marba, the Lord of Darkness. Sonia remembered that Rudian had already spoken about Marba and the three Dark Lords. Since the Ainsworth family had allied themselves through marriage to the first prince, the protagonist figured they would only obtain information if they asked the Emperor directly. Vincent agreed. It would be necessary to speak with His Majesty to prepare for the battles. Sighing, Rudian asked how they could possibly meet with the Emperor. Sonia reassured him, "Why don't we go see him in person? Of course, we will only be able to do that if you can sneak into the palace." They would also need someone who was already there to guide them to the Emperor. When the subject of an ally inside the palace was raised, Vincent thought of someone. "Do you want the eunuch? His power was recently reduced, so he must be filled with resentment." Sonia agreed, confirming her initial plan. Thinking about the eunuch, Rudian smiled mischievously, as he could confirm something. The loss of influence of that family meant that it had not fallen into the arms of the Dark Lord. The protagonist asked if Duchess Bellatrix would speak to the eunuchs. The Duchess nodded, revealing that, in 5 days, it would coincidentally be Marba Ainsward's triumphant return from the Eastern campaign. When the banquet began, not only royalty but many high-ranking nobles would gather, so the guards would concentrate around the hall, which would weaken security in other locations. Having his answer, Rudian stated that they would use that day to infiltrate. Upon going out to the city streets, Rudian saw a massive flow of people. It was not the day of the ceremony, but the city was festive. With the infiltration mission just ahead, it would be crucial to identify the dark beings that were in the palace. Before that, he intended to check the streets looking for possible variables. Suddenly, Yev pulled Rudian by the hand. Her eyes shined as she saw countless delicious sweets at a stall by the side of the street. What was supposed to be a reconnaissance mission was turning into a food tour. Rudian bought all the food that Yev wanted. Looking at her like this, she seemed like a pure child, but the way she massacred the demons last time did not match that image. Rudian felt chills. Still, this meant that she was so thorough in fulfilling her promises to him, to the point of making him feel gratitude. There were many times when things went well thanks to Yev. Seeing her eat so innocently made Rudian think she was cute. Since Yev had worked hard, he ended up deciding to just accompany her for the rest of the day. It was possible to see some attractions in the city, such as circus performers riding unicycles. Yev even tried to imitate them. The duo went to an open-air theater play, where dinosaurs and knights were created with magic. Rudian even brought himself to buy head accessories. He was relaxing for the first time, without any danger around, since he arrived in that world. Rudian wondered when was the last time he had felt something like that. When he realized it, night had already fallen. The protagonist sat down with Yev on a square bench. Between them, the artificial intelligence Abi clung to the rabbit ears that Rudian was wearing, teasing, "Master, Yev has good taste." Suddenly, Rudian saw Yev stand up. She released a powerful energy, staring at something at the end of the street. Abi immediately alerted Rudian to be careful. Diablo did the same, telling Rudian to remain on alert. A dark energy was coming from somewhere among the crowd that was walking peacefully down the street. Rudian went on alert upon feeling that presence until someone emerged, walking calmly. The man who approached revealed surprise at seeing Rudian so peacefully in a random place like that. He was well dressed, looking like a noble, but his posture revealed immense physical discipline. With silky hair fluttering elegantly and eyes full of strength, like a hero stepped straight out of ancient mythology, he looked like a figure imbued with heroism. Rudian was surprised to recognize such a being. "I wanted to meet you, but I didn't expect it to be like this. You must be quite busy preparing for your victory ceremony." The man said nothing other than removing his golden mask. Of all people, Marba Ainsward, the demon lord Marbas, had encountered Rudian. The protagonist gritted his teeth upon seeing the situation he found himself in. He thought Marbas was away from the capital, but he had already secretly returned to the region. This was one of the undeniable villains of the first chapter of the Seven Epochs, the powerful enemy that brought Abel to the brink of death several times. Gripping his sword firmly, Rudian questioned why Marbas was looking for him. The King of Darkness revealed that it was not for a special reason, just because he was curious about who eliminated Eligos, and about the organization that commanded such a person, Adora. As she listened to the man speak, Yev gritted her teeth, prepared to attack. Marbas placed his hand on his sword. "With this companion, I killed nearly 30,000 humans during the Eastern Campaign. Even though it was for a cause, it was nothing more than a monotonous massacre." His dark energy exploded as the sword was drawn and brandished. "It has been so long since I felt my blood boil upon encountering a worthy opponent." The energy that overflowed from the sword headed toward Rudian, which almost caused Yev to spring into action, stopped by him. "Stop, Yev! If we fight here, many people will be hit." Before Rudian finished speaking, Marbas had already reached him, placing the sword against his neck. "Let us retreat. We cannot destroy everything we have built so far." Rudian was taken aback, wondering when the King of Darkness had approached him. Withdrawing his sword, Marbas stated that he still needed to respect the authority of Asmodeus, which was why he would not break the pact, but warned that he did not know how long he would keep it. Looking at Rudian with a smile, he commented, "The moment I saw you, I knew. We are destined to cross swords on the battlefield." Sheathing his sword, he stepped back, bidding farewell. "Save your head for me. See you soon at the ceremony." He walked away, leaving a few more words behind. "Until then, enjoy the little vanities of your humans. It is ridiculous, but I must admit, it is quite amusing, enough to make me hesitate to destroy them." Rudian watched Marbas leave, still unsure if he had approached just to greet him. Yev hid behind Rudian, staring at the back of the King of Darkness. Diablo recommended that Rudian avoid that man. The protagonist felt greater relief seeing that Diablo prized safety. The sword revealed that, even in his era, Marbas tried to become one of the Seven Thrones, and nowadays, he seemed to have risen in the ranks. The brief interaction made Rudian realize he needed to hurry. Marbas could, at any moment, provoke Asmodeus and try to turn the entire game around. Rudian figured that, if he were the same Rudian from the day he arrived in that world, he would be cursing his fate, but now it was different. Possessing reliable companions, unlike before, he also possessed the power to change the situation before him. Marbas, Asmodeus, and the other lords, in the original story, these beings got what they wanted, but being present in that world, Rudian did not intend to let everything run at their whim. Animals drank water from streams in the forest. Among the trees and fallen stone pillars, a young woman with long green hair wearing a laurel wreath knelt on the ground. She looked back upon sensing the presence of Varus, the god of light. The man, shrouded in light, spoke directly to her. "We have resisted for countless eras, trembling under the threat of existence itself, all because of that arrogant being, known as the god of Genesis, who seeks to restart everything." His look was one of fury and irritation. "I hate this world, Medial. The gears of the world are already deformed." There was a desire for change overflowing within Varus. "Even so, if the future of this world is already decided, I will tear down the laws of this insane world with my own hands." Varus looked up at the night sky and the stars, speaking to a distant entity. "You are a puppet of my father. It is too late to turn back now, no matter how much the Black Goat and the God of Machines try to help you." Meanwhile, in the imperial capital Morian, fireworks painted the sky above the castle with their lights. Marbas Isward returned triumphantly. Confetti and petals were thrown on the path where he walked. Some nobles talked among themselves. One heard that Marbas had swept away 30,000 pirates. Another, that he brought down 700 pirate ships. As he walked, Marbas looked back in Rudian's direction and smiled. The protagonist frowned at the provocation. Beside him, Sonia Bellatrix told him to relax, as they had a big event ahead. Speaking about Marbas, Sonia stated she felt no evil energy coming from the Emperor. Rudian did not care about that. The real problem lay with the prince, who was not even present. Now it was time to start digging for the truth. In an isolated area of the castle, a secret passage emerged. Rudian and Sonia followed a man who, worried about being there, explained, "Not everyone knows this place, except for the Emperor and us, eunuchs." Rudian stopped everyone and climbed a ladder on the wall. He managed to open a trapdoor with Abby's help. All around, he saw succubi walking peacefully dressed as maids. There were about 20 of them. The succubi were surprised when someone jumped out from a secret passage. Rudian summoned the sword Diablo. At the tip of the sword, a pentagram appeared with the face of the being inside it. A sinister aura attacked each of the succubi, striking them directly or creating dark magic circles that attacked them from a distance. In an instant, each of them stopped attacking, falling to the ground and kneeling before Rudian. "We prostrate ourselves before the great master." Sonia and the man from the eunuch family looked around, surprised. The protagonist ordered the succubi, "Take us to His Majesty, the Emperor." The Emperor was in his room and recognized Sonia and Rudian. Lausa Wilhelm, the Emperor, questioned with contempt, "I saw you as the hope of the Empire for standing against the witch alongside the third prince. How have you fallen into the hands of demons?" Rudian approached, asking for the opportunity to clear up the misunderstanding. "The reason we came to see you, despite our rudeness, is entirely to rid ourselves of the demons within the Empire." The Emperor did not believe him, and questioned how he had managed to get past the succubi outside. The protagonist extended the sword in his hand, showing it. "I managed thanks to it, the magic sword I wield." The Emperor's eyes widened upon seeing the sword. The protagonist explained the truth. "Soon we will engage in a decisive battle against the demons within the Empire, including the Delphioni and Bellatrix families. Several nobles who share our intention have already concluded their preparations." He implored Emperor Lausa Wilhelm, "Your Majesty, please look with benevolence upon the loyalty of your subjects." Kneeling down, Rudian pleaded, "For the safety of the imperial family, we need your Majesty's support and information about the first prince who has disappeared." The Emperor brought his hand to his face with sadness, revealing, "My eldest son, Logan. He is no longer alive. It has already been 2 months." The information came as a shock to both Rudian and Sonia. The Emperor gritted his teeth, blaming the witch alongside the third prince. She had originally tried to take control of the first prince, but when her attempt failed, the Emperor was forced to watch his son accept his own end for the sake of not becoming a disgrace to the royal family. Lausa still felt the grief of having seen what his son did to himself right before him. Since then, he had become more cautious, making every choice with extreme care. Suddenly, someone whose presence Rudian did not even feel emerged, replying to the Emperor, "I think that is enough for there to be a possibility, Your Majesty." The old man approached, greeting Sonia, who recognized him with surprise. Grand Duke Oscar von Quiller, the greatest swordsman on the continent, the Grand Swordmaster. The man with long white hair and armor covered by a black overcoat was someone whose information Rudian could not even perceive. Oscar seemed to analyze Rudian and recognized the talent necessary to make it this far into the palace without even brandishing his sword. Sonia asked if the Grand Duke had not retired. Nodding at her, he denied it. Grand Duke Oscar walked to the side of the Emperor, who stood up declaring, "I wish for the beings of darkness to be eradicated from the Empire." Since Rudian stated that he wanted to help him, the Emperor thought of granting him command of the Imperial Guard. This would be the strongest way he could support him. Confused, Rudian asked if Lady Pruna was not already the commander of the Imperial Guard. The Emperor got straight to the point. "Defeat Pruna, and prove you deserve to take control of the Imperial Guard." Sonia and Rudian were surprised by the suggestion, until they realized, does that mean Lady Pruna is a traitor? The information was confirmed by the Emperor and the Grand Duke. Rudian accepted the challenge. "I will rid ourselves of the traitor of the Empire, and sweep away every last being of darkness from this empire." The Emperor drew his sword, placing it upon Rudian's shoulder. "Leading the guard. Imperial with the nominal title of Viscount will have its limits. Count Belstead, I hereby appoint you as temporary commander of the Imperial Guard and entrust you with the subjugation of the darkness," the protagonist vowed. "From this day on, every single one of them will be wiped out from the Mauryan Empire. Not a single one will be left behind." At that moment, in a nearby castle, Asmodeus went furiously to Marbas. "What was the reason you went to such lengths to find him and provoke him?" Marbas smiled, recognizing that his actions were irresponsible. He apologized, but stated that it would be better for the plan to move forward. Confused, she asked what he meant. Marbas trusted his intuition. I will face this man in the very near future. Victory or defeat will likely be decided by whoever makes the first move. The conversation was interrupted by the commander of the Imperial Guard, Pruna. She assured, My lord, do not worry. No matter what they try to do, I will intercept and stop them. Coincidentally, the exact same words were being spoken by Rudian to the Emperor. After leaving the palace, Grand Duke Oscar wanted to introduce his disciple to Rudian. According to Oscar, the disciple was a genius who had already gone through the Delphione Foundation, just like Rudian, and was now back in the capital. Such a disciple was Crox van Richthofen, the youngest swordsman of the 7 Epochs and the Sword Saint. Rudian had already met Gray and Rebecca, and intended to meet with Crox at some point, so he smiled at the Grand Duke. It will be an honor. After getting into the carriage, he thought about what had happened. He had obtained the Emperor's help and put all the pieces in place. All that was left was to form a plan and move forward. Rudian's carriage stopped suddenly. The driver apologized to him and called him to come out. As someone was running toward the carriage, Rudian got out with curiosity. A young peasant girl with red hair leaped in his direction with a smile on her face, with tears in his eyes. Rudian, I found you! The protagonist was taken aback as he was hugged by Rebecca and asked how she had gotten there. The young woman explained, amidst tears, that she had a hard time finding him. I missed you so much that I came all the way here because I couldn't take it anymore. Rebecca suddenly felt a weakness in her body and fainted in the protagonist's arms. Inside the Belstead mansion, Rudian laid her down in one of the bedrooms. Rudian had a look of sorrow on his face. He never imagined he would reunite with Rebecca like that. The crimson hair she possessed when they met again could reveal that she had awakened the power of Devour just to find him. However, Rudian stated to himself that Rebecca would not break her promise. While he tried to reason about what had happened, Rebecca opened her eyes. Rudian smiled at her. Did you sleep well? Rebecca, with sadness in her voice, approached him and hugged him, making a request. Please, don't go anywhere else. Stay with me. Rudian was caught off guard, and his cheeks flushed. At that moment, 2 girls entered the room. Luciella, to deliver information for the strategic meeting, and Maria, wanting to have tea with him. As soon as they entered the room, they saw Rebecca hugging Rudian and froze. Rebecca, still hugging Rudian, held him tightly, her fingernails nearly piercing his back. With a cold voice, she asked, making Rudian sweat with fear, Who are these women? Answer. Resting her elbows on Rudian's head, Luciella approached with a big, lively smile. Hello, you are a friend of Rudian's, right? We met in Baran village. Rebecca became confused and asked if the girl knew her. Luciella reminded her. Yes, you were unconscious at that time, so you probably don't remember me. Rebecca remembered the incident. Ah, it was you who finished off all the bandits that attacked our village and recruited Rudian, the great noble among nobles. Luciella introduced herself, and Maria did the same. If you are a friend of Rudian's, then you are our friend too. Rebecca introduced herself, and Rudian saw that they were all getting along, better than he expected. However, as soon as Rudian tried to leave the room, the 3 of them stared at him. Where are you going? He felt a massive pressure on his back as he looked for an excuse to leave. However, they told him to sit down. About 3 hours later, Rebecca went back to sleep, and Luciella had her meeting with Rudian. She read some papers, explaining that she had mobilized the entire guild and the intelligence center, locating the base of the dark beings in the capital. Rudian warned that they could not make mistakes and needed to strike first. He knew that the more they delayed the plan, the more unpredictable the demons could become. With all preparations complete, he announced that it was time for the final battle. Confident, Rudian swore, Tomorrow there will be no dark beings left, and we will cleanse them from the Empire. In the Imperial Palace, Lady Pruna was in a meeting with the Emperor when a soldier rushed into the room. Commander, there are intruders on the west side of the palace. More and more soldiers approached. Fire has broken out on the outskirts of the south side of the palace. A third one warned, the village on the east side has collapsed from the attack of an unknown magic. Pruna roared furiously. What are you doing? Where are the guards? Move the troops immediately. A 4th soldier entered the Emperor's room, calling for the commander of the Imperial Guard. It is believed that Rudian Belstead is leading troops straight to the south gate of the palace. Pruna flared up in fury upon discovering that Rudian had moved before her. The Emperor questioned the commander, asking what that disturbance meant. Pruna beat her chest, stating, It seems that Rudian Belstead has dared to start a rebellion. We will suppress it as quickly as possible, Your Majesty. The Emperor listened to her and determined, in that case, the commander, Pruna must personally bring me the body of the traitor. Pruna was surprised by the order and reminded him that she could not leave his side. The emperor, however, stated that it depended on the situation. I already have many skilled and loyal guards by my side, so there is no need for the commander to waste her abilities here. Pruna became confused. She felt something strange. There were countless guards stationed around the emperor's room, and all of them were people of the lord she obeyed. With the succubi monitoring the area, she was supposed to ensure that no trouble occurred. With that in mind, Pruna roared, "I will obey your commands!" Pruna called one of the soldiers, Parker, and ordered him to inform Count Marba that Rudian had invaded the palace. Pruna had received instructions in advance. Albert would go to the third prince's palace to inform Lady Citri, should she be there. Otherwise, he would go to the Mansion of Pleasure. The commander of the royal guard would assume battle position. Rudian coming to her seemed perfect, because, following Marba's command, she would eliminate him. On the outskirts of the castle, fire spread while knights who obeyed Pruna defended against the invaders. Leading a group of knights, Rudian charged toward the palace. His goal was to draw attention. Rudian succeeded. Wind attacks suddenly emerged. Each of the attacks was blocked by his sword, while he kept a smile on his face. Staring at him from a distance, Pruna mocked, "What arrogance! With such a small force, you dare to challenge the Imperial Guard?" Pruna pointed her sword at Rudian, roaring, "As expected of someone of humble birth, your plans are as pathetic as his. Imperial Guard, eliminate the traitor Rudian Belstead." Rudian drew a second sword with golden details and warned, "All of you, pay attention. Who exactly are you calling a traitor?" Everyone stopped when they saw the Emperor's sword, the Sword of Ascension of Morian. The tip of the sword touched the ground, releasing lightning and thunder. With pride, Rudian declared, "The great sinner who threatened his majesty and sold the nation to the demons is Pruna Silent. In the name of the Emperor of the Morian Empire, I bring her to judgment." One of the guards questioned Pruna, who roared, "Do not fall for such foolishness. There is no way that is the true Sword of Ascension." Pruna gritted her teeth, wondering how Rudian had obtained the Emperor's sacred artifact. She wondered if Lausa Wilhelm had ordered Rudian to attack her. Even more importantly, she did not understand how he had managed to meet with the Emperor, getting past security. Even though she had placed all of her closest subordinates as well as the succubi to watch the Emperor, there was no way Rudian could have met with him. With so many questions, Pruna began to sweat. Realizing that the subordinates around her were planning to go against her, Pruna made a decision. She would eliminate all of them. Pruna's sword released a faint, evil energy. She raised it, roaring, "Do not be deceived by such nonsense. Remember your duty to protect your majesty." Raising her sword for an attack, Pruna planned to eliminate Rudian personally and prove her innocence. Rudian challenged her, "Go ahead and try, traitor." Each time Pruna brandished her sword, energy slashes flew toward Rudian. Counterattacking, Rudian launched a beam of light, shattering each of the wind slashes and exploding his energy against Pruna's. The knight was pushed back and found Rudian already before her, mocking, "Even with them ordering you to do something so absurd, are you going to obey like a good female dog?" Earlier, in a meeting with Sonia, Vincent, and Luciella, Rudian explained that he had found a place, the base of the demons within the Empire. Sonia never imagined that the base of the dark beings was in that place. She used to even visit it. Once or twice a year during vacations, the protagonist explained that if they attacked there, the Dark Lords would not be able to focus on the capital. To minimize the damage that would be caused in Morian, everyone would attack enemy bases under a single command structure. Rudian wanted to hand over general command to Luciella, something surprising to her. Vincent understood the reasoning behind the decision. Luciella led the Information Guild. She possessed the ability to command people. Since they entrusted such a mission to her, Luciella confidently promised to meet expectations. Lastly, the operation against Pruna meant facing the entire Imperial Guard. Rudian had a plan for that. "We must create a situation where all the knights become confused." With Rudian leading the mission to eliminate Pruna, Elvin and the 8 psychics going to rescue the Emperor, Oscan von Killer's knights following Imperial orders, and more than 300 elite forces from the magic towers gathered, the operation to purge the dark beings from the Empire began. Elvin entered the palace, confronting the guards subordinate to Pruna. Some succubi approached, questioning what was happening. One of the soldiers warned them, "You must join us to stop the invaders." One of the succubi smiled, understanding the situation. She attacked the guard who spoke to her. With a look of satisfaction, she went against what the soldier wanted. "Our great master, Lord Rudian, demands your lives." Meanwhile, Rudian continued to pressure Pruna. The commander of the knights never imagined there was another swordsman in the Empire as strong as Oscar Quiller. Rudian was thankful for having trained hundreds of times with Kamaris in the tower. He would make that battle not last much longer. conserving mana for subsequent confrontations. Rudian brought forth a finishing attack. Flames emerged on his sword as the second version of Adora's swordsmanship was displayed. Pruna was taken aback and raised her sword to defend herself. But the slash struck her before that. She looked at the hit arm, wondering when Rudian had managed to strike her. While she was still in doubt, Rudian pressed her again. Each attack pushed her back, trying to force her into a mistake. Facing Pruna head-on, Rudian taunted her. "You think you will have a chance if demonic reinforcements arrive at the palace, don't you? Do you really think they will come to help you?" Pruna gritted her teeth, unable to find an answer. Rudian revealed a bit of the truth to her. "Right now, the Knights of Delphione and the Mages of the Fire Tower are there. So why don't you see their leaders, Quiller and Sonya, unless there is something more important than this situation? For example, taking care of business at a resort 15 kilometers east of the capital." Pruna was taken aback, as that was the direction where her master was, the Mansion of Red Pleasure. Facing her head-on, Rudian asked a question. "In this situation, will the demons come to save a mere subordinate like you, or will they focus on defending their base on the brink of collapse?" Pruna then realized she was cornered. Alone, there would be no reinforcements. She was fated to perish, abandoned. Seeing her expression of surprise and helplessness, Rudian smiled with satisfaction. Taking advantage of the moment of distraction, he brandished his sword with flaming power. The soldiers, seeing that their commander had been defeated, wondered what they would do. Abi approached Rudian, but he did not even need to warn him. Rudian knew it was not over yet. Pruna began to roar, and her body rose into the air as a dark energy gathered around her, blending with the mana. Far away from there, Marbas felt what was happening to Pruna. She must be cornered to accept the servant contract she had refused for so long. Asmodeus laughed out loud, mocking Marbas. "Take a look at the state of our base, Marbas. That damn bastard Rudian must have broken the agreement. Otherwise, there is no way these humans would attack this place." She looked around, reminding Marbas of how much he had disrupted the grand plan within the palace. Marbas laughed along with her, figuring that the war had already begun. Even so, he remained satisfied. They could move to Plan B. The plan to summon a higher-level demon lord had completely failed, so it was better to bet everything on that battle. Asmodeus told him to do as he pleased. She planned to start eliminating everyone who dared to invade the base. Marbas warned her, "Be careful. I felt a powerful presence that you cannot ignore." Curious, Asmodeus did not care, confident that she would not be careless like Eligos. Marbas wished her good luck, and the two parted ways. Rudian stared at what was the servant contract. Abi explained Pruna's transformation. She had been turned into a swordmaster-level servant, approximately at the level of Casley Richmond in his prime. Demonic wings and red horns grew on Pruna. She laughed darkly. "Yes, this was the power I wanted." Even with the transformation deforming her body, Pruna was satisfied. With that, she believed she would beat even the Grand Duke in an instant. Rudian, on the other hand, thanked her for her transformation. "Thank you for openly imbuing evil into your body. Eliminating you here will make the Morian Empire the central force against the dark beings across the entire continent." All the soldiers drew their swords upon seeing their former commander transform. From afar, they asked Rudian if they should fight alongside him. Rudian told them to back away. "I will deal with Pruna alone." He warned them that a fierce battle would begin. "Take all the survivors and evacuate immediately." Pruna saw the confidence in Rudian and laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, you think you can win against me?" The protagonist asked Pruna, "Do you know the difference between you and your master? You who are nothing but a servant are extremely weak against your greatest enemy." Holy energy began to rise above Rudian, forming a sword of light. Pruna gaped upon seeing the attack. The Sword of Daylight was activated, striking Pruna with a blast of energy. One of the knights following Rudian roared, "Justice for the Morian Empire!" Pruna managed to escape the attack, dodging somehow. She raised her hand, now gathering evil energy. "Against my overwhelming power, your holy sword is useless." From the center of her hand, an attack similar to that of the sword emerged, but as shadows that would rot the world around. Rudian faced the attack and, before Pruna could notice, the swordsman had already passed by her, delivering sword slashes filled with light. Pruna looked back, feeling pain and surprise that Rudian had dodged her attack. She raised her hands once more, creating dozens of dark spears. Each of them aimed at Rudian, but, as if anticipating every move they would make, he skillfully dodged. Pruna could not believe that none of her attacks were hitting him. Rudian revealed the reason. The code name of the holy sword was the Sword of Prophecy. Unless it was a demonic power capable of distorting prophecy, he would be able to see through all attacks. Delivering the reason why he was not even touched by the attacks, Rudian advanced and, with the strike of the holy sword, made Pruna's arms disappear. With extreme pain and in agony, Pruna realized that the regeneration of the dark race was not working. Her arms were not growing back. Rudian smiled, knowing the reason. Affected by the holy power of the sword, Pruna's regeneration had been nullified. Still, Pruna could manipulate blood to solidify it, creating scythes to try to attack Rudian. The protagonist noticed and acted with speed. The holy light of the sword spread across the city sky as his strike finished off the former commander of the guard. Forever. In her last second of life, Pruna realized her defeat and tried to beg for her lord, receiving no answer. The protagonist sighed upon completing his mission. He hoped that Sonia, on the other side, was at least still alive. Far from there, monsters of various species faced the knights commanded by Sonia and Vincent. Vincent panted, tired after facing endless waves of monsters. Sonia roared, trying to make him resume the battle. While Sonia conjured her magic circle spells, a knight approached her, looking up at the sky as he warned, "Something is breaking the barrier and flying in our direction." The knight stammered as he spoke, "And the dark energy of that thing is massive." Asmodeus had headed toward the battle. Her dark magic power overflowed with every flap of her wings. Looking down from above, she looked at Sonia and the others. "I found you, insects." Sonia recognized the woman by her fake name, Citri Belstad. The pressure exerted upon her made her wonder if beings of the Dark Lord class truly existed. Upon being called by the name of Citri, Asmodeus laughed out loud, warning her, "I will make you regret invading this place." Extending her hand, Citri conjured a summoning magic circle. "Reveal yourselves, Seer Amdusius." The two subordinates emerged, obeying Asmodeus's orders. Their objective was to eliminate everyone before them. Sonia gritted her teeth upon realizing that even the two before her could defeat her. Worried, she wondered where Rudian was. Suddenly, a man appeared. Grandmaster Oscar walked to the front, making a joke. "You seem to have aged 10 years. Upon hearing the Grand Duke's voice, Sonia became excited. Asmodeus observed Oscar von Quiller and wondered if that was the greatest obstacle Marbus had mentioned. She took the initiative to provoke him. "I will face this old man." Oscar, however, warned that it would not be him who would face her. A woman's voice suddenly emerged. "It seems the time for my entrance has arrived." Asmodeus looked up and saw a young woman with blonde hair carrying an artifact that absorbed all the energy in the region. Confident, Maria mocked, "I don't care if you try to run away, but I will not let you escape." Asmodeus was taken aback. She never expected a human to exert that level of pressure. The artifact's power fell upon her, forcing her to retreat. Far from there, Marbus, standing atop a magic circle, bid farewell. "I am sorry, Asmodeus. I never expected there to be such a strong monster among the humans, but I have to finish our work, so I cannot help you." Without caring about what would happen to his partner, Marbus planned to go until the end to discover if, at the end of the story, he would be called a loser, or if he would achieve victory. He challenged the one who was rapidly approaching the city, Rudian. At that exact moment, a young man with blonde hair was tied up and kneeling before the emperor, begging for leniency. Emperor Lausa looked at his son, the third prince, delivering the answer to the plea. "I already had a bad feeling when you ruined relations with the ducal houses, but what I absolutely cannot forgive is that you sold this empire to the demons," Rojo cried, swearing he was innocent. It was then that he noticed Luciella's presence and begged her to prove his innocence, trying to appeal to the feelings she carried. Clenching her hand in fury, Luciella released magic power, imbuing her punch as she approached the prince with a piece of advice. "You better stop talking and watch out for your teeth." The punch Rojo received caused him to be thrown against a wall after bouncing several times across the floor, losing several teeth with each impact. An order was given by the emperor. From now on, the third prince will be confined to the Spring Palace with no set time limit. A guard approached to carry out the order. Luciella felt her mind calm down thanks to having released her fury. She thanked the emperor for the generosity that allowed her to do so. The emperor agreed with the actions that left Luciella more clear-headed. Yes, distracted thoughts must not interfere before a great undertaking. A feeling of relief lingered in the emperor's voice. Fortunately, thanks to the efforts of loyal nobles, the time has come to completely expel the demons that have been corroding this empire. The emperor summoned the young woman. "Luciella von Delfione, I temporarily grant you full command of the forces within the capital. Eliminate all those who sold their souls to evil." Kneeling before the emperor, Luciella accepted such duty. Night had already fallen when two horses approached a distant city. Rudian could see, through the explosions, the place where his allies were fighting. He urged his horse forward. "We need to join them. Even Maria would have trouble facing two dark lords." However, someone landed in front of Rudian, interrupting him as he warned, "There is no need, for she is only facing Asmodeus." Marbas had located Rudian in advance and was waiting for him. The protagonist was not surprised. "You appeared alone. Don't you have a rule to never fight a battle you cannot win?" Marbas frowned slightly, asking how he knew about that, since he did not usually say useless things to prey that had already been captured. Rudian did not reveal how he possessed such information. He had read that catchphrase several times, one of them when Marbas brought Abel's team to the brink of annihilation. Rudian asked Lord Mateus to head toward the north. Surprised, Maria's father asked if he really planned to fight alone. The protagonist recognized that joining forces to defeat Marbas would be ideal, but helping the allies was his priority. Despite what he said to Mateus, Rudian just wanted him not to get in his way. Mateus warned that he would return as soon as the battle in the north was finished and wished Rudian good luck. Upon seeing the horse depart, Marbas sighed, "What a pity. I would have loved that fight." Dismounting his horse and drawing his sword, Rudian countered him, "Liar. Weren't you in fact wanting a one-on-one fight with me?" Marbas agreed that it was true. However, he snapped his fingers, warning, "First, I think the human behind you has business with me." Rudian looked back and saw someone approaching. A knight with golden armor raised his sword, apologizing to Rudian. "I have heard a lot about you through my master. I was suppressing a nearby village when I felt an overwhelming aura that surpassed even my master's, so I came here." With a smile, Crox von Lichthofen, a knight of the Mauryan Empire and disciple of the swordmaster Oscar, emerged before them. Crox made a request. "Would it be rude of me to ask if I can cross swords with him first?" Raising an eyebrow, the protagonist asked why Crox was there. Crox was a combatant type. Rudian did not want to refuse his offer immediately. Otherwise, Crox might end up turning against him. Rudian then warned that he could not be held responsible for whatever happened. Understanding that as permission, Crox smiled, thanking him. Around Crox's sword, a white aura like the wind began to emerge. Walking toward Marbas, he commented, "I was thinking that I would like to train after the ceremony ended anyway. I never imagined that the Empire's war hero, Marba Ainsworth, would end up being a hidden demon around here." Marba shrugged, asking why that mattered, and instructed him, "Since we are here, prove your strength." Crox advanced with confidence, raising his sword above his head to attack. On his sword, he carried a surging energy. Rudian watched the preparation of the strike with joyful eyes. "That is Crox's trademark swan sword. I never thought I would see a technique that I only read about in the original." As the sword slashed toward Marbas, Crox taunted, "Aren't you even going to draw your sword?" Marbas recognized that the technique used by Crox was, at the very least, decent. To confront it, he made his arm grow. Muscles bulked up, tearing his shirt, while sharp nails extended like daggers. Marbas did not even take a step back, blocking the attack just by raising his arm. Crox was shocked, as his sword was shattered in the simple clash. Proud of his power, Marbas answered the question Crox had asked. "I do not think I need to draw my sword." Crox saw a powerful fist emerge carrying a devastating dark energy. The Dark Lord, however, frowned when his attack did not hit the target. Crox had dropped his sword to the ground and leaped toward the moon. Confident, he joked, "Do you think this is my first time facing a big fish like you?" He drew a new sword, advancing once more. The protagonist understood why Crox would one day be called the Sword Saint. Crox had planned to break his sword from the very beginning. That way, he would manage to make the enemy lower his guard. His true goal was to strike Marbas's eye. Crox's sword strike did not work. He trembled, trying to force the attack to move forward. But what stood before him was a monster in raw strength. With his teeth, Marbas stopped the sword, breaking it once again. Spitting out metal shards, he praised, "Not bad. That last strike was quite sharp, but you have nothing left to show, right?" A gigantic fist emerged above Crox in an attack that would wipe him out of existence. Crox vanished. The fist struck the ground, causing a collapse. Marbas directed his voice to Rudian. "You are truly despicable. You only saved him after he was on the brink of death." Rudian had pulled Crox to his side, saving him. Rudian revealed that he had not planned to save the guy, but at least he wanted to see him keep his word. On Rudian, a red cloak with a massive eye appeared. He warned Crox, "Know your place, and be careful not to be dragged into the battle from now on. I will no longer be able to protect you." From a distance, Rudian looked at the completely destroyed ground and praised Marbas's power. "Who would think a punch of yours has so much power? The stronger your true body, the stronger the restrictions upon you in the intermediate realm should be. So the only explanation is that you use some kind of cheat." Marbas returned the praise for Rudian knowing more than it seemed. He explained, since he had the opportunity. "Our demon gate plan crumbled, so we changed course to summon the highest demon lords. However, then Rudian and the other humans appeared, ruining everything. Rudian realized that Marbas already knew this could happen. Because of that, he asked why he had stood by just watching. Marbas mocked the question. Just watching? This would all become mine anyway. Who is stupid enough to destroy something that is about to become theirs? As Marbas spoke, dark ghosts began to emerge, something expected by him. Rudian immediately asked Abby what the power being invoked was, remembering that he had said El Dorado could not be activated. Abby sweated coldly, stating to Rudian that El Dorado was still inactive. Chains appeared on Marbas, being broken by the ghosts. With an eloquent voice, he excitedly revealed his actions. If you want to break the restrictions on your power, you only need to pay an equivalent price. Sacrificing every single one of the servants and monsters we gathered, nearly 1 million living beings, is more than enough to break such restrictions. A crimson magic circle appeared beneath Marbas. The sky, once dark because of the night, became reddish. The moon turned grim, losing its brilliance. Marbas transformed, revealing his true appearance. Gray skin, horns and wings, powerful muscles and darkened eyes. He confidently recalled the words spoken by Rudian. You said it yourself, didn't you? That I would never fight a losing battle. And that is correct. At this point, no matter what you try, there is no scenario in which I lose. Even if the one who dragged Asmodeus into subspace appears. Maria suddenly emerged, running up to Rudian. She apologized for not being able to defeat Asmodeus. The protagonist clicked his tongue, irritated that they had let the Dark Lord escape. Maria revealed that, as soon as the artifact's time limit ran out, Asmodeus would manage to flee, even if in a deplorable state. The young woman stated that she thought about pursuing the enemy, but, upon feeling the massive dark aura, she decided to help him. Looking at Rudian, Maria noticed that he also looked different. Rudian tried to find out the information about Marbas, but his level was insufficient to check his stats. Marbas was excited to fight. Rudian gritted his teeth, feeling the danger he would have to face. In moments like that, having Yev by his side would be the best option, but she had said she did not want to get involved in the fate of that world. Rudian reminded Maria of how they fought in the catacombs. Let's fight with everything this time too. Rudian asked Diablo to lend him his power. Diablo laughed out loud, asking if he could handle it. As soon as Diablo's aura was revealed, it was felt by Marbas. He advanced immediately, roaring in fury. So you were hiding your body in the intermediate realm. To think you were Diablo's contractor all along. Maria looked at Rudian in confusion upon hearing the unfamiliar name. The protagonist explained only that there was a guy sealed inside the sword. Maria used her magic to protect Rudian, who was advancing against Marbas, the latter excited to face someone from the Seven Thrones. With an excited smile, Marbas clenched his fist, charging toward Rudian. The clash between fist and sword took place in midair. The collision between the powers threw Rudian back. Marbas laughed out loud, praising him for blocking the strike, but soon reached Rudian once again. When Marbas was about to strike the protagonist, a gigantic mountain appeared above them, being controlled by Maria. Marbas did not care. At no point did he stop laughing. How many more mountains can you compress? Maria did not care to answer him. 5. With the answer, she moved her fingers downward and the mountains fell upon Marbas. The being of darkness managed to escape among the debris, flying toward Maria. The gigantic hand with sharp nails extended in her direction. Marbas's intention was clear. Eliminate her first. Maria was startled by the sudden approach. There was no way to escape. However, a sword strike fell upon Marbas. Rudian roared, "Your opponent is me!" Marbas retreated slightly, feeling the power of the authority of wrath. Diablo's power seemed to grow exponentially since the last time. Seeing that he had only managed to wound Marbas with a small scratch, Rudian knew that delivering a fatal blow would be difficult. Knowing he would need another power for that fight, he brought the Holy Sword of Daylight to his other hand. Equipping himself with the natural enemy of darkness, he brandished the Holy Sword, creating a slash of light that advanced in Marbas's direction, who praised, "A sword of darkness and another holy? What a bizarre combination." Confronting the blow of light, Marbas revealed his authority. Challenge. The authority Marbas possessed made him confident. The stronger my opponent, the more worthy of being overcome. The more my power increases without limits. Show me everything you have! Maria emerged behind the being of darkness, bombarding him with magic. Marbas was not even wounded. He looked back, thanking her. You are good with massages. Do you want to try a little more? Seeing that Maria's attacks did not work either, Rudian realized they could not drag that fight out for long. The demonic energy that Marbas spilled was gradually transforming the area into a pseudo-demon realm. Since they were not far from the capital, if that energy reached there, there would be no way to make it recede. Rudian decided to use another technique, the multicolored red power of chaos that he used to finish off Elagos. Unable to use that power in large amounts like he did in the tower, he still intended to force it as much as possible. Seeing that Rudian would use his greatest power, Marbas challenged him. "Come, I will accept your attack." Amidst the laughs of the being of darkness, Rudian advanced, using the three powers, holy, dark, and chaos. A large scar was formed on Marbas's chest, but insufficient to bring him down. Like a judge, Marbas delivered his evaluation. A power from beyond, an external strength, isn't it? I will give you credit. That was a bit fun. I do not know how you obtained this power, Kukuk. Feeling that the battle was increasingly fun, Marbas counterattacked, and his blow threw Rudian against the ground. Maria tried to help Rudian somehow, creating a magic that altered reality and trying to consume Marbas's body in a black hole of light. However, by releasing his energy, Marbas broke free from the magic. This is not even enough to go against me. The dark energy that spread from Marbas hit Maria, who felt like she would go crazy. Rudian looked at her in shock. Marbas's counterattack had caused a break in Maria's magic, creating a rebound effect. While Rudian worried about Maria, Marbas emerged behind him. The protagonist was hit without being prepared, and his body flew far from the battlefield until he crashed into the ground. Rudian could not get up. The swords he had conjured had vanished. Marbas walked up to him, wanting more. "Is that all? You amused me, so I would like to spare you. But I broke the Demon Lord invocation ritual as I pleased, so I will probably need to bring your head as an excuse." Marbas held Rudian by the head and reassured him. "I will do this quickly, so you do not suffer." In response, however, Rudian began to laugh frantically. Confused, Marbas asked what exactly was so funny. "Your external strength and Diablo's power are exhausted. What are you laughing at?" With a crazed look, Rudian apologized. "Forgive me for disappointing you, but I also never start a fight that I am going to lose." At that moment, Abby had finished her preparations and began to act. Abby revealed herself to Marbas, drawing his attention. "Bad guy who dared to hit my master, this is your end." While Marbas was confused, Rudian initiated the protocol. "First generation collection. Enter terminal. Eldorado activate." If you enjoyed today's recap and want more manhwa content, subscribe to the channel. We're starting this journey now, and I hope that together we can strengthen this new community. So go ahead and like the video, comment for future parts, and share it with your friends. Thank you so much for joining us, and until next time.